Chapter 1810. The ancient land of the divine wilderness was in chaos. Just as Long Chen was refining the divine bones with the divine refinement flame, the situation finally changed. Almost half of the teams that entered the ancient land of the divine wilderness were disturbed by the Nian beasts, and some invisible killers even appeared. In this chaos, there were many casualties. Some killed each other, some were bitten by the desolate beasts, some were killed by the elemental spirit array, and some died mysteriously. In short, the scene was chaotic. However, the ancient city of divine descendants was the ancient city of divine descendants after all. The calamity this time also brought great training for the disciples. In the situation where they were separated from their elders, many of them quickly grasped many survival skills. When they realized the seriousness of the matter, the chiefs also made a prompt decision. They used star talismans to summon their disciples and joined forces to kill the Nian beasts. In a short period of time, a large number of Nian beasts died, and there were fewer and fewer Nian beasts. The largest Nian beasts were also slaughtered within a day. Some powerful desolate beasts were also suppressed by the experts of the ancient city of divine descendants. In the following period of time, the chiefs quickly reorganized and helped each other. The 72 ancient city of divine descendants united, disregarding their past grievances, and soon, the teams were completely reunited. More than 10 teams from the ancient city of divine descendants gathered under a tall mountain. Among them, the teams from the Radiance Divine City, Profound Ice Divine City, Giant Miracle Divine City, and Ancient City of Martial God were all here. Su Xilan's eyes were calm as she stood at the front of the Ancient City of Martial God's team. In the past few days, she had displayed a strong mental fortitude and quickly rescued a large number of disciples with star talismans. The originally valiant ancestral worship team suffered heavy casualties because of the Nian beasts' attack. The team that originally had more than 40 people was reduced sharply. The disciples wore miserable looks on their faces, their hearts pounding in fear. The 5 Samsara Tribulation Realm deputy commanders were counting the number of people. After that, one of the commanders walked in front of Su Xilan. "Commander, I've found those who can use star talismans to send messages. Among them, 13 are temporarily in other teams from the ancient city of divine descendants and are under their protection. They will return after reaching the divine sea." "How many people haven't returned? Who are they?" Su Xilan asked coldly, her short hair fluttering in the air. The vice commander's face was pale. He trembled a few times, but he still reported as usual. "Currently, we haven't found a total of 14 disciples. 9 of them are branch family disciples, while 5 of the main family disciples are missing. They are Su Tianzhou, Su Yu Yao, Su Yuji, Su Chonghuan, Long Chen." Although she already knew who was missing, Su Xilan's heart still bled when she heard his report. For those who couldn't even contact the star talisman, except for one exception, the possibility of them surviving was very low. Although Su Xilan prioritized rescuing the disciples of the Zone clan, she couldn't save their lives. Among them, Su Chonghuan was her son. "Huan was the youngest, so it's normal that I couldn't save him in time. But Yuji Yu Yao, and the 3 people from the Heaven continent shouldn't have died." Su Tianzhou's body had been found, but Su Yuji and Su Yu Yao were not found. Su Xilan had communicated with them using the star talisman and obtained their location. She knew that they encountered an elemental spiritual array, which led to Su Tianzhou's death, but they were safe. Because they were powerful and had many treasures such as the fire phoenix feather, Su Xilan temporarily put them aside. But she didn't expect to lose contact with them when she arrived. Sumu Chen lowered his head and didn't move. As for Long Chen, Tian Yuan and 9 Nether once chased after him. But he obtained an ancient Dao artifact and was extremely fast. He temporarily escaped and didn't seem to want to follow us. The vice commander murmured, "Oh, I see. Let's get ready and set off for the deity sea together." Su Xilan said, "Are we not going to catch Long Chen?" The vice commander asked doubtfully. Su Xilan shook her head and said, "No, he can't escape from me." A total of 12 teams from the ancient city of divine descendants gathered together. This time, they advanced carefully. The chaotic storm in the ancient land of divine wilderness gradually calmed down. As they walked, a few presidents gathered together. They no longer had the competitive expression on their faces, only solemnity. One of them said, "I have sent the news back." Everyone nodded. After the city lords discuss, they will probably give us the next step. Soon, they received the notice. Continue to worship the ancestors. Etiquette must not be forgotten. Generally speaking, everyone had more or less received the same notification. This time, the vice commanders were completely scattered to protect the disciples. Since the Nian beasts were almost all killed, there wouldn't be any more danger. Pang Zhong, the giant miracle divine city's vice commander, came forward and said to Su Xilan and Bing Qingxue, I heard that other than the vice commanders, everyone else in some divine cities was destroyed. I think there's only one kind of enemy that has the courage to do so. The demon race. Bing Qingxue's face was ashen as she uttered these two words with hatred. Su Xilan clenched her fists. Because of this chaos, not only did Su Yuji and Su Yuyao disappear, even her own son was dead. She could naturally guess that it must be the demon race that could control the Nian beasts to such a degree. Unfortunately, when she first heard about the Nian beasts, she didn't pay much attention. Pang Zhong said again, I heard that the enemy's goal is not us. They just want to create chaos in our ancient cities. The real reason is that they want to kill that one. This sentence successfully attracted the attention of the two women. Which one? Bing Qingxue was still a little confused. Su Xilan said in a low voice. Who else could it be? The Emperor Jun Divine City is the #1 city in the world, and the Supreme Sovereign God Di Jun is the #1 god in the ancient times. In the past 20 years, the Emperor Jun Divine City has given birth to an unprecedented super genius called Du. Although the Emperor Jun Divine City has covered it up very well, the news still leaked out, and the demon race knows about it. This genius can be said to be unprecedented, and no one will be able to surpass him in the future. Although he's only 20 years old, he has already moved the demon race. This time the child called Du came to the battlefield of the gods, and the main goal of the demon race should be to kill him. That child. Bing Qingxue sucked in a breath of cold air and said helplessly, although he's only 20 years old, he has become the only true hope of becoming a god in 1,000,000 years. His birth has moved the entire eternal god realm, and the demon race can't hold it in anymore. Rumor has it that when he was born, the current #1 dragon emperor of the Eternal Dragon City personally came to take him as his disciple, and promised that when he reaches the rebirth realm, he will personally bestow the ultimate god dragon's essence blood. The #1 god in the ancient times, Di Jun, is the strongest of the immemorial gods, and is the strongest human since the extinction of the divine dragons. This Du is like a rebirth of Di Jun, with 80% of his blood. He's not on the same level as us, and with the ultimate god dragon's essence blood. Su Xilan said helplessly, although he's only 20 years old, I'm sure that in this lifetime, this child will surpass the #1 expert of the eternal god realm in 1,000,000 years, and reach the realm of gods. Hearing the words, #1 expert of the eternal god realm in 1,000,000 years, the other two had a strange look in their eyes. Pang Zhong said, Sister Xilan, the eternal dragon emperor is a taboo. It's best not to mention him. He is indeed a super legend of our human race, and I grew up listening to his stories. But the eternal dragon emperor. Sigh, let's not talk about him. Su Xilan bit her lips and said, the #1 genius of the eternal god realm. What a pity. Bing Qingxue said, it's not a pity at all, he only has himself to blame. This Du of the Emperor Jun Divine City will soon surpass the legend he created. Just watch. Along the way, the wind surged, and sand and pebbles flew. The disciples were in a trance. As for the three chief commanders, they were deep in thought as they recalled the past. After this, Du's name will definitely be known. When that time comes, his name will be the most resounding in the eternal god realm. Not only will the Yao race be unable to hold back, the ocean folk, the witch race, the spirit race, and the tens of thousands of 10,000 ancient races will all be afraid. One eternal dragon emperor is enough to scare them to death. Looking ahead, Su Xilan realized that she still had faith in that person. No matter what the reality was, she couldn't hide the worship in her heart, even if it was laughable and foolish in the eyes of others. But there were always people who felt that this man was different. The eternal dragon emperor, Long Qinglong. After him, no one else could live up to this name. The group moved forward through the forest. Aside from some wild beasts and elemental spirit formations, they didn't encounter any other threats. They were about to cross the barren mountain range in front of them, and soon they would reach the divine sea. Hope was right in front of them. The battlefield of the gods was the battlefield of the ancestors of the gods. Everyone had a deep yearning for this place. In the divine sea, the ancient cities of the 72 demigods would gather. The powerful cities in the central region would also show themselves. Emperor Jun Divine City, Qingshu Divine City, Randang Divine City, Puti Divine City, Tai Divine City, Primordial Divine City, and so on. Walking through the barren mountain range, the descendants of the gods who'd been bitten by a snake were scared. This is the aura of the Yao race. A few leaders gathered together and looked to the east. They did not understand why there would be such an unbridled fey aura appearing here. It was not a desolate beast. With just a whiff, they could definitely tell that it was a fey. Let's go take a look. The captains went to protect their own teams, then sent their vice-captains towards the source of the Yao aura. They had a feeling that there was a great Yao up ahead, and that it might be the mastermind. Chapter 18:11. Along the way, many divine cities began to part ways, but including the Light Divine City and the Martial God Ancient City, there were a total of 7 divine cities that reached the entrance of the Bronze Path. This was a huge force. Although the Nian beasts were wreaking havoc, the most elite forces of the divine cities were still preserved. The demon race. As soon as these 2 words were uttered, the expressions of more than 200 people changed dramatically. Some were curious, some were hateful, and some were gloomy. For most of the young descendants of the gods, they were more curious about the demon race that was portrayed as the mortal enemy of the human race, especially when they heard that the demon race was not particularly powerful. For millions of years, the human race and the demon race had fought for the position of the strongest overlord of the eternal sacred realm, and countless battles had broken out. Even to this day, the place where the two met still had this sturdy fortress. In ancient times, the living environment of the eternal sacred realm was extremely harsh. For survival, for glory, the human race and the demon race were like fire and water, fighting until today. Countless people of the human race had lost their lives in the battle against the demon race, and many demon race had also died in the hands of the human race. The sea race, the witch race, the spirit race, and countless ancient foreign races were no match for these 2 peak races. And among the human race, the 5 great dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of the divine descendants had been the symbol of the strongest since ancient times. They had carried the mission of revitalizing the human race since childhood. The demon race. There's actually a demon race here. Could the appearance of the Nian beasts have something to do with the demon race? Capture that demon race and tear him to pieces. We must not let him leave alive. No, it's not easy to see a demon race. We must capture him back to our North Sea divine city and let the others have a good look. The disciples began to discuss in low voices. After experiencing the devastation of the Nian beasts, they were somewhat excited for the first time. Long Chen is inside, breaking the heavenly dipper curse. A deputy commander whispered in Su Xilan's ear. Su Xilan nodded. Yes, I know. Her eyes were cold. Under everyone's gaze, she said, Everyone, there is someone from the martial god ancient city inside. He is my 3rd brother's adopted son. Please wait for a moment. I will go in and take a look. Wait. Saint Luan of the Light Divine City blocked her path. It was rumored that Saint Luan was a playboy and was an experienced playboy. But after the incident with the Nian beast, he had already been scolded and was in a bad mood. He said, Our goddess of light is also inside. I'll go in with you. Pang Zhong and Bing Qing Xue stood with Su Xilan. In fact, they were good friends when they were young. Su Xilan said, Long Chen is my 3rd brother Su Zhen's godson, and that woman is his wife. Even if she has the physique of your goddess of light, it is inappropriate for our Su family's daughter-in-law to be the goddess of light of your divine light city. Your Excellency, please don't push us too far. The other onlookers roughly understood what was going on. The Radiance Divine City could be said to be extremely overbearing in this matter, but the Radiance Divine City was the #1 city in the south, and it was ranked close to the top 10 among the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. It was not easy to deal with. Su Xilan said coldly, If you are interested in the goddess of light, you can visit my martial god ancient city after the ancestral worship. If you dare to mess with me here, I, Su Xilan, swear that even if I lose my life, I will not let you have your way. Su Xilan had short hair and was very unyielding. She was so domineering that Saint Luan's face turned green and red with anger. He wanted to flare up but did not have a suitable excuse. In the end, he could only snort coldly and say, You can leave. Long Chen has been with the demon race. I think he has colluded with the demon race and betrayed the human race. He is a traitor of our human race and deserves to die. The crowd made an uproar. In fact, this was very possible. Moreover, there was a young man and woman in the Radiance Divine City who had chased after Long Chen. Now that they told the story, the crowd could not help but believe it. The demon race cannot be left alive. Sue's Island. Bring them along and see if they are colluding with each other. The leaders of the other divine cities unanimously suggested. Sue's Island came to the entrance of the Bronze Path. In the depths, there was a strong demon race aura. Although the sun-devouring demonic wolf's combat strength was not strong for someone of Sue's Island's level, such a strong demonic aura was indeed a little strange. The black wolf wild beast that he usually brings along is actually a demon race. Even she did not expect this result. She looked carefully. The Heavenly Dipper curse is so strong. He is indeed a super divine dragon. He is 5 times stronger than my Heavenly Dipper curse. The Heavenly Dipper curse is the 8th stage of the Nirvana tribulation, but he is a super divine dragon and should be 1 stage ahead. Presumably, his real cultivation realm is about to step into the 7th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. In fact, Long Chen had broken through to the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. In the underground palace, the huge golden cocoon, which was much bigger than Mo Xiaolang's, was vaguely beginning to crack. Mo Xiaolang sensed the large number of experts outside and became somewhat nervous. He said, "Big brother, it's not easy. We've been surrounded. There are roughly 7 teams. Among them, the people from Martial God Ancient City are here." This was without a doubt the worst news. Mo Xiaolang knew that this was all because of him. But, yes, when trouble came, it was meaningless to blame anyone. Brothers did not care about this, and Long Chen would not blame him. "Stay calm." Long Chen's calm voice came from the golden cocoon. He had tried every means to escape, but because of the demon race, he encountered Sue's Island and the others again, and his escape plan was ruined. Even so, his mental strength was still very strong. In fact, Long Chen was experiencing a high-intensity surge in his cultivation. That small piece of divine bone was white and as pure as snow. It was densely covered with a large number of primordial divine characters. On the small piece of bone, there were billions of runes flashing, which contained endless power. But even so, under the burning of the God-refining fire, the billions of primordial divine characters were decomposed, turned into the purest power, and integrated into Long Chen's body. The divine bone was turned into the most nourishing elixir. Long Chen's divine dragon body, whether it was his internal organs, bones, muscles, or every tiny particle, underwent a huge transformation under the nourishment of the pure power of the divine bone. No matter where, this kind of medicine that could directly enhance the power of nirvana was the most precious, and the large amount of power in the divine bone instantly allowed Long Chen to touch the edge of the Big Dipper mantra. The Big Dipper mantra was accompanied by the power of the god's bone. 1 layer of destruction, 1 layer of rebirth. It brought Long Chen unprecedented benefits. In his body, half of the golden spell of destruction was like countless knives sweeping across his body, twisting and killing, rolling up a large amount of flesh and blood. The power of the god's bone helped him reorganize and reform. The ancestral dragon body gradually grew. When all the Big Dipper mantra was turned into the power of nirvana and added to the power of Long Chen, his progress was still not over. Although the growth of his power was more difficult than that of Mo Xiaolang, he was still moving towards the 9th nirvana tribulation, in the direction of the gate of life and death. His physical body transformed. His primordial spirit became more mature. The power of nirvana grew from a raging river into an endless sea of blood. A powerful aura of life swept out, and this peerless ancient fierce beast once again let out a palpitating roar. This divine bone seems to be from the light god. Pure power of holiness. Until the divine bone turned into ashes under the burning of the spirit refining fire. The remaining power should not be enough for me to break through the gate of life and death. Of course, the nirvana tribulation was terrifying, and the Big Dipper mantra also made Long Chen tremble with fear, but the power of the divine bone allowed him to persevere. The gate of life and death was the most terrifying nirvana tribulation, and Long Chen still did not have much confidence. Moreover, his newly increased power was not enough to break through the gate of life and death. But even so, he had still made amazing progress. In the end, his cultivation stopped at the edge of touching the gate of life and death. Although he was at the same cultivation level as Su Yuyao, in fact, his nirvana power, whether in quantity or weight, far surpassed her. Long Chen finally caught up. When Su's Island walked into the underground palace, the golden cocoon exploded, and a young man covered with blood-colored dragon scales and full of murderous aura walked out. Xueqi could clearly feel the birth of this giant beast. Even Xueqi did not give her such a feeling. Looking at the blood-colored young man with cold eyes in the depths of the underground palace, no matter how strong Xueqi was, she was forced to stop by the impact of Long Chen's eyes. Beside this young man stood another young man with delicate features and an equally determined expression. This young man was definitely the purest of the demon race. These two people. Xueqi calmed herself down, coldly looked at Long Chen, and said, "Let's talk outside." The two looked at each other. Among the many experts, struggling was useless, and they could only wait and see. Following Xueqi's heavy footsteps, Long Chen and Xueqi walked up. The demon race would eventually be judged. Soon, Long Chen and Xueqi appeared in front of the hundreds of people. They all looked at Mo Xiaolang with hatred, as if they wanted to skin Mo Xiaolang alive. Countless experts looked at them. Most of these gazes made Long Chen feel pressure. However, he was not afraid. At this moment, one of the leaders said, "It's really a demon race. Kill him, lest he impedes our speed to the deity sea." Long Chen knew it would be like this. Without saying a word, he stood next to Mo Xiaolang and stretched out his hand to block in front of him. With this action, he expressed his attitude to everyone, that no matter who the person next to him was, he would never be afraid, and his mind would never change. This action set off a huge uproar. Shang Luan was very proud and said with a smile, "It's clear. He betrayed the human race, colluded with the demon race, and is likely to be a participant in this year's beast disaster. No matter whose adopted son he is, covering up for the demon race is a crime, and he should be executed." Chapter 18:12. Seeing that Saint Luan was targeting him, Long Chen was not frightened. No matter what, he was sure that he would be fine today. Xueqi would not let anything happen to him. But he did not know what would happen to Mo Xiaolang. It seemed like a coincidence that Xueqi was able to find him in this remote barren mountain. Perhaps Su Zhan had left behind a more profound method to find him. Therefore, Long Chen found that even the Nian beast's rampage did not seem to be able to save him. When those deities' descendants looked at him with hatred and contempt, clamoring to kill him and the demon clan, Xueqi withstood the pressure and said, "Everyone, this is an internal matter of martial god ancient city. I, Xueqi, will solve it. If you feel that it is a waste of time, you can go to the divine sea first. If you don't trust me, you can stay and watch." Xueqi's influence was not small. Everyone looked at each other and began to discuss. Saint Luan said, "Good, my light divine city will see how the fifth young city lord of martial god ancient city, Xueqi, will deal with the demon clan and the traitor. I am looking forward to it. I hope that martial god ancient city will not forget the hatred since ancient times. The 72 divine descendants are united against a common enemy. I don't want any divine descendants to betray their country." It was nothing more than Long Chen's matter, but he was implicated in the matter of betraying his country. It was a bit far-fetched. Xueqi did not bother to look at him. Instead, she brought out the 5 deputy commanders, Su Tianyuan, Su Jiuyo, and other reincarnation tribulation realm experts of martial god ancient city. Of course, Su Mu Chen was also there. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they surrounded Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Xueqi's eyes were cold as she stared at Long Chen. "Child, you know what you have to do. The hatred between humans and demons is absolutely irreconcilable. You have to think carefully. Today, I will give you a chance. As long as you kill this demon clan, we will forgive you for your crime of colluding with the demon clan." Xueqi said righteously. The onlookers had all kinds of expressions, such as complacency, ridicule, and ridicule. Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't help sneering. What a bunch of senseless fellows. He had never been afraid of such prejudices. He had his own standards for whether hatred was good or bad. No matter what the outcome was today, he would not let anything happen to Mo Xiaolang. He was his younger brother, not his biological younger brother, but he was more like a biological younger brother. Great virtual realm. Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang. That was a place that no one could open. As long as Mo Xiaolang entered the Great Void Realm, even if Long Chen died, as long as Kitten was still alive, no one could touch Mo Xiaolang. This was different from the God Kingdom. A divine kingdom could easily be opened by force. At this critical juncture, Long Chen transferred all the people and items in his god nation to the Great Void Realm. He was prepared to fight to the end and not rest until one of them died. A fight to the death. Big brother. Seeing Long Chen's resolute and determined look, Mo Xiaolong's bloodshot eyes were filled with hot tears. Facing hundreds of experts and deity descendants, he straightened his back and never took a step back. Mo Xiaolong naturally wanted to fight alongside Long Chen, but Long Chen shook his head this time. If it was just him, he wouldn't die. Someone wouldn't let him die, but Mo Xiaolong would be mercilessly killed. Therefore, this battle was destined to be lost. Long Chen could only use his backbone to protect Mo Xiaolong. Don't be regretful. What happened today was just an accident. After today's calamity, we brothers will have plenty of time to make a name for ourselves and fight together. The calmness in Long Chen's voice moved everyone. They seemed to have guessed what Long Chen wanted to do. They couldn't help but be shocked. Did this little guy want to rely on his own strength to fight against the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants? How much courage did he need to be able to do this? The crowd couldn't help but become restless. He really is a traitor. Look at his relationship with the monster. He won't just give up. He doesn't have a god spirit pulse, and he's not from Battle God Ancient City. I think we should just kill him. Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Suddenly, there was a lot of noise. Long Chen glanced over and memorized their faces. It was them who had forced him to kill his own brother. They had used blind morality to judge Long Chen's standards, trying to control his life. Long Chen was arrogant. He was a crazy man. When those faces enraged him, he put his hand on Mo Xiaolong's shoulder in front of everyone. Let me tell you. Blood-red dragon scales appeared on Long Chen's face, and he became ferocious. The killing intent and baleful aura that appeared out of nowhere caused many young disciples to retreat in fear. His roar stunned the crowd. Everyone was upset. Where did this guy get his courage from? Where did he get his strength from? Long Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Mo Xiaolong's shoulder. Then he raised his voice and said to the crowd word by word, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what kind of hatred there is between the human clan and the monster clan. However, the person beside me is one of the most important people in my life. He is my younger brother. Therefore, I swear here today that none of you are allowed to touch a single hair of his. If anyone dares to touch him, you'd better not let me live. Otherwise, one day, I, Long Chen, will become your nightmare. I will make you regret being born in this world, no matter who you are. His words caused the entire place to fall silent. He was not joking. He said those words in an extremely serious tone. If someone else said those treasonous words, everyone would only find it funny. However, Long Chen's serious and ferocious attitude was irresistible. The young disciples were all frightened. Only the leaders of the older generation knew that it was just a joke. He was just a little guy who had not even reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. It was really ridiculous for him to say such shameless words in front of so many mighty figures. Young people are so impulsive. They are blinded by so-called friendship. Many people said. Long Chen didn't back down. He smiled and said, in my opinion, the reason why I'm a person is because I'm loyal. I don't seek to escape, nor do I seek to win. I only wish that I, Long Chen, have never done anything in my life that I regret. I'm not like you cowards. At this point, he looked back at Mo Xiaolong. After saying all of this, he felt much better. Mo Xiaolong should be able to understand what he meant. He clenched his fists. Blue veins appeared all over his body. Cold black flames swept out. Today, a strong wind surged. Trust me. As the eldest brother, Long Chen said these 3 words. Yes. To Mo Xiaolong, these 3 words were filled with endless power. Every time he was in danger, every time he encountered a strong enemy, Long Chen was able to turn the tide. Therefore he trusted him. Mo Xiaolong held back his tears. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he entered the Great Void Realm and was absolutely safe. His disappearance and Long Chen's resolute words caused a commotion among the hundreds of people. Shang Luan's expression was ugly. He said, Su Xilan, you have made a wise decision. Now that the other party has given you a clear answer, I would like to ask, when can you kill Long Chen, open the God Nation and kill the demons? Then I will let you take away the goddess of light that you want. Dream on. Su Xilan glanced at him in disdain. Finally, she stared at Long Chen, trying to figure out where this young man got his courage from. Was he born to be so unyielding? He was rebellious and disobedient, but he had his own standards in mind. For the sake of friendship, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. Such a person actually overlapped with the image of a hero in her heart. However, he was too young and too impulsive. Su Xilan was in a position where she was now. Seeing Long Chen fight with his life, she was in a difficult position, but there was a solution. She took a step forward and said, "That's enough bragging. I know you have improved, but I can open your god nation by force. I will give you one last chance. Do you want to kill the demons? Or do I want to? This is your only choice." Long Chen's eyes did not waver. His fearless smile gave Su Xilan the clearest answer. He would not stop until he was dead. "Fifth aunt, let me do it." Su Tianyuan's gaze was deep. Su Xilan was a senior with a high status. It was inappropriate for her to deal with Long Chen. "I can do it too." Su Joyo smiled evilly. Su Mukin's gaze was stern as he said, "I can do it too." The three new experts of the martial god ancient city had revealed their strength and surrounded Long Chen. Their seniority was the same as Long Chen, so it was more than suitable for them to deal with Long Chen. It's Su Tianyuan, Su Joyo, and Su Mukin. Yes, the new Gemini Star and Super Shenlong are the three strongest experts of the martial god ancient city's new generation. They're top-tiered experts with the strength of a reincarnation tribulation realm. They're all figures that stand at the pinnacle. With them taking action, the braggart Long Chen is still far from them. The three of them took action together, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was well aware of the capabilities of the three from the martial god ancient city. They were the three successors that the martial god ancient city had nurtured for thousands of years. There was a high possibility that the future city lord would be one of them. Facing them, Long Chen was like a clown. They were all waiting for a good show. Long Chen never expected that even Su Mukin would deal with him. Indeed, he had said that he wouldn't be lenient next time. Or perhaps, he had already guessed that Long Chen had killed his twin sisters. Not far away, a huge beast roared, but it did not dare to approach. A violent gale blew sand and pebbles. Su Tianyuan and the other two exchanged a look before unleashing their powerful strength. Under their attacks, Long Chen was like a boat in a stormy ocean that was about to be torn apart. However, this had enraged the ferocity in Long Chen's bones. Today, he intended to fight to the death. Chapter 1813. When the three experts brought out their means, Long Chen was more composed than they had imagined. Su Tianyuan, the son of the young city lord of the martial god ancient city, Su Sheng. He was also the fastest youth to reach the reincarnation tribulation realm in this generation. He cultivated the purest battle Tao and was extremely powerful, like a golden god of war. Su Joyo inherited Su Ming's Tao and walked the evil path. His lethality was more powerful, his speed was terrifying, and his endurance was shocking. As for Su Mukin, he took a different path. Although the concentration of divine blood was the lowest in the Zong family, he had obtained the inheritance blood essence of the super divine dragon and dug out his demonic nature. Although he had yet to reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, his fighting strength surpassed the previous two. The three of them attacked to protect the reputation of the martial god ancient city and at the same time, subduing Long Chen in the shortest time possible. It was similar to Su Xilan taking action personally. They were all standing on the high ground, intending to subdue Long Chen as soon as possible. Su Joyo and Su Tianyuan no longer possessed nirvana energy, but a higher level of samsara energy. As for samsara, Long Chen, who was still in the 5th level of nirvana tribulation realm, had no idea about it. Samsara energy might seem weak, but it was the terror of a reincarnation tribulation realm cultivator. Nirvana energy had the characteristics of destruction and rebirth, destroying the enemy and rebirth endlessly. It was an extremely high level of power. As for reincarnation, no one could explain it clearly. Reincarnation was a miraculous fate, a cycle of 100 reincarnations. It was a deeper level of the power of the heavenly Tao. By comprehending reincarnation and using the power of reincarnation in battle, one's battle prowess would be immeasurable. Nirvana energy was the rebirth of the physical body. As for samsara energy, it was the dual use of the physical body and primordial spirit. Samsara energy was closely related to the primordial spirit. Long Chen quickly distinguished the three opponents. Xueqi didn't have samsara energy, but his nirvana energy far surpassed others. He was proficient in destruction. Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo were like the wind dragon stream lord that stood high up, like gods. Although they weren't filled with killing intent like Xueqi, they possessed a suffocating power and will that made others panic. It was an indescribable feeling, but it could make others panic. It was a deeper heavenly law. I'll go first. Su Tianyuan was like a golden god of war. With a casual punch, the rules of reincarnation were activated. The energy waves that were released seemed simple, but it made Long Chen feel as if the entire world was gathered in this punch. This punch had experienced the baptism of countless years, the solidification of the heavenly Daos, becoming one with the entire world. Buzz! At the last moment, the reincarnation power was unleashed. Boundless energy surged forth with an earth-shattering force. Everyone was in an uproar. It seemed that Su Tianyuan didn't care about Long Chen's life. He had actually used a samsara tribulation stages technique right from the get-go. Aside from Su Mu Chen, who else could block a samsara tribulation stage's samsara energy? After the initial shock, Long Chen put away the shock in his heart. He was more curious about what exactly was the samsara power. Demonic blood wings. This was a great insurance for him. The blood-colored wings of the demonic blood wings appeared behind him. With a gentle flap, the boundless energy increased his speed to a terrifying level. Right now, he was already in the state of the gate of life and death. Therefore, the peerless speed he displayed instantly caused a huge uproar. How can a mere nirvana tribulation stage have such speed? Even if he relied on that ancient Tao artifact, he shouldn't be able to reach this level. It seems that Long Chen does have some ability. After the demonic blood wings appeared, Long Chen spread his wings and left the range of Su Tianyuan's fist shadows. His speed was faster than Su Tianyuan's, so Su Tianyuan couldn't do anything to him. Buzz! Long Chen flapped his wings and broke through the encirclement of the three people. He silently told himself that although it was impossible, he had to defeat these three people. Although he hadn't entered the gate of life and death, he had experienced the baptism of the divine bone and was already countless times stronger than before. Little fellow, you're a little interesting. I've underestimated you before. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Su Jiuyo laughed loudly from behind. While everyone was still in shock from Long Chen's speed, Su Jiuyo's attack was even more ruthless. They hurriedly watched. Su Jiuyo turned into a blurry black shadow and split into thousands of shadows. They uniformly surrounded Long Chen and created absolute confusion. The samsara force swept over, making Long Chen feel as though he was in an ocean of power. Taste this finger of mine. Suddenly, the samsara force fluctuated. Su Jiuyo appeared behind Long Chen and stabbed his finger at Long Chen's back. His finger, which was originally fair and slender, became pitch black and dirty at the moment. It was as though the dirtiest power of the world's samsara force was all gathered on his finger, and was about to pierce into Long Chen's body. Rip! There was no sound of the air being torn apart, nor was there any huge movement. There was only a bone-chilling killing intent. Ding! To everyone's surprise, Long Chen's speed was beyond imagination. Unknowingly, the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword appeared in his hands. He suddenly turned around and revealed his killing intent. The god-slaying sword swept horizontally and blocked the other party's speed. In the next instant, the Lingxi sword and the other party's finger collided. This was an unparalleled battle. In that instant, the samsara force rushed over. This strange but violent power sent Long Chen flying 300 meters away before he stopped. Under the attack of the samsara force, his body felt dislocated and the nirvana force in his body was chaotic. As for other injuries, the ancestral dragon body could recover immediately. In everyone's eyes, although Long Chen was sent flying, he was considered unharmed. And his Su Jiuyo also looked unharmed, but his face had almost turned pale. Only he knew what kind of attack his primordial spirit had encountered. Just now, he almost fell to the ground from the piercing pain. How could it be? The evil smile on Su Jiuyo's face had already disappeared. Instead, he looked at the black sword in Long Chen's hand in awe. It had broken the samsara force. If not for it, Su Jiuyo would definitely be able to hurt Long Chen. The confrontation this time caused a huge uproar. In the beginning, no one thought that this was a battle. They thought that it was just three super geniuses subduing Long Chen. It was just a matter of one move and there was no need for the three of them. However, Long Chen continuously dodged Su Tianyuan's attack with his extraordinary speed and even blocked Su Jiuyo's attack with his sword. He was unharmed. Instead, Su Jiuyo seemed to be having a cramp. What's going on? The three of them are too weak. They can't even take down a young guy. Impossible. It's because Long Chen is too strange. Seeing that the tenacious youth's face was still as calm as an ancient well, everyone's impression of him couldn't help but change. Thinking back to how they had ridiculed Long Chen before, they couldn't help but blush. This youth was indeed quite astonishing. The Samsara force. Long Chen held the sword in his hand tightly. After 2 confrontations, he was full of confidence in himself. Although it seemed impossible to defeat the three of them, he could at least make them unable to do anything to him. He was extremely excited. Once upon a time, the master of Wind Dragon Stream had scared him to the point that he had to flee. Today, it had only been less than half a year and he was already fighting against a martial artist of this level. What kind of speed was this? Not only was his improvement fast, but it was also stable. Furthermore, external forces would never be able to fill the gap that he needed. Long Chen displayed a shocking will. When he realized that he could really do it and that his improvement was immeasurable, his body glowed with a crazy fighting spirit. He held the 2 swords in his hands tightly and looked at the 3 enemies that were almost impossible to deal with. From today onwards, I can't be suppressed anymore. I can't lose. Reaching the Eternal God Realm was the most difficult moment of Long Chen's life. But from today onwards, those days of rats crossing the street would no longer exist. He wasn't convinced. Only by using the swords in his hands to defeat his opponents one by one could a new star shine upon the land. He was going to Eternal Dragon City, so he couldn't lose. Everyone could feel his change. They even realized that Long Chen seemed to be even more difficult to deal with. Don't be scared. 3 of you attack together. Don't give him a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, he'll embarrass himself. Su Tianyuan gave the order. The 3 of them moved quickly and attacked. These 3 used to be an insurmountable peak for Long Chen. But now, Long Chen raised the sharp weapons in his hands against them. Fight! Time Dragon! His strangest killing weapon allowed him to quickly disappear. Mo Xiaolong's demonic aura had already spread everywhere. It was impossible to find Long Chen's real body with demonic aura. Just as the 3 of them were wondering where Long Chen had gone, Long Chen, who was hidden in the darkness, finally unleashed a torrent of attacks. This was Long Chen's counterattack. He shocked everyone. When he reappeared, he was already behind Su Tianyuan. Eternal Xanab. Heaven Massacre. Blood Sword. Under the 2 attacks, Su Tianyuan's protective reincarnation force was directly broken. The 2 swords left 2 deep wounds on his back. Su Tianyuan was in so much pain that he cramped up. Although he wasn't defeated, this situation had exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. This is just the beginning. Long Chen disappeared again. After this experience, the 3 of them became more cautious. At this moment, let alone capturing Long Chen, the only thing they could do was resist Long Chen's attacks. This caused the 3 of them to be in an extremely sorry state. The people from the other divine cities were also dumbfounded. The expressions on their faces could be said to be rather interesting. They could vaguely see the birth of a demon. Su Jiuyo looked around vigilantly. His finger, which was full of murderous intent, was ready. Boom! A streak of blood-colored flame condensed into a terrifying divine dragon and wrapped itself around his waist. Su Jiuyo's samsara power was unable to shake off the blood-colored divine dragon for a moment. Chapter 18:14. The danger brought by the spiritual refining flames was self-evident. When the crimson flames appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Su Jiuyo, a shocking shriek resounded from Su Jiuyo's body. Su Tianyuan and Su Mu Chen wanted to pursue Long Chen, but they heard Su Jiuyo's shriek. Su Tianyuan immediately turned around and punched Su Jiuyo. The reincarnation energy swept out and finally shook off the spiritual refining flames. Although it was only for an instant, Su Jiuyo was already covered in cold sweat and almost lost his balance. The sword wounds on Su Tianyuan's body had yet to fully recover. To Su Jiuyo, what happened earlier was like a nightmare. He stared blankly at Su Tianyuan. Both of them had looks of disbelief on their faces. They were shining brilliantly, but at this time, they couldn't even capture Long Chen. They had even been injured by his strange counterattack. To anyone, this was something that would never happen. Hundreds of people looked for Long Chen with shocked gazes. From the beginning to the end, Su Xilan's expression didn't change, but Pang Zhong and Bing Qingxue were shocked. This kid isn't simple. It could be said that this was the first time that Long Chen had shocked them with his heaven-defying talent and peerless means. Many people had complicated feelings in their hearts. Right now, the only one chasing after Long Chen was Su Mu Chen. His gaze was calm and unaffected, but Long Chen could feel a great threat from him. Just like last time, he was still suppressing Long Chen. Bas! Long Chen's twin swords attacked. Su Mu Chen didn't say anything and took out his black halberd. Su Mu Chen didn't use the reincarnation energy. The confrontation of pure nirvana energy made Long Chen feel more realistic. Their weapons clashed fiercely. This was the first time that Long Chen had fought alongside Su Mu Chen. Su Mu Chen's terrifying demonic dragon strength and the black halberd had brought him endless pressure. However, this time, Long Chen was no longer without any means to resist. If it was a sneak attack earlier, then Long Chen was now using his true power to fight head-on against Su Mu Chen. The blood-red and black figures crazily fought on the ground. Both of them were violent fighting machines. Their fight brought about a strong visual impact. Wild, arrogant, and direct. Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding rocks exploded from the battle between the two dragon cultivators. Most of the people present were aware of Su Mu Chen's combat strength. However, when they saw that Long Chen was able to fight against Su Mu Chen in a head-on battle, they truly acknowledged this young martial artist. In fact, many of the youths even felt fear in their hearts. His opponents were the martial god ancient city's new generation's three great super powerhouses. In just a few days, Long Chen had climbed to such a height. Or was he really that strong? Long Chen seemed to have gone insane. He had already given his all in his battle with Su Mu Chen. He had even brought out the spiritual refining flame. As the battle continued, his strength continued to rise. But his opponent did not use divine blood seething. Boom! The twin swords violently slashed and shook Su Mu Chen away. In just a short moment, Long Chen looked at his opponent and asked, "Where's your divine blood seething?" Su Mu Chen's black halberd descended from the sky, bringing along the terrifying demonic dragon energy. In an instant, the earth trembled and the underground palace collapsed with dust drifting in the air. "I don't have enough divine blood, so it's a waste to use it," Su Mu Chen coldly said. That was the truth. His divine blood's density was only 5%, far inferior to his two sisters. So it was hard for him to resist the spiritual refining flame. So it was a waste to use it. In his human form, at least for now, Long Chen's strength was on par with him. The twin swords became even more violent. After dodging the opponent's attack with the demonic bloodwings, Long Chen's twin swords burst out with millions of sword images. The might of the heavenly slaughter blood sword was so powerful. As the myriad of sword auras wreaked havoc, everyone couldn't help retreating with brilliant expressions on their faces. "Why don't you turn into a dragon?" Su Mu Chen's cold voice rang out once again. Previously, Long Chen wasn't his opponent, so he let Long Chen off. But this time, perhaps he felt that Long Chen's strength was sufficient. He looked extremely serious. "If you don't turn into a dragon, I won't either." Long Chen braced himself and said. He wasn't conceited, but he knew in his heart that Su Mu Chen was letting him off a little. Furthermore, Su Mu Chen's divine dragon physique was more mature than his own. If he turned into a dragon, his infant ancestral dragon wouldn't be his opponent. In the midst of their fierce battle, Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo joined the team again. Just when everyone was in shock, Su Xilan suddenly said, "Enough, 3 pieces of trash. Stop." She coldly snorted and stopped the 3 of them from continuing. Su Mu Chen immediately stopped. He glanced at Long Chen and said, "I'm sorry for today. If there's a chance next time, I'll fight with you alone." Perhaps he wasn't satisfied with Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo's team up, so he didn't reveal his killing method. The other 2 felt embarrassed by Su Xilan's decision. They quickly came down and asked, "Fifth Aunt, we're going to subdue him. What's the meaning of this?" Su Xilan said, "Who knows how long you're going to embarrass yourselves? I'm asking you to subdue him, not defeat him. If you can't subdue him instantly, then step back. Don't embarrass yourself." Su Jiuyo was a little angry and said, "Who knew that this little guy had such powerful means?" No one present had expected this. Long Chen had defeated Su Yuyao last time, but the difference between his strength at that time and now was like the difference between heaven and earth. His transformation was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts, and it was too terrifying for anyone. In the sky, the youth covered in blood-red dragon scales landed on the ground. His eyes were still calm. He didn't roar, but his gaze made everyone feel awe for this youth, especially the younger generation. This time, Long Chen had completely defeated their confidence. Of course, this didn't mean that he could defeat a reincarnation tribulation realm expert. He just had a way to make his opponent helpless. The crowd was in an uproar again. Shang Luan said in a strange tone, "The super geniuses of the martial god ancient city don't seem to be of much use. Looks like we'll have to let the children of the Radiance Divine City take action. At that time, we'll see who's stronger." The people of the Radiance Divine City roared with laughter and ridicule. In fact, they didn't have much confidence. Shang Luan waved his hand and said, "Send out 3 people to take this guy down. Let the people of the martial god ancient city see what a true genius is. Who's coming?" He didn't directly call out the names, but arrogantly asked them to step out. This move was full of mockery. Su Xilan sneered and said, "No need to trouble you, I'll do it myself." As soon as these words came out, everyone present finally quieted down. Su Xilan was a present-age expert. If she really put down her pride to deal with Long Chen, then it was almost a foregone conclusion. That's good. Young City Lord Su Xilan will definitely not go easy on him. Shang Luan said with a smile. The people of the martial god ancient city retreated. Su Xilan lightly stepped forward, coming in front of Long Chen. She was like a person who didn't exist in this world. Strange, magical, and her body embodied the true reincarnation power. Compared to her, Su Tianyuan and the others were too inexperienced. Long Chen felt suffocated. This was the real difficulty. The human race wanted to kill the demon race. They wanted to kill Mo Xiaolang. When the new generation could no longer deal with Long Chen, they would not stop, but use real means to deal with Long Chen. That was Su Xilan. She was the junior city lord of an ancient city of demigods, a peak-level character who could shake heaven and earth in the eternal god domain. She could call the wind and summon the rain, and there was nothing she couldn't do. In front of her, Long Chen was just a lowly junior. "I'll give you one last chance. If you kill him, you can be exempted from the punishment. Otherwise, your fate will be terrible." Su Xilan's voice reverberated in Long Chen's ears like a heavy hammer. Long Chen smiled first. His eyes were calm and he was not afraid at all. He said, "I won't die. Su Zhan won't let me die, and neither will you. As long as I'm not dead, you can't do anything to me." These words were even more shocking. Where did he get his courage from? This young man, be it strength or courage, was the best choice. It was a pity that he was with the demon race. Many people felt that it was a pity. Long Chen's cold gaze pierced Su Xilan's inner secret. She knew that Long Chen naturally knew about the martial demon seed. This made things very difficult for her. "No matter what, I'll kill the demon race first, then I'll deal with you." She did not need to think too much. She only knew that Mo Xiaolang was in his divine kingdom. Attack! A strange reincarnation power surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move. This is real power. As he sighed, Long Chen's eyes turned blood-red. He roared in his heart, unwilling to accept this. The dragon soul in his body roared and went berserk. It revealed its unparalleled killing intent to Su Xilan. He was a dragon, but now he could not protect his own brother. He could only be suppressed by the other party. This angered his bloodline, his everything. Long Chen tried his best to maintain his composure. However, the veins on his face were bulging, and his boiling blood couldn't be concealed. Su Xilan appeared in front of him. She stretched out a slender and white finger and pressed it against his chest. Her deep eyes stared into Long Chen's eyes. She said softly, "I realized that maybe it was not the right choice for third brother to let you live." At this moment, she was so enchanting. Long Chen clenched his fists. He suddenly smiled, but the killing intent in his eyes was too strong. It still looked scary. He said, "Su Xilan, you can't do anything to me." "Is that so?" Su Xilan sneered. She clenched her fist and punched Long Chen's chest. A strange power tore a hole in Long Chen's divine kingdom. The huge inner world appeared in front of everyone. When they saw the boundless divine kingdom, they could not believe their eyes. More importantly, there was no demon race in it. There was nothing but endless magnificent mountains and rivers. Chapter 18:15. A whole world. Even with Su Xilan's divine power, she could not see the end of the endless mountains and rivers. Even Long Chen himself did not know how big this world was. Although he could control more and more worlds, compared to the entire endless divine kingdom, it was still too small. Just like the mysterious chaotic divine kingdom in the three great imperial regions, there was no end to it. Su Xilan stood in front of this world, shocked. Unbelievable, she said, her eyes wide and tongue-tied. The people behind her were all blocked by her, so they couldn't see clearly. Among them, Shang Luan was ready to make a move. For the others, they cared more about the demon race in Long Chen's divine kingdom. But for Shang Luan, he wanted the goddess of light. If Pang Zhong and Bing Qingxue hadn't been wary of him, Shang Luan would have pounced on him. To be honest, he was undoubtedly the #1 expert here. Su Xilan, bring out the demon race and the goddess of light. Shang Luan shouted coldly. What was she doing? The others were also curious. At this moment, Su Xilan raised her head and looked at the indifferent young man in front of her. He grinned at her and said, "What? What can you do to me?" Seeing that Su Xilan was speechless, he smiled again and said, "As I said, no one can hurt the people I want to protect, unless you kill me and kill me." He said it calmly, but his tone was firm. However, he would remember the humiliation today and the faces of these people. In the future, he must get back at them. Su Xilan said coldly, "I don't care about your divine kingdom. What about them?" Long Chen said, "If you have the guts, find them yourself." In his divine kingdom, except for the part that he could control, even he couldn't understand or go to the other parts. The formation of this endless divine kingdom was even related to the mysterious dragon Jade. Long Chen even suspected that this was a perfect world, and he could only open the passage to this world and turn a part of it into his divine kingdom. An invisible barrier prevented him from exploring this boundless world by himself. Within Su Xilan's field of vision, there was nothing but mountains and rivers. Long Chen knew that she would not be able to resist. Since she dared to open her own divine kingdom, he would let her try and see if the vast world of the divine kingdom was something she could explore. He believed in the power of the mysterious dragon Jade the most. Although it was now a Dao seal, the dragon Jade Dao seal, Long Chen believed that the dragon Jade Dao seal was not dead. It would help him escape danger. Su Xilan snorted coldly. She tore open the divine kingdom, enlarged the gap, and rushed in. Long Chen's vast and boundless divine kingdom was revealed in front of everyone, shocking them. How could there be such a divine kingdom? This is way too big. It's endless. Everyone was stunned. Where did the goddess of light go? Shang Luan was very anxious. While everyone was still in shock, he suddenly had an idea. With a speed that surpassed Pang Zhong and Bing Qingxue, he escaped into Long Chen's god kingdom. Stop right there. Pang Zhong and Bing Qingxue quickly chased after him. The scene became chaotic. The other three leaders thought about it and decided not to join in the fun. If they did not do it well, they might get into trouble. In an instant, the four experts rushed into their own divine kingdoms. Where are the demons? The goddess of light? In this vast world, they looked at each other in dismay. The great void realm was too mysterious. Even they could not detect it. But the people they wanted were gone. Kid, no matter where you hide them, I will find them. Shang Luan was flustered and exasperated. This divine kingdom was so huge. It was obviously a good place to hide people. The four of them went in 4 different directions at the same time. Who could find the people Long Chen hid the fastest would depend on their luck. The terrifying aura of the 4 experts almost made Long Chen explode. Their strength had long surpassed the limit that Long Chen could bear. He clenched his fists tightly as he watched the 4 great cultivators head towards a region that was beyond his control. What would happen next? Would they reach a region that even Long Chen couldn't control? At this moment, Long Chen felt his forehead heat up. It was not the forehead of his physical body, but the forehead of his primordial spirit. The jade dragon seal in the middle of the massacre seal and time seal was actually burning hot and angry. It was as if someone had violated its taboo. Long Chen was excited. That was the jade dragon seal. This mysterious thing seemed to have moved for the first time since becoming a seal. It was the most mysterious thing that Long Qinglan had left for him. Just as everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen to the 4 experts in the Endless God Kingdom, the Jade Dragon Seal quietly heated up. At this moment, Su Xilan and the others had already reached the edge of Long Chen's control area. An invisible barrier of light blocked their path. "What is this? Kid, you'd better not play any tricks with me. Believe it or not, I will kill you." Shang Luan's body shone with snow-white power, like a god of light, majestic and domineering. No one paid attention to this light barrier. "Break, open it." Feeling the Jade Dragon Seal getting hotter and hotter, Long Chen revealed a surprised smile. If the Jade Dragon Seal could display even the slightest bit of strange power, there might be a chance for today's situation. At this moment, Shang Luan and the others touched the invisible light barrier. They felt the existence of this thing, but they did not care. Buzz! At that moment, everyone felt as if even the world had stopped for a moment. What's going on? Most people were confused. They felt as if their hearts were being suppressed and in extreme pain. Bang! There were 4 consecutive strange sounds. In the God Kingdom, the bodies of the 4 experts suddenly stopped moving. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with pain. Their bodies struggled and even trembled. It was as if their bodies were being crushed by an irresistible weight, causing them to kneel on the ground in pain. Buzz! In the boundless kingdom of gods, a strange energy swept out, sending the 4 experts flying. They landed in front of Long Chen, their eyes rolled up into the back of their heads, and their faces filled with terror. It was as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Their bodies trembled, and if it weren't for the fact that they were trembling, they would have thought that they were 4 corpses lying in front of them. The God Kingdom closed. That burning hot dragon Jade Dao Seal finally rested. But the scene in front of them was so unbelievable. Even Long Chen himself did not expect the Jade Dragon Seal to be so terrifying. The 4 experts were almost at the level of young city lords, super characters who could summon the wind and summon the rain. But now their bodies were twitching, and they were lying at Long Chen's feet, even foaming at the mouth. "Chief Commander, 5th Aunt, 4th Uncle." The crowd was silent for a moment, then they let out earth-shattering screams and screams. They looked at Long Chen in disbelief, then looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. No one had expected this to happen. How is this possible? How is this possible? The remaining 3 chiefs were aware that the 4 of them were on par with them. Didn't that mean that even if they were the ones who entered the little guy's God Kingdom, they would also end up unconscious? The crowd was dumbfounded. They were tongue-tied and stared at Long Chen as if he was a monster. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Unfortunately, there are 3 more. If the remaining 3 chiefs entered the God Kingdom and were knocked unconscious by the Jade Dragon Seal, he would be able to escape. As for his fate, he had no idea. Only then did the vice-commanders and powerful disciples of the various ancient cities of God's descendants realize the seriousness of the matter. They rushed forward to protect their commanders and brought them back to their respective areas. They didn't even dare to attack Long Chen. Instead, they were filled with vigilance and fear. Even the 4 experts were injured to this extent. Who knew if Long Chen had other tricks up his sleeves? However, the murderous intent in their eyes gradually intensified. The crowd turned to look at the other 3 chiefs. Only they could deal with Long Chen. One of the chiefs said, "I'll capture him first and imprison him with my highest heaven prison so that he can't move." What do you think? No one had any objections. The Great Heaven Upper Prison was an ancient Dao artifact that was close to the primordial Dao artifact. It had more than 80 Dao patterns. If Long Chen hadn't displayed his technique earlier, using the Great Heaven Upper Prison to imprison him would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. But now, no one dared to underestimate Long Chen. They were shocked by the mysteriousness and power of this young man. From today onwards, his name would probably shake the 72 gods' descendants. After saying that, the chief cautiously walked towards Long Chen. To be honest, under his suppression, Long Chen could no longer move, let alone escape from his highest heaven prison. He could only keep his anger in his heart. Trap him to death. Don't let him move again. That's right. This kid is very strange. He is a traitor of the human race and deserves to die. Yes, it's best to kill him on the spot. This kind of traitor not only deserves to die, but also his entire family should be exterminated. Kill him, let the demon race under his protection have nowhere to hide, and let the light goddess return to our light divine city. The disdainful faces made Long Chen sneer inwardly. They wanted to force him to the side of the demon race. If I didn't have the blood of a dragon flowing in my body, perhaps I would have surrendered to the demon race. This group of people is really too much. In the face of highest heaven prison, he was ready to be captured. But that did not mean that he no longer resisted. Today's anger could not be quenched. Highest heaven prison. The chief still made his move. At this moment, a bone-numbing sigh entered everyone's ears. What a boring group of people. Shouldn't such a talented and adorable youth be doted on? How can you keep forcing him? This is really not good. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. It was the 4th day of the new year. Today was my sister's birthday. Happy birthday. Chapter 18:16. She had actually come. Or perhaps she had been watching from the side. Ever since she had changed Mo Xiaolong's physical state, she had been following Long Chen. This demon race fox girl was terrifyingly powerful. Long Chen felt that she was even more difficult to deal with than Shang Luan. Since she had appeared, he must be fine. This voice had an endless charm, causing everyone to fall into a trance. Accompanied by the bell-like laughter, everyone felt as if they were sleeping in a beautiful dream. The dream was filled with pink, seductive, and charming, causing them to linger on and forget to leave. And in Long Chen's vision, the fox girl with 9 slender and beautiful tails arrived in front of Long Chen on a pink auspicious cloud. Everyone's eyes were mesmerized, and they could not react for a moment. She could even confuse the chief commander. This demon race fox girl was too strange. When the fox girl arrived, a fragrant wind blew over. The charming colors filled the air, making people feel comfortable all over. Unknowingly, they were immersed in the land of gentleness. This fox girl was such a peerless beauty. She smiled sweetly and swayed her snake-like waist as she slowly walked over to Long Chen. A smile hung on the corners of her pink and tender lips, and her coquettish voice sounded softly. What a coincidence, we meet again. Long Chen's gaze was firm. He looked straight ahead and said, "It is a coincidence. Let's go." She had come to take him away. As for why she did not directly appear before, perhaps this was her goal. She wanted Long Chen to realize his difficulties. The difficulties of bringing Mo Xiaolang, this demon race, along with him. Now that everyone knew that the wild beast beside him was a demon race, they thought that as long as he was in the dragon god domain, he would be endlessly chased. No one would care about his feelings. No matter how much he valued his brotherhood, no matter how unwilling he was, trouble would come one after another, just like today. Boom. As soon as Long Chen said this, many of the god spirit descendants woke up from the confusion of the fox girl, including the 3 leaders. After discovering that the fox girl was a powerful monster race cultivator, their faces were incomparably shocked. In an instant, they were filled with extreme disgust and hatred. Without saying anything, they directly tried to kill her. "You're really annoying." The fox woman gave them a rebuking look. She waved her long sleeves, and a pink aura was released. In an instant, it was like a sea that submerged everyone. The god spirit's descendants were submerged in the rolling pink sea. For a moment, they lost their way, and most of the disciples directly fell to the ground. Despicable. The presidential leaders quickly went to help the fallen disciples. By the time the pink fog dissipated, not only had the fox girl disappeared, but even Long Chen had disappeared. The boundless demonic chi had completely vanished. The disciples who had fallen gradually stood up. The 4 captains who had entered Long Chen's divine kingdom were still lying on the ground, unconscious and twitching. The chaotic scene almost caused the crowd to collapse. They looked at the others in a daze. Most people felt their mouths go dry. "That is, a true demon clan expert," she took Long Chen away. "This traitor, he has already completely surrendered to the demon clan. Such an inhumane fellow is not worthy of being our compatriot. Anyone who sees him should be killed. We can't let him live. He is a disgrace to our human race. Damn traitor. His 9 generations should be exterminated. If the war god ancient city continues to protect him, humph." Although they said they were disgusted, there was nothing they could do. Because the 4 powerhouses had not awakened, the group could only temporarily stop. However, in their impression, the tenacious, mysterious and powerful Long Chen had left an indelible impression. From this day onwards, Long Chen was no longer a nobody. Under the lead of the fox girl, Long Chen passed through the sea of dusky yellow clouds and flew in the sky above the ancient divine desolate land. Finally, he landed on a tall mountain where the wind and clouds were churning. Long Chen was thrown to the ground, but he was able to land steadily. He was not injured today. The violent wind rolled past. Looking back, the fox girl in a gorgeous pink dress was floating in the air. Her 9 tails were like her throne. She was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was graceful and her skin was snow white. She was extremely beautiful. Even in the demon divine region, she was most likely a famous beauty of her generation. She looked at Long Chen with interest and said coquettishly, "Grand Aunt seems to have underestimated you. What secret does your divine kingdom have?" Even the 4 of them suffered. To be honest, seeing that scene, Grand Aunt was scared to death. As she spoke, she patted her full breasts. She looked so terrifying that it made people's hearts burn. As Long Chen looked at her, he pondered about his next plan. Clearly, the other party had come for Mo Xiaolang. Then, there were some things that had to be resolved. As for the matter of the divine kingdom, he did not want to talk about it. "Where is my Xiaolang? Where are you hiding?" Seeing that Long Chen did not answer the matter of the divine kingdom, the fox girl did not make things difficult for him. "Your Xiaolang." Long Chen was a little speechless. This fox girl was too domineering. This was not a good thing. However, he still let Mo Xiaolang come out from the great void realm. Mo Xiaolang was dressed in black, and his expression was heavy. He probably already had a plan. He did not really like this fox girl. He opened his mouth and said, "You and I do not know each other. Can you not make things difficult for us? Today's matter is all because of you. I hope you can return me to my previous state." This majestic demonic aura did not even belong to Mo Xiaolang. He had no idea what this woman had done. After hearing this, the fox girl chuckled and said, "What a cute child. Everyone knows that you are a member of the demonic race. Right now, it doesn't seem to matter whether I remove the demonic mark on you or not. In the dragon god domain, you are already destined to be hated by everyone. Could it be that you still haven't figured it out? With you around, you will only implicate your brother. He will be ostracized by his own kind time and time again. Just like today, who cares about his life or death? Your so-called brotherly love is to kill each other." The last sentence shocked Long Chen and the fox girl. In reality, they were very clear that if it were not for Su Zhan's martial demon seed, Su Xilan would not have protected Long Chen. Then, Long Chen would have been killed by them without hesitation. He was still young. How could he compare to such a peerless expert? Unwise attempts to keep him would only cause both sides to fall into an irreversible stalemate. They might even have to pay with their lives. Seeing that the 2 of them had finally fallen silent, the fox girl's expression also calmed down. She said, "I am not a bad person. You have moved me very much. I also feel sorry for you. It is just that you have suffered too much, so I want to point out a bright path for you. You just need to listen. Wait for me to finish, then you can decide." Since she had become serious, Long Chen and the fox girl did not say anything else. The fox girl faintly smiled, her expression soul-stirring. She said, "First of all, the hatred between the human race and the monster race is absolutely irreconcilable. You have already been exposed, so if you insist, then even if I remove the imprint, what can I do? In your divine kingdom, he can only live a life of imprisonment without freedom. Let me ask you, Long Chen, is restricting your brother's development what you call friendship?" Long Chen could not answer this question. Today's encounter was, in fact, destined to happen the moment he stepped into the Eternal God domain and the Star Soul Supervisor had warned him. The fox girl continued, "As for Xiao Lang, your existence will only bring endless trouble to your brother. True brothers only need to help each other at critical moments. For the rest of the time, you should work hard to provide the greatest help to each other. When you grow to the peak in your respective fields, you will be able to control the human race and the Yao race. At that time, no one will be able to control you." What she said was indeed correct. After all, Long Chen had already fallen into a dead end in the Dragon God domain. Seeing that they were all like children who had done something wrong, the fox girl chuckled and said, "You are all good children. The more I look at you, the more I like you. Decide what you want to do. You don't need to worry about losing contact. Don't you have star talismans? Prepare a few more star talismans, and even if you are not in the same place, you can always contact each other. Star talismans. Long Chen smiled bitterly. He had come from the dragon sacrificial continent, so he did not know that the eternal god domain star talismans were widely used. In other words, as long as they had star talismans, no matter where they were, they could always communicate with each other. They would no longer be like Mo Xiaolang when he went to the desolate emperor's domain without any news. Compared to that time, the situation this time was much better. As for Xiaolang, he has my protection in the demon god domain. Do you think there will be any problems? He is a natural genius with a mutated bloodline. With my nurturing, his achievements will only leave you far behind. Right now, he seems to be just your little brother, a cute and simple but stupid supporting character. The fox girl smiled with some schadenfreude. Mo Xiaolang glared and said, "Don't talk nonsense. My achievements today are mostly due to my big brother. We don't need you to sow discord between us." Long Chen said, "She's just joking. Don't mind it." The fox girl rolled her eyes and said, "I will bring him to the demon god domain and give you Long Chen a keepsake. As long as you have my keepsake, when you arrive at the demon god domain, our demon race will also welcome you. Don't worry, the demon race is much cuter than your inflexible and bloody human race. We won't kill people indiscriminately." In order to trick Mo Xiaolang away, the fox girl could be said to have used all her skills. Her words had indeed brought a great shock to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Although they were somewhat reluctant, fate was like this. It was time to make a decision. Mo Xiaolang pondered for a while and said, "My big brother actually doesn't want to stay in the dragon god domain. Since that's the case, if you have the ability, wouldn't it be better to bring us to the demon god domain?" Although Long Chen's goal was the Eternal Dragon City, he currently did not have the qualifications to enter the Eternal Dragon City, and there was no place for him in the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants. Chapter 1817. Is that so? Long Chen was not surprised. Su Zhan had a well-thought-out plan, so Su Xilan was not worried. Moreover, she could pass by the place where he was refining the god's bone. There must be something strange. The fox girl nodded and said, "How can I deceive you? You have offended someone in Martial God Ancient City. This person's strength is terrifying, and everything about you is under his control. My action this time is a top secret of the demon race. If it wasn't for Xiao Lang, I wouldn't have exposed myself just now. If I am intercepted by him, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble, which will only bring harm to me. Therefore, I absolutely cannot take you away." Now that he was faced with Mo Xiaolang's matter, Long Chen could only put his own matters aside, regardless of Su Zhan's actions. The fox girl looked at Mo Xiaolang with her bright pink eyes and said coquettishly, "That's about it. Obedient Xiaolang, you have to agree to my request and come with me. I'm such a delicate beauty, you won't refuse me, right?" As she said this, she winked. Ordinary men would have already been numb, but Mo Xiaolang did not fall for this at all. He bit his lips and fell into an extreme struggle. Go. Long Chen had already made a decision in his heart. It was true that he did not like to separate, but this was the price of being young and weak. It could not be reversed. It was also for Mo Xiaolang to find something that belonged to him. This was not submission, but also a kind of love. If Long Chen really regarded him as a brother, he should let him find his own life, instead of treating Long Chen's life as his own. Just like in the 3 great emperor domains, we can grow to the peak. Long Chen said firmly. Mo Xiaolang still clenched his teeth. He finally looked at the fox girl coldly and said, "The expert who controls my brother with a secret technique will bring him endless trouble. I can't be alone. If he is left to fight alone and cannot escape death, then I would rather die with him." He spoke very hurriedly, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious how much he was struggling. If he really had to leave, the thing he was most worried about was Long Chen's safety, because he could almost foresee that in the battle with Su Zhan, it would be impossible for Long Chen to win, and there was no way out at all. Long Chen retorted, "This is my problem. I have the ability to solve it myself. Who said that I will definitely die? You don't even believe me about this." His tone was equally resolute. This was the first time they had such a harsh conflict. Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists tightly and looked at Long Chen resentfully. For the first time, He did not retreat and did not obey Long Chen's arrangement. What two adorable children! At this time, the fox girl smiled charmingly. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Extremely enchanting. How about this? In order to deal with you two troublesome fellows, I'll reveal a little secret to you. Long Chen, don't let me leak it out. You should know that I really trust you. Little secret. The two of them stopped quarreling and waited for her explanation. The fox girl said, "Do you know how many people from our monster race came to the ancient land of the divine wilderness and why?" The two of them shook their heads. The fox girl said with some pride, "I was the one who brought the Nian beast. In fact, there are only a few of my friends. The operation was naturally planned by the higher-ups. We used the Nian beast to disturb your ancestral worship team and create chaos. In fact, our real goal was to kill a person from your human race, but we failed and underestimated the difficulty of this mission. Of course, we are just making a small ruckus and putting on an act." Kill a person. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were very puzzled. What kind of person was it that was worth the monster race coming all the way here to ambush and kill him? The fox girl said with some emotion, "Haven't you heard of the 20-year-old Di Yub from Dijun Divine City?" Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had just arrived, so it was naturally impossible for them to know such a person. They shook their heads. The fox girl scratched her head in distress and said, "You two are really troublesome fellows. Di is the treasure of all of you humans. He was born with the ancestral bloodline and inherited 80% of the bloodline of the primordial god Di Jun, who is known as the #1 god in all of eternity among the 72 ancient gods. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the son of a god. Di Jun was the pinnacle of the human race in the primordial age. He was above ancient god Dipankara, primeval god, true god Qing Su, Empress Myrtlestar, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, and other primordial gods. This Di is simply an impossible miracle. But he has really appeared. It can be said that although he is only 20 years old, he is the only person in the past million years that countless people believe will definitely become a god. Even the first dragon emperor of Eternal Dragon City put down his pride and accepted him as a disciple. He also promised that when Di reaches the rebirth realm, he will give him a portion of the ultimate divine dragon's blood essence. The #1 ancient god, 80% god's blood essence, the first dragon emperor, ultimate divine dragon, 20 years old. When these words were combined together, they formed an absolute impact and brought a deep shock to Long Chen. When Lingxi appeared with 80% god's blood essence, it had already shocked him. He did not expect that there would be someone even more heaven-defying. This so-called Di Jun must be stronger than the Su Nu. After all, the Su Nu did not even leave behind the ancient city of divine descendants. Lingxi's appearance was also an accident. Long Chen thought that it could not be replicated, but he did not expect that an even stronger existence would appear in the dragon god domain. Di Jun's cultivation was definitely close to the level of the ancestral dragon. In that case, this Di's talent should be very close to Long Chen's. Although Long Chen was weak in terms of talent, he had 2 ancestral dragon bodies, so he was definitely the #1 genius in all of history. Even that Di might not be able to compare to him. However, Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline could not be revealed. Long Qinglan was no longer around, and there was no one to protect him. He did not have any backing, and if he were to reveal it, it would only bring about endless disasters. Therefore, he and Di were destined to have different lives. Although Di Jun Divine City has covered it up very well, this child is really too monstrous. Today, 20 years later, the news has still been leaked. When we heard this news, the upper echelons of the Demon Divine region were shocked, and we realized that a crisis was coming. If this child is allowed to become a god, it can be said that the Demon Divine region is about to face a catastrophe. Given the hatred that the descendants of the god spirits have for us, even the demon race will be completely annihilated. The birth of Di had actually caused such a terrifying shock. This was a true peerless genius. For such a person to appear in the human race, not only would Di Jun Divine City treat him as a treasure, the 5 great dragon cities would also do their best to help him, and the 72 ancient cities of god descendants would also serve him. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. They were both super geniuses, but he was even more heaven-defying. He had climbed from the dragon vein realm to where he was now, but his experience with Di was completely different. Even now, he could not reveal the matter of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. In this world, he did not trust the upper echelons of the human race. He only trusted Long Qinglan. Eternal Dragon City, the first Dragon Emperor. This must be the person who had replaced Long Qinglan. Long Chen gritted his teeth, and a fiery torrent surged in the depths of his heart. In fact, this was not much of a secret. It was likely that the human race already knew the movements of the monster race like the back of their hands. The fox girl pondered for a moment, and then sighed. Although your human race's development is slow, and you still rely on the ancestral god's blood and the divine dragon's blood essence, from time to time, super geniuses will be born. For example, Du this time, and the previous Eternal Dragon Emperor, both of them scared us to death. If Du reaches the level of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he will almost be invincible in the Eternal God realm. If he can really become a god, then he will be even more terrifying. The Eternal Dragon Emperor, this undefeated legend, is already terrifying enough. When this familiar name was mentioned again by the fox girl, Long Chen could hardly suppress the excitement and impulses in his heart. His eyes were red, and his hands were tightly clenched together. The Eternal Dragon Emperor, the undefeated legend. Long Chen choked several times, but he did not let the tears flow out of his eyes. Instead, he calmly wiped them away. He'd thought Long Qinglan had vanished without a trace a long time ago. He hadn't expected his legend to be everywhere in the Eternal God domain. Aya, let's not talk about him. Every time I talk about the Eternal Dragon Emperor, my heart will ripple. No, I can't talk about it anymore. It's just that in this world, it is impossible for such an unparalleled hero to appear again. Moreover, Du's temperament, compared to the Eternal Dragon Emperor, is really too different. But he is still just a child. The fox girl began to chatter, and after a long time, she finally extricated herself from her infatuated state. Seeing the unconcealable excitement in Long Chen's eyes, she exclaimed, "Hey, I have seen the portrait of the Eternal Dragon Emperor before. How come you have his charm?" "It's a coincidence." Long Chen sorted out his thoughts. His heart was in turmoil, and he changed the topic. "Is that all the secrets you mentioned?" The fox girl smiled awkwardly. "Of course not. I'm just explaining to you that the battlefield of the gods will be open for a year, and this operation was proposed by the spirit race of the spirit god realm." The fox girl smiled awkwardly. "Of course not, I'm just explaining it to you. The battlefield of the gods will be open for a year, and this operation was proposed by the spirit realm spirit race. We're just showing our sincerity. Within a year, there will be spirit realm spirit race experts coming. They'll dispatch true experts. In order to kill Du, I'm afraid they've gone mad. Among the spirit realm's experts, there's a close friend of mine. When the time comes, I'll contact him and have him bring you to the spirit realm. The spirit race is the race closest to the human race. There's almost no difference between them. Moreover, they don't discriminate against the human race, but the human race bullies them. If you go to the spirit race, then the human race experts that planted the secret technique on you won't be able to do anything to you." It could be said that Long Chen knew nothing about the spirit race. Chapter 18:18. As for loyalty. As a human, Long Chen should work hard for the revival of the human race. The monster race and the spirit race were the enemies of the human race. Now that Long Chen had learned of such a big secret, he should have informed the upper echelons of the human race. But he would not. First of all, he had no sense of belonging to the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants. He came from the dragon sacrificial continent, and the human race of the eternal god realm was not everything in his heart. Second, the enemies of Long Chen were the human race. The other party's ultimate goal was to kill Du. Although Du was the hope of the human race, he was not Long Chen's hope. Therefore, no matter what, he would keep the secret of the spirit race. In order to take Mo Xiaolang away and reassure Long Chen, the fox girl had revealed such a high-level secret. It was clear how much she valued and trusted the two of them. "Your name is Ruashi." Long Chen seemed to have heard her name. It was a very beautiful name, like a tide, just like her appearance. The fox girl Ruashi smiled charmingly and corrected him. "You should call me Big Sister Rushi." "How rude." "Not Great Aunt." Long Chen smiled. Since the other party was so sincere, then this matter was settled. "Xiaolang, don't worry. I won't be defeated so easily. Start your own life. The next time we meet, we will see who has improved more," he said in a teasing tone. After hearing about the spirit race, the last worry in Mo Xiaolong's heart finally disappeared. He still looked at the fox girl Ruashi with a serious expression and said, "If the spirit race cannot take my big brother away, then no matter what I must come back." All right, cute little fellow. Since I have said it, I will not go back on it." Ruashi looked at Mo Xiaolang with interest. Overall, she was a good person. She did not use violence but patiently won over Long Chen and Mo Xiaolong's goodwill. Mo Xiaolang hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. By making this decision, he had already let go of more. "Big brother, just as you said, we all have to go further on our own paths," he said with a determined look in his eyes. Long Chen smiled in satisfaction. Perhaps this was already the best outcome. At least Mo Xiaolang was not discovered in advance. If it was before the martial demon seed, perhaps even Su Zhan would not have been able to protect Long Chen. Next, the two of them each held a star amulet. With the star talisman, it wouldn't be a problem to keep in touch at all times. Mo Xiaolang would also be able to keep track of Long Chen's situation at all times. There was also another matter, which was the issue of the token of the fox girl Ruashi when Long Chen arrived at the demon god region in the future. She revealed a sly smile and stared at Long Chen. She pouted and said, "Turn around." Occasionally, she would reveal this unruly and cute side, which was also quite charming. Although Long Chen didn't know what she wanted to do, this person dared to tell him that the spirit race was about to cause trouble, so she was trustworthy. He turned around. The fox girl stretched out her delicate hand and gently patted his buttocks. She smiled and said, "That's enough." Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Following her action, a round pink brand about 2 centimeters in diameter appeared on his buttocks. It glowed with a fluorescent light, and within the brand was an extremely beautiful 9-tailed fox. This was the token she was talking about. This is the heavenly fox token of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. If you hold it, you will be able to enjoy the highest level of treatment in the demon race. You will be an absolute friend of the demon race. You must take good care of it and don't take it off me. Ruashi smiled coquettishly and winked at Long Chen, full of charm. She was extremely charming, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. However, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang weren't moved by her at all. Right now, their hearts were filled with deep sorrow. Although there were many opportunities for them to meet, it seemed to be far away in the future. Thousands of words were condensed into 2 words. Take care. The two hugged each other and patted each other's back. There's one more thing. Mo Xiaolang stared at Ruashi and said, "There's someone who wants to accompany me." Yen Er, come out. In the great virtual realm, Xueqi was already sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, Long Chen was very careful. He didn't let Dong Huang Lu Feng know the story between them. Xueqi came here with Mo Xiaolang. Their relationship was different from Long Chen and Lingxi. They were still in a relatively young and inexperienced stage. Of course, Long Chen understood that Xueqi liked Mo Xiaolang. Now that he heard that Mo Xiaolang wanted to bring Xueqi away, Long Chen felt very gratified. Although Mo Xiaolang didn't know how to express his emotions, he was still full of emotions. After seeing Xueqi, fox girl Ruashi's expression became a little strange. She said, as expected, "There's a half-demon existence." Seeing the change in her expression, Long Chen asked, "Half-demon, what's the problem?" Xueqi was once turned into a saintess by the Northern Dark Serpent clan using a secret technique. She fused with the 9 colors primordial snake. She had a human body and a serpent tail that could change into 9 colors. Ruashi shook her head and said, "Humans and demons hate each other. Half-demons are naturally intolerable. If a half-demon is born from the union of humans and demons, the offspring will most likely be killed. Even if they survive, they will be quite pitiful." Long Chen didn't think of this problem. He brought Xueqi here so that she wouldn't suffer. Thus, he said, "Even so, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect them." Ruashi was silent for a while before saying, "That's indeed not a problem. But if she shows up, she will definitely be discriminated against. It's better if she doesn't go to my demon race." Just as she said this, Mo Xiaolang suddenly hugged Soyan's petite body in his arms. This was a bold move that he never dared to do. At this moment, he said with incomparable firmness, "No matter what happens, no matter what discrimination, no matter who doesn't like me, I will firmly be with her. She will follow me." This sentence was said very firmly, sonorous and forceful. In Mo Xiaolong's heart, there was also something that he was persistent about. Big brother Xiaolang. Xueqi heard the words of discrimination. She had already given up, but she didn't expect him to be so resolute. Her nose turned sour and tears flowed down. Her delicate body gently trembled in Mo Xiaolong's arms. You like her? She was a little surprised. It was obvious that she was tangled in her heart. She no longer had the joking appearance from before. Mo Xiaolang nodded. He said to Long Chen, big brother, don't worry. I will take care of her. If anything happens to Yan, I will bring my head to see you. Long Chen naturally knew that because of Soyan's matter, his trip to the demon race would not be peaceful. He might even be ostracized and ridiculed. Even she seemed to be unable to accept a half-demon. It could be seen what kind of situation the demon race was in. However, Long Chen believed in Mo Xiaolang. In the place that belonged to him, he would definitely blossom with brilliance that others couldn't match. He would make those people shut their mouths. With Xueqi following him, Long Chen could rest assured. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Thousands of words could only be condensed into 2 words. Do your best. She sighed and said, all right, since you have decided, then you have to bear this responsibility. At first, she had some misgivings. However, seeing that Xueqi seemed to be quite pitiful, she shut her mouth to avoid hurting this girl. However, what she was thinking in her heart, in fact, everyone knew. Yan, believe me. Mo Xiaolang held her shoulder tightly and whispered in her ear. All right. Xueqi gently nodded. Time was up. They waved goodbye to Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, we will miss you guys. You and big sister Lingxi must be very happy. Separation was still painful. Although Soyan was very hard-working, her tears still flowed down uncontrollably. Goodbye. Lingxi was still unconscious and couldn't say goodbye to them. In the end, she still brought them along and left with the wind. When they left, Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi kept looking at Long Chen on the lonely peak. The tenacious Mo Xiaolang, after this helplessly parting, still had tears in his eyes. These two could be considered as Long Chen's younger siblings. Perhaps today was a happy day for them. Because the layer of separation was finally broken. 2 people who weren't good at expressing themselves came together. There was no oath of undying love, only the 3 words, believe me. This time, they stepped onto a different life. What would happen in 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years? What would their fate be? No one could know. Until their figures completely disappeared, Long Chen felt a wave of loneliness. Some things should be cut off too quickly, but Long Chen couldn't cut off today. Boss, I'm sorry for your loss. The more miserable things haven't come yet. Kitten slipped out of the great void realm. In this desolate atmosphere, he held his waist and laughed, ruining the atmosphere. What do you mean? Long Chen couldn't help but want to beat him up. Kitten laughed and said, forget it, I won't scare you anymore. Actually, it's a great thing. Do you want to hear it? Long Chen glared at him and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Kitten laughed strangely and said, that is. From today onwards, no one will disturb you and the little beauty Lingxi's lovey-dovey. You can reproduce anywhere, in the rivers, in the flowers, on the grass, and so on. No one will stay in your God kingdom and hinder you. You can do it as many times as you want. Don't you think this is a great thing? Once Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi left, it would indeed be more convenient. Long Chen was speechless at this kind of person. However, he was indeed a good person. He successfully eased the knot in Long Chen's heart. He smiled and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't I still have you? Kitten said, I'm leaving too. Long Chen was just joking with him, but he didn't expect such a thing. His expression froze and he said, you're not joking. Kitten laid on the ground and rested his head on his arms. He sighed and said, after coming here, I'm sure that I've lost a lot of my memories. Many of my memories are inexplicable and often chaotic. Now, I don't even know what I am. Am I a reincarnated divine beast? Did I really fight with the void cosmic dragon? There are so many questions that I can't answer. This world hides my memories. I have to find them and solve many of my doubts. Long Chen shook his head and said, I can accompany you to find them. Chapter 18-19. The silly dog was referring to the spiritual snow hound. Kitten rarely spoke in such a serious manner. What he meant was that going out to pick up girls was not an excuse. The most important thing was to search for his memories and the things that he had lost. Long Chen could understand him. They're all leaving. He also sat on the lonely peak and looked at the rolling wind and clouds. He said, "All right, go. Take a star talisman with you and keep in touch at all times. No matter where you go, no matter what trouble you cause, I will always be there for you." He had already thought it through. There would only be reunion when there was separation. Rather than letting him follow him and take risks, it was better to let him do what he longed for. Kitten was different from Mo Xiaolang. His existence was a mystery that even he himself didn't know. Long Chen knew that he must be eager to figure out these things. It was a pity that Long Chen couldn't help him now because he also had a very important mission in his heart. They weren't Lingxi, who could abandon everything and follow him unwaveringly until death. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Work hard and try to get me a fat boy the next time I come back. Although it's not easy for an ancestral dragon to reproduce, I've been with him for more than 10 years. Kitten smiled evilly. "Get lost. I won't send you off." Long Chen kicked him away. Kitten dissipated in the wind. "Boss, take care. You must stay alive." His last voice came from the wild storm. It was a little hoarse and lonely. Obviously, he was also very reluctant. But life was like this. There were some things that one had to do. Facing the vast wind, Long Chen was a little dazed. Kitten's last words gave him great strength. His heart began to burn. Yes, even if it was for this shameless guy, he had to be strong and live on. Otherwise, if the two brothers came back to look for him in the future, but couldn't find him, then how anxious and painful they would be. Friendship, love and family. All of these were entangled in Long Chen's heart. As for his brothers, he hoped that they could work hard and rise together, treating each other with sincerity. He was determined to protect his lover. He would not allow this woman who had followed him until death to suffer even the slightest harm. As for his father, he was even more determined to fulfill his father's last wish. He would clear his name, wash away his humiliation and misunderstanding, and create a glory that would make him proud. Fight, fight. Facing the strong wind, Long Chen was like a gigantic beast circling around a lone peak. He let out a crazy roar. His voice penetrated the ancient land of the divine wilderness and pierced through the sky. One day, it would cause the world to tremble. The gale dissipated. Although he had not experienced the nirvana tribulation, Long Chen felt as if he had been reborn. He discovered that he was filled with energy. In his hand, the spiritual snow hound barked, becoming his only companion. Little she has almost recovered. It's about time for him to wake up. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. What was he going to do next? Within a year, the spirit race would come to pick him up. Then, he only needed to stay here for a year. If the spirit race wanted to deal with Du, they would definitely do it before the end of the ancestral worship. And before that, Su Zhen would definitely not let Long Chen die. Therefore, even if he were to mix in with the teams of the divine descendants, there would not be any problem. At this time, the people who should come still came. Su Xilan and the others had been injured in Long Chen's divine kingdom. They had already recovered. When they heard that Long Chen had been taken away by the demon race, they were greatly shocked. They hurriedly led the teams of the 7 divine cities to chase after him. Su Xilan most likely knew the location of Long Chen, so she chased after him in a straight line. Under the lonely peak, a cloud of dust rose. In the blink of an eye, the 7 divine cities led all the surviving disciples of their respective divine cities to arrive in front of Long Chen. Because they were afraid of the fox girl, they were not in a hurry to attack. However, hundreds of people were nervously staring at Long Chen. Their faces were filled with anger, but there was also an unconcealable panic, which was somewhat ridiculous. Su Xilan and the other experts did not sense the presence of the demon race's fox girl. They were puzzled. Seeing that Long Chen's expression was calm and had no intention of escaping, Su Xilan took a step forward and asked, "Long Chen, where is nine-tailed celestial fox?" Long Chen still needed Su Xilan to protect him, so he naturally would not quarrel with her, so he said, "She's gone." Everyone also noticed that the majestic demon qi on Long Chen's body had also disappeared. Su Xilan did not completely believe him. She asked again, "Where is your demon race friend?" He was taken away by that demon race expert back to the demon immortal region. Long Chen answered honestly. Bullshit. He must have hidden her. Someone roared heartbreakingly. Su Xilan also did not dare to fully believe it. The 7 experts first surrounded the lonely peak and checked almost every inch of it. Finally, they confirmed that the demon race's foxgirl was indeed not around. As for Long Chen's divine kingdom, they did not dare to touch it. Su Xilan stopped checking and asked suspiciously, I'll ask you again, where are they? Long Chen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'll answer you again. They've all left. Are they going to wait here for you to kill them? Although his attitude was not respectful enough, the 7 experts almost believed him. The demon race certainly did not dare to be too brazen in the human race's territory. The demon race has all left. Are you the only one left? Su Xilan said to herself. The disciples of the divine cities all looked at Long Chen with hostility. Almost none of them had a good impression of Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen had long been associated with the words, traitor of the human race and lunatic. They cursed at him. It's good that he's gone. Your backer is gone. Let's see how miserable you are. Yes, don't let go of this traitor of the human race. This kind of slut should be cut into pieces. That's right. This kind of traitor is not worthy of being a member of the human race. Let's kill him. Most of the people who said these words were from the Light Divine City. Long Chen had taken their goddess of light. To them, this was an unforgivable and heinous crime. The scene suddenly became heated. Among the 7 experts, Shang Luan of the Light Divine City had a gloomy look on his face. His eyes were cold. At this moment, he suddenly attacked Long Chen. His first move was a killing move. Long Chen was not afraid, because Su Xilan already knew that Shang Luan would make a move. Shi Pangzhong and Bing Qingxue surrounded Shang Luan in an instant, and the 3 of them instantly fell into a chaotic battle. I'm going to kill the traitor of the human race. Why are you stopping me? Shang Luan shouted crazily as he fought. This was a battle between experts of the reincarnation tribulation realm. They instantly escaped into the sky. The aftermath of the battle swept out. Suddenly, heaven and earth collapsed and sand flew wildly. For a moment, it seemed that the whole world was in turmoil. Not many people present could clearly see where the 4 people were fighting. Boom, boom, boom. The ground burst open. Experts of the reincarnation tribulation realm were really terrifying. Shang Luan was also very powerful. Su Xilan and the other 2 could only stop him. As for the others who did not dare to make a move, everyone knew that Su Xilan wanted to protect Long Chen, while Shang Luan's target was the goddess of light. This was a conflict between them, and there was no need to get involved. As the 4 experts fought, the young people of the various divine cities also became restless. They clamored one after another, forming the momentum of a chaotic battle. In the sky, the battle between the 4 experts was getting more and more intense. Long Chen could not even stand still. He deeply understood that any one of the 4's power could tear him apart. Therefore, he consciously left the lonely peak and escaped into the crowd using the time dragon to avoid being hurt by the aftermath of the battle. Looking up, the entire sky was filled with the power of the heavenly Tao. The reincarnation tribulation realm was the true path to becoming a god. The nirvana tribulation realm was only the foundation of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Nirvana rebirth was the first step in order to pass through the 9 reincarnations and finally become a god. The 9 reincarnations were the truly terrifying heavenly Tao. High in the sky, the 4 experts were like gods overlooking the common people. The power of reincarnation swept out, destroying karma and causing the common people to be in turmoil. Every move they made mobilized the origin of heaven and earth and changed the structure of matter. It could be said that their combat power was extraordinary. Although Long Chen had not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm and could not see the battle clearly, he had also benefited a lot from opening the door to the reincarnation tribulation realm. In his mind, there seemed to be countless insights. These memory fragments would be of great help to Long Chen when he reached the reincarnation tribulation realm in the future. A huge boom reverberated throughout the ancient land of the divine wilderness. The leader of the team was leading the battle. This was an unprecedented and bizarre event. This huge tremor also caused Ling Shi, who had collapsed in the great void realm due to using the god blood seething, to slowly wake up. She propped up her slender body and stood up, rubbing her head. Her snow-white skin was crystal clear, exuding an intoxicating luster. The god spirit aura on her body had also become much denser. Now that she had gone through this deep sleep, she had undergone a shocking transformation. Chen. Finally, Lingxi completely regained consciousness, but she still looked a little haggard. However, in terms of beauty, she seemed to be even more charming. She was like a fairy that was above the 9 heavens, comparing all the women in the world. Long Chen was watching the battle and did not expect her to wake up. He was overjoyed. "It's good that you've recovered. It's good that you've recovered." Long Chen was overjoyed. The person who had accompanied him was finally fine. Lingxi looked around, her expression changing. She knew that Long Chen's escape plan had failed, and Mo Xiaolang had disappeared. Seeing that she was confused, Long Chen told her everything that had happened while she was unconscious. "So that's how it is." The ending was not as bad as he had imagined. A tender look appeared in Lingxi's eyes as she consoled, "Big brother Chen, they will all be better off. Furthermore, little she will never leave you. I will accompany you for the rest of my life. I will accompany you for all of my time." Long Chen did not say much. He just smiled. He was already very satisfied to have such a beautiful woman in his life. If the Light Divine City wanted to take Lingxi away, they would have to exchange their lives for it. The two did not need to say much to know each other's thoughts. From today onwards, it was time for them to fight and live and die together. Chapter 18-20. During the battle, the star talisman connected to Mo Xiaolang flashed. Long Chen took it out and saw that the runes on the star talisman twisted and formed into Mo Xiaolang's appearance. He was currently in a pink space. "Big brother, I'm following her. Are you all right?" He was concerned about what would happen next. He was worried and asked. Long Chen smiled. "Don't worry, everything is under control. Don't worry." This was the first time they communicated using star talismans. With this magical thing, they could generally maintain communication at any time in the future. After a while, Kitten's star talisman also flashed. They had just left, but they were all worried about Long Chen. Of course, Kitten asked, "Big brother, you're not dead yet, right? Do you need me to come back and collect your corpse?" Long Chen was almost angered to death. "Scram, go find your female cat." "Wrong. I'm already a human now." Kitten chuckled. They were all in good condition. Long Chen put away the star talisman and exchanged a look with Lingxi. There was endless gentleness in each other's eyes. "Kill Long Chen." At this moment, someone from Radiant's Divine City suddenly clamored. The 4 teams that had been eyeing each other like tigers watching their prey instantly fell into chaos because of the battle between the 4 leaders. The people of the Radiant's Divine City couldn't hold back any longer and started to fight. However, they were soon dumbfounded. Where did Long Chen go? Just as they were dumbfounded, the battle with the War God Ancient City, Profound Ice Divine City, and Giant Miracle Divine City was ignited. The battle between the 2 sides quickly flared up. Long Chen was caught in the middle of this chaotic battle. With the time-roaming dragon, no one could discover him. "Since you hate me so much, I'll add fuel to the fire." He took out the god-slaying sword and charged towards the people who were clamoring the loudest in Radiant's Divine City. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Amidst the battle, the Radiant's Divine City's people's arms flew off one after another, and they fell to the ground screaming in pain. Long Chen specifically targeted those whose strength had not reached the Samsara Tribulation realm. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had lost their arms to him. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, scaring the people of the Radiant's Divine City. They had a total of 6 or 7 young Samsara realm martial artists, but they couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Run! Under Long Chen's cold-blooded attacks, the disciples of the Radiant's Divine City fled in panic. Back when Long Chen was fighting with Su Mu Chen's group, they were already frightened in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw Long Chen appearing and disappearing mysteriously and ruthlessly, no one was a match for him and they all retreated in defeat. "Run, he's coming." For a time, Long Chen's name struck fear into their hearts. As for those young Samsara realm martial artists, they were powerful, and Long Chen didn't dare to confront them head-on. However, they also couldn't catch up to Long Chen, nor could they see through the time dragon. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly. This was also because Long Chen didn't kill them. If he hardened his heart, apart from those Samsara realm martial artists, How many people from the Radiance Divine City would be able to survive? Because of Long Chen's existence, the people of the Radiance Divine City were scared witless and fled in panic. The people of the three divine cities finally stopped and roared with laughter. At the same time, they felt that Long Chen wasn't that hateful anymore. Those who were clamoring to kill Long Chen were, in fact, the people of the Radiance Divine City. The only thing they couldn't forgive was Long Chen's arrogant character, and he even mingled with the demon race. Therefore, even so, the people of the martial god ancient city didn't stand with Long Chen. Suddenly, a snow-white ray of light landed on the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and more than 80% of the disciples fell to the ground, covered in dust. Long Chen could only barely stand. A huge crater with a diameter of over 1,000 meters appeared in front of him, and the ground cracked. In a stable world like the eternal life sacred domain, one had to have a certain level of ability to create such an effect. Long Chen was far from that level. The one who fell to the depths of the crater was Shang Luan. His clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. Although he was the strongest, it was still very difficult for him to fight against three people alone. At this time, the three great experts also descended in front of Long Chen. All of them were pale and exhausted, but they were in a better state than Shang Luan. Shang Luan struggled to get up, and he looked at them and Long Chen with resentment. Then, he also saw the miserable state of the Radiance Divine City's team. Many young disciples were frightened by Long Chen. They were the future hope of the Radiance Divine City. Su Xilan stabilized her aura, and said coldly, Shang Luan, if you want to kill the people of my martial god ancient city, you have to at least get my permission. Shang Luan's face was ferocious, and he coldly snorted, don't explain. You guys are harboring a traitor. Although I have failed today, I will seek justice when we reach Twilight God Bay. Su Xilan, and the two of you, prepare to accept the joint judgment of the 72 divine cities, and you Long Chen. He licked his lips with his tongue, and an evil smile appeared on his face. You're dead. Don't celebrate too early. You've betrayed the human race, and openly became brothers with the demon race. Everyone can see that you've committed a capital crime, and your woman will definitely be the radiance goddess of my Radiance Divine City. Just wait and see. Today, I, Shang Luan, will be defeated by the three of you. In the future, you will know how terrifying I am. Let's meet again at Twilight God Bay. After saying that, Shang Luan led the Radiance Divine City's team away, and for the first time, he left the team with hatred in his eyes. The ruthless words they said before they left made many disciples tremble in fear. But Long Chen didn't take it seriously. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Shang Luan was, he was just a clown, and he couldn't do anything to him. Although the martial god ancient city was weak, they wouldn't easily compromise. The descendants of the gods all cared about their reputation. After the Radiance Divine City left, the other three divine cities also planned to leave. They bade farewell to Su Xilan and left. They weren't on the same side as the martial god ancient city, so there was no need for them to get involved. After they left, only the first three teams were left. Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes finally stopped on Long Chen. In fact, many people didn't understand why Su Xilan would protect Long Chen again and again. Even now, she didn't say anything. She directly discussed with Pang Zhong and the others, and then led the team on their way to the Divine Sea. Twilight God Bay was a coast of the Divine Sea, and it was also the place where all the teams of the 72 divine descendants gathered. It was the only place where they could cross the Divine Sea. Those powerful teams might have already reached Twilight God Bay. There were about 3 days left. This place wasn't far from Twilight God Bay. What happened during this period of time had deviated too much from Long Chen's calculations. He didn't expect that he would eventually have to go to the Divine Sea. The surrounding young disciples, none of whom dared to stick close to him, were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. From time to time, they would whisper about Long Chen. They still couldn't let go of the fact that Long Chen had befriended the demon race, and they couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. But they had to admit that Long Chen was no longer the same person who had just entered the martial god ancient city. In this team, his status was quite high, and even Su Tianyuan and the others weren't as dazzling as him. In about a day, we will arrive at Twilight God Bay, where all the ancient cities of the divine descendants gather. At that time, you must restrain yourselves. As for the conflict with the Radiance Divine City, we will resolve it. You don't need to worry about it. Su Xilan and the others instructed. Then how do we explain that he colluded with the demon race? Someone asked in a low voice, not daring to make a sound. Su Xilan glanced at him and said, "The demon race has left, so this matter doesn't exist anymore. At least in the battle with the Radiant's divine city, he helped you. I believe he is still our comrade." This sentence made most people shut their mouths, but there was still a lot of depression in their hearts. The team set off. From now on, there was no danger. Therefore, Long Chen and Donghuang Lufeng talked for a while, and then let him out. He wasn't familiar with this young boy, and had only saved his life out of kindness. But Donghuang Lufeng admired him very much, and had been following him since he came out. People of Tai-yi Divine City. The four great commanders could immediately tell. Tai-yi Divine City was one of the major divine cities in the central region. It was rumored that their ancestor was the god of heaven, Donghuang Tai-yi. His strength surpassed the light god, and was close to the supreme god Di-jun. The power of Tai-yi Divine City was also greater than the Radiance Divine City, which was the #1 city in the southern region. Su Xilan and the others gathered around. Seeing that Donghuang Lufeng and Long Chen were chatting and laughing, and seemed to have a good relationship, he asked, "Why is he here?" Donghuang Lufeng said very politely, "Commander, our Tai-yi Divine City was also disturbed by the Nian beasts. I was alone and almost died. It was Brother Long Chen who saved me, and now he wants to take me to the Dusk Divine Bay. At that time, I will be able to return to the team." Oh! Su Xilan and the others looked at each other. In their eyes, the cold-blooded Long Chen didn't seem to be such a kind-hearted person. His action should have made the people of Tai-yi Divine City very grateful. Su Xilan stroked Donghuang Liufeng's head and said, "Don't worry, we will let you safely return to your elders." "Thank you, Commander." Donghuang Lufeng was very obedient. Seeing that he was sticking to Long Chen, Su Xilan left and continued to lead the way. While Long Chen chatted with Donghuang Lufeng, he had a general understanding of the Dusk Divine Bay, the Divine Sea, and the battlefield of the gods. He originally thought that these things were useless, but now he had to know. The Deity Sea is in the midst of a terrifying storm all year round. In 1,000 years, there will only be 1 year of peace. 3 days from now, the center of the Deity Sea will be the battlefield of the gods. At that time, the battlefield of the gods will open. There will be 72 ancestral spirits inside. We will be able to bathe in the divine rain and enjoy endless benefits. Chapter 18:21. As they got closer and closer to the Deity Sea, neither the desolate beasts nor the elemental spiritual arrays posed a threat to them. The disciples of the various divine cities were filled with anticipation. The Deity Sea, the battlefield of the gods, and the spirits of their ancestors. These were all things that they dreamed of, but they never thought that they would actually exist. Long Chen didn't have any faith in the ancestors of others. He was more curious about why there wasn't any news about these powerful primordial deities. Where did they go? How was the battlefield of the gods formed? Could this really be their mausoleum? Did they die here? In his bones, he was filled with the same spirit of exploration as the eternal Dragon Emperor. In the past 2 days, he had become very familiar with Donghuang Lufeng. Lingxi didn't continue to stay in the Great Void Realm. She followed beside Long Chen. Her beauty was enough to make the disciples envious of Long Chen. Tranquil, gentle, like a goddess. All the beautiful words in the world could be used to describe her. As they moved forward, just when they were about to reach the Divinity Sea, the primordial demonic dragon, Sumu Chen, who was silent, walked towards Long Chen. The two of them had swiftly attracted the attention of many people. Sumu Chen. This strange but open man had a strange temperament. Long Chen felt that he was very lonely. At the beginning, he thought that Sumu Chen was monitoring him. But now, it seemed that he didn't even know about Su Zhenwu's demonic seed. Su Zhen probably didn't care about him. Instead, he cared more about Su Yuji and Su Yuyao. He walked in front of Long Chen and went silent for a moment. Then he suddenly said, "Yuji and Yuyao, they were killed by you, right?" He didn't expect him to know. Of course, it was just a guess. This sentence was heard by the people who were eavesdropping on them. For a moment, everyone was tongue-tied as they stared at the two of them. Because of this, the group also came to a halt. In fact, There were even many people who looked at Long Chen with hatred. Even if Long Chen was now powerful, their rejection of Long Chen would not disappear. If this information was leaked, it would bring him a lot of trouble. Long Chen just wanted to wait quietly for the spirit race to arrive, so he didn't need to admit to unnecessary trouble. He shook his head and said no. Su Mu Chen's eyes were like a black sea of stars, without any changes. Long Chen did not admit it. Although the others had some doubts in their hearts, they did not feel that it was so ingenious. Moreover, Su Yuji and Long Chen's relationship was extremely good, and she had shielded Long Chen several times. But there was only one person who knew the answer. Long Chen just didn't want everyone to know. However, Su Mu Chen had once let him go, so he didn't intend to hide it. From his eyes, Su Mu Chen could tell that his answer was certain. Su Mu Chen already knew the answer. Facing such a person, if he didn't admit it, then he would seem despicable. Su Mu Chen fell into silence for a long time, before saying, "I can't do anything to you with your weird means. Why don't we have a real fight after you cross the gate of life and death?" The so-called weird means was naturally the time-roaming dragon. Su Mu Chen was truly a pretty good person. It was fine as long as he knew the answer. He did not want everyone to know that Long Chen killed them, so he did not mention anything about Su Yuji and the rest in his invitation. If Long Chen still rejected the other party's invitation, then he wouldn't be manly enough. No matter what, he had also killed his sisters, although he didn't seem to like them. Therefore, he did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. Su Mu Chen said, "You have to be careful. With my true strength, even 10 Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo aren't my opponent." Finishing his words, he turned around and left. 10. Long Chen was a little speechless. He initially thought that Su Mu Chen was only slightly stronger than them, but he never expected it to be to such an extent. With Su Mu Chen's character, it was impossible for him to say such words. Furthermore, Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo had clearly suffered defeat in his hands. So when he said it, the two of them actually admitted it and did not refute him. Only their expressions were unsightly. Everyone broke into an uproar. Su Mu Chen has actually reached such a height. He suspects that Long Chen killed his two sisters, so he issued a challenge. I never expected that Long Chen would accept it. Could it be that he really killed the assassins? That's impossible, right? His relationship with Su Yuji is the best. Regardless, since Long Chen has the guts to accept this battle, then he should have some ability. When he crosses the gate of life and death and reaches the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he should have the strength to fight with Big Brother Su Mu Chen. No, he's a super divine dragon that crossed the gate of life and death. He should be in the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He's still lacking, but his guts are worthy of praise. Bullshit, he's too arrogant. He deserves to die. If he kills someone from my Su clan, I won't forgive him for the first time. Everyone was fearless as they loudly discussed among themselves. The group continued to move forward. Lingxi held onto Long Chen's arm, looking like an obedient little girl. She softly asked, "You agreed just like that? Are you confident?" Long Chen shook his head. "I'm not confident. But the other party is someone worthy of respect. If I refuse, then it will seem like I'm a coward and he will look down on me." Oh, vaguely, Long Chen seemed to have sensed the existence of the deity ocean. Dong Huang Lu Feng once said that the deity ocean was the blood spilled by the gods in battle. Ordinary people would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Although there was still a short distance to go, Long Chen could already feel the vast and mighty sea rolling in front of him, letting out sinister roars. In the distant sky, a large amount of blood-colored water splashed, forming images of gods in the sky. There was a terrifying fire god bathed in heavenly fire. There was the North Sea god that controlled the sea of blood and turned into a part of the sea. There was a peerless light god that resembled the sun. Wait, seeing this vast scene, countless disciples were moved to tears. These were their ancestors, the ancestral spirits of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent in the immemorial era. Only Long Chen's heart calmed down a little. Who knew what kind of storm would be in front of them? The peerless genius of the Emperor June Divine City, DU, should be in the Sunset Divine Bay up ahead. The Sunset Divine Bay was where the 72 divine cities gathered, waiting for the deity ocean to calm down. The troublesome light divine city should also be there. As the #1 city in the north, the darkness divine city should also be there. I wonder where big sister Xuanji went, and if she came to the eternal god domain, Lingxi suddenly said. Maybe, but she's alone, so her growth rate shouldn't be as fast as ours. I wonder if she's in danger. To be honest, he was still very worried. But she had a stubborn personality, and Long Chen couldn't control her. When they were almost in sight of the deity ocean, the dangerous test finally ended. The disciples of the various divine cities cheered and laughed as they headed towards the sunset divine bay. They had basically forgotten about Long Chen, who was in the crowd. They were more looking forward to bathing in the god's spiritual rain and raising their combat power. A golden harbor appeared in front of them, shrouded in golden divine characters. Even though they were at the edge of the deity ocean, it was exceptionally calm. When Long Chen arrived at the edge of the sunset divine bay, he finally got a clear look at the deity ocean. It was a vast blood-colored sea. Runes flickered within it, forming a sky-concealing spell formation. The entire deity ocean seemed to be filled with countless giant beasts. The sky was filled with images of primordial gods, fighting on the deity ocean. They were using their true power, and it was precisely this kind of battle that caused the deity ocean to be in a state of unrest. Outside of the battlefield of the gods, people couldn't pass through the deity ocean. The battle of the gods was so huge that it made people's scalps go numb. Apart from the sunset divine bay, the ground trembled and cracked. Rumor had it that the deity ocean's nascent divinity was in chaos, and people almost fainted. The sonorous voices pierced straight into their souls, frightening them out of their wits. Hold on. Charge into the sunset divine bay. Behind them, Su Xilan and the other leaders' stern voices could be heard. The disciples increased their efforts and charged into the sunset divine bay amidst the aftershocks of the battle of the gods. At this time, the sunset divine bay was already densely packed with people. The teams from the 72 ancient cities of gods had almost all arrived. There were at least a few thousand people present, and all of them were genius disciples from various divine cities, such as the Central Primordial Divine City, Tai Divine City, and so on. The ability and quality of their disciples naturally surpassed that of the Radiant Divine City. Not to mention that the #1 genius of all times, Du, who was only 20 years old, was also here. The arrival of the people from the martial god city did not cause the slightest ripple. After a rough calculation, there were already 70 divine cities present. As soon as they entered, someone said, apart from the 2 divine cities that were cleared by the demon race, the remaining 72 divine cities have all arrived. The deity ocean will only open in a day and a half. Long Chen had seen a divine city that had been cleared before, but he didn't expect there to be 2. Looking up, the various divine cities could be said to have their own characteristics. There were so many young geniuses. The young geniuses of the 72 ancient cities of gods had all gathered. Surrounded by the divine cities, there was a golden platform with a diameter of only 10 meters. It was the core of the Twilight God Bay. Just as the disciples of the martial god ancient city were nervously looking at the experts around them, a figure walked out from a terrifying group of divine cities. In the blink of an eye, he stood on the golden platform and entered everyone's sight. It was a young child. Among the thousands of people present, he was definitely the youngest. He was even younger than Long Chen and Lingxi, and he looked like a young boy. He said, "Elders of the divine cities, and my compatriots with the blood of the gods, my name is Du, and I come from the Dijun divine city." Chapter 1822. Due to the Fey race wreaking havoc in the ancient divine wilderness, Du's name had already spread throughout the 72 divine cities teams. To everyone, this was undoubtedly a rather shocking super-important figure who was born with endless halos. Firstly, he came from the #1 divine city, Dijun divine city. Secondly, he had 80% of Dijun's divine blood, which made him almost Dijun's biological son. His talent was unparalleled. Thirdly, even Eternal Dragon City's #1 Dragon Emperor wanted to take him in as a disciple and gave him the ultimate divine dragon's essence blood. Any one of these 3 halos could make everyone go crazy. However, these 3 halos were concentrated on one person, especially the second one. This meant that as long as the human race protected Du, the entire eternal sacred domain would be Du's era. Anyone with a brain would know what this child meant. He was the hope of the human race's revitalization, and he would definitely become the ruler of the entire race in the future. Although most young people would compare themselves with each other, and the people present were all geniuses from various divine cities, they only felt deep reverence and envy towards Du. There was a kind of person whose fate was completely above everyone else's. That was something that could not be envied. Du was that kind of person. Although he was only a child who was less than 1/20th of the age of most people, he already had the bearing and demeanor of a super king. For the tens of thousands of martial artists in the eternal sacred territory, 20 years old was indeed no different from a newborn. In the past 10 million years, there had not been such a genius in the eternal sacred domain. Even the commanders of the various divine cities felt a sense of suffocation when faced with this child, who was destined to soar to the top in the future and dominate all living beings. Xueqi was also shocked. They could clearly feel the majestic divine blood in this child. That was 80% of the divine blood of the supreme god Dijun. It was almost pure, and to any descendant of a god spirit, it was a huge pressure. As long as he stood there, even Xueqi had the urge to kneel. The rich Dijun divine blood existed in his young body, and was as vast as the entire universe. Xueqi had just arrived, which was why she was so shocked. As for the other commanders, they were completely subdued. Even the young city lord looked at the youth with awe. Although almost all of them were stronger than Du, they all knew that he would be able to surpass many levels and surpass the level of a commander in just 10 years. Long Chen's gaze also stopped on the child. He was younger than Long Chen. The Emperor Jun divine blood is indeed much stronger than little Xi's 80% pure goddess blood. She has the aura of a great emperor. Under the nurturing of the Emperor Jun divine city and the eternal dragon city, she has a bright future ahead of her. She should have a high chance of reaching the final divine soul realm. Long Chen was alone, but the other party had two huge backers of the human race. The Emperor Jun divine city ruled over the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, and the eternal dragon city was a supreme existence. Although he had two ancestral dragon blood essences, compared to him, it still seemed a little weak. At least, at a similar age, he was already all-powerful, while she was still unknown. Of course, Long Chen did not reject him. He was just thinking about the possibility of the spirit race killing Du. On the golden platform, the fair-skinned young man had a head full of long black hair, a pair of eyes that were as dazzling as the stars, and skin that was whiter than snow. Between his brows, there was a shining Emperor Jun divine rune that transmitted the vast aura of an ancient god king. He wore a snow-white robe, and his height only reached Long Chen's chest. His face was young and tender, and he had the aura of a king. At this moment, he appeared in front of everyone for the first time, but he was able to remain calm. For a child, this was already very extraordinary. He looked around and waited for everyone to place their attention on him. Then he said, "Because of the demon race's attack, all the elders and brothers and sisters should have heard of my matter. I'm very sorry to have caused a lot of trouble for everyone. I apologize to everyone personally, and also on behalf of the Emperor Jun divine city." He was very polite. He had a supreme status, but he was still polite. Very quickly, he gained the favor of the elders. The leaders of the other divine cities said, "It's an honor for the human race to have a child like you. Although it's a loss, it's also a blessing to have such a rare talent." That's right. With Du's talent, in 100 years, his strength will be enough to suppress the various races. I believe Du will take revenge on the monster race for us. They all smiled, full of confidence in Du. The handsome youth revealed a warm smile. He had heard such compliments many times, but he never got tired of it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he continued, "That's right, the monster race has been our mortal enemy for generations. This time, they even snuck into the human race's ancient land of the divine wilderness with the intention of harming me. They are audacious. When I, Du, become famous, I will definitely wash away today's humiliation for everyone. I will teach the monster race a terrible lesson, and let the human race's prestige awe the various races." After he said that, there were enthusiastic cheers. The disciples of the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants had been deeply impressed by Du, especially the girls who were overflowing with motherly instincts. Their eyes were filled with hearts, and their bodies were numb. They wished they could hug this child in their arms and caress him. He was young, but he had great ambitions. Furthermore, he had a pleasant appearance and a humble tone. This was Du's first appearance, and he received a lot of support. Facing the enthusiasm of the young disciples from the 72 divine cities, This child did not show a proud expression. His eyes were like an unpredictable deep pool, revealing a maturity and wisdom that did not match his age. After encouraging the crowd, he continued, "It's just wishful thinking for the monster race to want to kill me. They have failed this time, and there won't be another chance in the future. Today, everyone is gathered here. Du shoulders the great mission of revitalizing the human race given by the elders and the 5 dragon cities. I have to be responsible for myself and everyone here. I started cultivating when I was 5 years old, and it took me a total of 15 years to reach the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I am about to break through to the Rebirth Tribulation realm." As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. In 15 years, he had reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and he must have relied on his talent to make steady progress. This kind of talent had probably never appeared since ancient times, and it had surpassed the record set by the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Of course, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had passed 7 Nirvana Tribulations in one go because of luck. Du did not have such luck. Long Chen was also very shocked. It seemed that he had only been cultivating for 15 years, and with his ancestral dragon bloodline, he had not yet reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Of course, his starting point was too low, and it was not the same concept as Du. It was indeed amazing that Du could be compared with him in terms of talent. No wonder the human race valued him so much. At this moment, the delicate-looking child on the golden platform continued to speak. "Although I did not break someone's record of passing through 7 Nirvana Tribulations in one go, the total amount of time I took to reach the same cultivation level was only a third of someone's. However, I will work even harder to repay everyone's expectations of me. Next, I will have a great improvement." As he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Long Chen, however, felt a little uncomfortable. When Du mentioned someone, there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. To Long Chen, this was an insignificant detail, but it was also an impudent attack. Long Chen originally had a good impression of him, and he felt that it would be a pity if the spirit race killed him. However, the word someone made his heart feel like it was being weighed down by a rock. At this time, Du smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, "Like everyone else, I will soon bathe in the divine spirit rain and reach the rebirth realm. At the same time, I will absorb the ultimate divine dragon inheritance and essence blood that my master gave me. With my many years of accumulation and the treasures that the Eternal Dragon City and the Emperor June Divine City have painstakingly prepared for me for more than 10 years, I will definitely break through 3 samsara tribulations in one go. 1 year later, I will be like all the commanders and possess the power of the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm." As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators were shocked. Countless people looked at Du with dull eyes, and their faces were frozen. This news was an unprecedented shock to everyone, including the leaders of the major sections. Breaking through 3 samsara tribulations in 1 year. This was much more terrifying than breaking through 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively. Every samsara tribulations was the nightmare of nightmares. To be honest, the commanders present had spent most of their time and effort on the samsara tribulations to achieve what they had today. It could be said that these 3 samsara tribulations were the most difficult hurdles in their lives. Even an ordinary genius with more than 10% of the god's blood would have to wait for 1,000 years to pass through 1 samsara tribulations. Since ancient times, there had never been a record of someone passing 3 samsara tribulations in 1 year. In fact, there was almost no one who had passed 2 samsara tribulations in 1 year. Du had dropped a bombshell that made everyone suffocate. In front of Emperor June's tomb, he had absorbed the ultimate divine dragon inheritance and essence blood. With the help of Emperor June's ancestor spirit, coupled with the endless treasures that the Eternal Dragon City and the Emperor June Divine City had brought, every single one of which could make everyone go crazy. Perhaps he could really create a 3 reincarnation tribulations realm expert at the age of 21. As long as Du reached that realm, there would be very few people who could kill him in the future. There was envy, but there was no jealousy or hatred. Some people's encounters could only be envied and respected. No one dared to be jealous of them. The samsara realm was a mysterious realm. 1 ether, 2 polarities, 3 talents, 4 divisions, 5 elements. Chapter 1823. The power of samsara had experienced 100 reincarnations, condensed the will of all living beings, and penetrated the 5 elements and 6 das. It was an endless cycle, and it contained karma and destruction. Every time one crossed a realm, they would be one step closer to the true gods. It could be said that the might of the gods was formed by the samsara realm. On the other hand, the nirvana tribulation realm could only be considered as a transformation and evolution of the body and soul at best. The samsara realm was the true path to godhood, and it was also the final path to godhood. The forms of the samsara tribulation were even more bizarre. The first tribulation was called One Origin. After transcending One Yuan, one would be known as the One Yuan samsara tribulation realm. One Origin tribulation. In the midst of the tribulation, a martial artist would enter the cycle of 100 reincarnations. In the cycle of reincarnation, they would lose all of their abilities and experience a new life of 100 reincarnations. The joys and sorrows of life, the endless temptations, the endless disasters. That was the true cycle of 100 reincarnations, not an illusion. In this 100 reincarnation cycle, if one could maintain the Tao in one's heart and comprehend one's own reincarnation, then one would be able to pass the first origin calamity. If one lost one's nature after 100 reincarnations and could not find one's own reincarnation, then one would be annihilated along with the reincarnation cycle. Most 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation martial artists would die during the One Origin Tribulation, unable to step into the Rebirth Tribulation realm. The disciples of the God's bloodline, with the guidance of their elders and long-term training, would have a higher chance of passing. The second tribulation was called the Two Rights. After transcending the two forms, it was known as the Two-Form Samsara Tribulation realm. The Yin and Yang Tribulation transcended reincarnation and used the power of reincarnation to cleanse one's physical body and primordial spirit. The Yin and Yang were Yin and Yang. Yin demons appeared in the body of a Yang person, and Yang demons appeared in the body of a Yin person. Since they were demons, they naturally had demonic characteristics. Yang demons and Yin demons were another force that appeared in the body that did not belong to them. When the time came, the two reincarnation forces would fight. The only way to survive the disaster was to merge the Yin demon and the Yang demon, allowing one to control the two Yin and Yang forces and double the reincarnation force. However, if one was slightly careless, the forces in one's body would clash, causing one's body to explode and die. The Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm already had endless battle prowess. In the entire 72 divine descendants ancient city, there was probably no young warrior who had reached the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm. The third tribulation was the Three Talents. The three talents, heaven, earth and man, also referred to the most fundamental power in the world, known as the samsara force. Among them, heaven was the core of the vast universe, earth was the core source of the entire sacrificial dragon continent, and man was one's physical body and primordial spirit. The heavens tribulation was the origin power of the universe, destroying the soul. The earth's tribulation was the origin power of the sacrificial dragon continent, destroying the physical body, and the human's tribulation was the origin power that belonged to oneself, surpassing the heavens tribulation and the earth's tribulation. If one could withstand the heavens tribulation, then they would have to grasp the origin power of the heavens tribulation. This was the most primitive power, and when the time came, the power of reincarnation would fuse with the origin power. Only then would it possess the most terrifying destructive power, far surpassing the destructive power of nirvana. After that, there were still the four symbol celestial emperors, the 5 elements material structure, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the immemorial 7 stars ancient gods, and so on. Every time one advanced in the reincarnation tribulation realm, they would take a step forward on the path to godhood, and their battle strength would increase greatly, allowing them to display their true godly might. If one could reach the peak of the 9th stage reincarnation tribulation realm, they would already be half-step heavenly gods. Of course, to reach this stage, one would need rare peerless talent, endless resources to nurture them, extraordinary opportunities, and luck. In the past million years, only the eternal Dragon Emperor had the conditions to become a god. 1 origin, 2 forms, and 3 talents were already things that would cause people to tremble in fear. Du, on the other hand, had managed to reach the 3 men reincarnation tribulations realm under the joint efforts of Eternal Dragon City and Jun Divine City. He had absorbed the ultimate divine dragon's blood essence and used billions of precious spirit items to reach the 3 men reincarnation tribulations realm. It was no wonder that the demon race and spirit race were panicking. If Du reached the 3 reincarnation tribulation realm, with the help of the human race, it would be extremely difficult to stop him from becoming a god. Moreover, Du was not a pioneer with independent thoughts like the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He had grown up under the influence of the human race, so how could he not hate other races? 1 origin, 100 reincarnation realms, only seeking a chance of survival. Only the yin and yang great demons could survive if they controlled it. The Three Origins tribulation could be said to have a slim chance of survival. In reality, the commander's strength was also close to the Three Reincarnation tribulation realm. Thinking about how Du would come out in a year's time as a terrifying figure who had already passed the origin tribulation and become the absolute ruler of the new generation, everyone was filled with admiration. In fact, many people in the Divine City were already considering giving the most beautiful and talented young girls to this peerless genius, the hope of the human race. If they could gain his favor, they would naturally become a phoenix. Looking around, seeing that he had completely convinced everyone, Du revealed a knowing smile. This was what he wanted. In a year's time, my words should carry even more weight. He was already looking forward to the opening of the battlefield of the gods. This fellow is really powerful. Lingxi nestled beside Long Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. Du looked like a child, so it was difficult for others to be hostile towards him. Long Chen did not think much of it. This fellow was nurtured by the human race, and his talent was extraordinary. It was normal for him to have such achievements. He chuckled. My little she might not be weaker than him. It's still too early to say. Although he said that, he felt that it was impossible for the spirit race to kill this little fellow. The human race would definitely have many powerful beings guarding nearby. Of course, if they really sent out powerful beings, it was still possible for him to escape unscathed. He hoped that they would take him away then. Of course, but Chen is even better than him. I know all your secrets. Lingxi smiled slyly, her eyes flashing. She was very cute. What she had was the mysterious dragon jade, the dual ancestral dragon physique, and the identity of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son. No one knew that the Eternal Dragon Emperor had left behind a son. Long Chen could not help but be in a daze. If his identity was exposed, what kind of commotion would it cause? The Eternal Dragon City had devoted all its efforts to nurture Du, and he would probably have nothing to do with it. The place that Long Chen had longed for had spent so much effort on another child. It was both funny and somewhat helpless. The place that Long Chen would return to one day. Just as Long Chen was deep in thought, Du actually talked about the Eternal Dragon City. He said in a chatty manner, I have been to the Eternal Dragon City before. It is truly an eternal paradise. We cannot forget that our true ancestor was the Divine Dragon who once ruled the dragon sacrificial continent. Everything is beautiful. I believe that everyone has a regret in their hearts. Many years ago, a heaven-bestowed genius appeared in our human race. He passed 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively and found the inheritance blood essence of the supreme divine dragon. He was invincible and was about to become a god. He was originally the hope of revitalizing the human race, but unfortunately, he abandoned his faith and the human race. He caused the human race to suffer from a disaster that we have not been able to recover from until now, bringing us endless pain. He even wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods and the heroic spirits of our ancestors. He claimed that the gods were just a joke, a puppet, and that only the divine dragon was the only ancestor. That bastard. He was simply a lunatic. He brought us such a huge upheaval, and his death is not to be regretted. Speaking of this, Du clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with mockery and hatred. At the same time, there was also an incomparable pride. His body was still very young, but he already had a majesty and power that ordinary people could not compare to. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Feeling the hatred and contempt in his heart, the crowd also started discussing. A guy like the Eternal Dragon Emperor does not deserve to be a member of our human race. He betrayed his ancestors and committed atrocities. He had great power but did not suppress the demon race, spirit race, and shaman race. Instead, he pursued that illusory dream and brought disaster to our human race. It's better not to mention him. Yes, he is also a genius, but compared to Du there is too much of a gap. We have an amazing talent, but none of them are the Eternal Dragon Emperor. There is no hope of revitalizing the human race. Fortunately, Du has appeared. He has surpassed the Eternal Dragon Emperor in all aspects, and he will definitely become a true god. He will slaughter all the other races and let our human race monopolize the eternal sacred realm. Why does someone like Long Qinglan still have the title of the Eternal Dragon Emperor? I think we should just remove it. The Eternal Dragon City has never produced such a person. That's right. Du finally said firmly, as a human, we must respect our ancestors and fight on the battlefield to revitalize our race. This scum of history is destined to go down in history with infamy. He does not deserve to be called the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Boom, boom. To Long Chen, these words were like bolts of lightning that struck him like 5 bolts of lightning. From Emperor Rain's first sentence, his body had already tensed up, and his mind had gone blank. Listening to all of this and seeing the resentful and mocking faces, every word of Emperor Rain's words almost suffocated him. It was especially so for the young man standing on the golden platform. He was bossy and arrogant, commanding the crowd. He seemed to be filled with righteous indignation when he said all of this, but in fact, he had long been prepared. He wanted to improve his position in the eyes of the masses by crushing the mistakes of his predecessors. At such a young age, he was already so scheming and cruel. Long Chen didn't have any grudges against him. However, it was only at this moment that he realized how much he hated a person. He hated the sneer that hung on the corner of his mouth when he spoke. He hated his seemingly angry actions. He hated every minute expression on his face. They were all complacent and mocking. He felt as if there were countless ants crawling on his heart, making him feel unbearably itchy. Those people's words were like thousands of nails, all nailed into his body, piercing through his flesh, piercing through his soul, causing him to bleed profusely. Huff! This breath was actually very heavy. He felt as if he had gone deaf. His ears were ringing, and his vision was filled with swaying faces. They were accusing, mocking, and laughing. Especially that child. He vividly described a traitor of the human race, a sinner that would last for eternity, to elevate himself. This was just like the first lesson of his debut. When everything was silent, Long Chen really couldn't hold it in any longer. His body seemed to be hiding a volcano. That was his boiling anger. At this moment, it was about to completely destroy all his rationality. At this moment, he wanted to reveal his sharpest claws and teeth, and tear everyone's mouths apart. The person they were discussing was his most respected father. Release notice. 10 chapters on the 10th. In February, if the mobile network is still in the top 10 at the end of the month, it will also release 10 chapters on the 1st of the next month. It's getting a little dangerous now, and I hope that the friends of the mobile network will support me. Also, please follow the WeChat public platform. Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1824. Dusk Divine Bay was peaceful. There were no storms, no dust, and no deadly elemental spirit formations. The discussions were like a storm to Long Chen. His chest was burning and his eyes were bloodshot. He rarely shed tears, but at this moment, he couldn't control the tears in his eyes. It wasn't because he felt wronged, but because he felt that the man who had disappeared was not worth it. He had done so many things, but no one could understand him. He had done so many things. He had already lost his rationality. He just wanted to tear these people's mouths apart. Just when he was about to lose control, there was a soft embrace beside him. Her thin hands were tightly wrapped around his waist. Although she was not very strong, no matter how irrational Long Chen was, he would not hurt this cute little woman. Chen, don't, it's not the right time. It's useless to be like this. I know the pain in your heart. I respect him as much as you do. If you want to wash away all of this, if you want everyone to respect him and not misunderstand him anymore, you can't lose your rationality. If you do this today, you will never be able to recover. Exposing your identity will not do you any good. The gentle murmur with tears was like a clear spring. It extinguished the flames in Long Chen's heart little by little, making him swallow his anger. He looked at the girl beside him. Her eyes were filled with tears as she stared at him. She was helpless, frightened, and delicate. He was her pillar of support. If he went crazy, what would she do? Don't listen to them. Look at me, Chen. Lingxi raised her head. There were 2 streaks of tears on her soul-stirring face, but it couldn't hide her soul-stirring beauty. She was like the most beautiful jade in the world. At this moment, she was the only person beside Long Chen. As for Donghuang Lu Feng, he had already gone to look for his Taiwan Divine City when he arrived at Dusk Divine Bay. Kiss me. Lingxi timidly uttered these 2 words. Those 2 pink and tender lips were crystal clear and full of endless temptation. She didn't wait for Long Chen to make a move. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. This enchanting and gentle harbor. The sweet and delicious lips gradually extinguished the anger in Long Chen's heart. In this gentle caress, He gradually woke up and realized how terrifying his actions just now were. Once his identity was exposed, he would probably lose his life. How could he go to Eternal Dragon City to clear his father's name and make the world understand him? If he was gone, what would happen to Xueqi? Would the people of the Radiance Divine City let her off? It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge for what they had said today. It was just as Xueqi had said, it wasn't the right time. Although he had talent that surpassed Du, he didn't have the backing of Du. Therefore, he could only wait until he was strong enough to shake the world. Only then would he have the qualifications to refute what they had said. In fact, Long Chen knew nothing about Long Qinglan. How was he supposed to refute him? If he was impulsive today, not only would there be no effect, it would only make him seem immature. After a moment of passionate kissing, those mocking voices gradually faded from Long Chen's ears. They were not standing in a conspicuous corner, and Du had attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, only a few people saw that they were kissing in broad daylight. After their lips separated, there was a lingering sweetness at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Du had already finished speaking and returned to the Emperor Jun Divine City. The people of the ancient city of 72 divine descendants were waiting for the divine sea to subside, waiting for the opening of the battlefield of the gods. It was so peaceful here, as if nothing had happened. In his arms, there was only this lovable girl left. Thank you, little she. You saved me today. If it weren't for her, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to understand. Xueqi smiled cutely. I'm a wife, it's what I should do. But there are a lot of people, I won't do it next time. The blush on her cheeks made her look so charming that Long Chen couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. I know what I should do. Today, their humiliation towards my father is just a very normal scene in the Dragon God domain. I want to fulfill my father's dying wish. I don't want to defeat everyone who says such things. I want them to change their views. It's good that you know this. No matter what you do, little she will support you and follow you. Her voice was soft and gentle like water, making Long Chen indulge in it. Very few people paid attention to the young couple. Most people were immersed in the shock that Du had brought them. They seemed to see the human race having a god and dominating the eternal god domain. This peace couldn't last long. The people of Radiance Divine City had long been watching them. But when Du spoke, they naturally didn't dare to interrupt. Just as Du returned to Dijun Divine City's team, Radiance Divine City's St. Luan led 5 teams from the south of the Dragon God domain, a total of 6 teams, toward Martial God Ancient City aggressively. Compared to them, Martial God Ancient City was too weak. Radiance Divine City was the hegemon of the south, and with reason and evidence, the other southern divine cities didn't dare to not give them face. Radiance Divine City's aggressive momentum immediately caused panic in Martial God Ancient City. Most people also noticed the situation here, and quietly watched the changes. On the other hand, the central divine cities had a long history and deep foundations, and didn't pay too much attention to the situation here. Lamp Divine City, Primordial Divine City, Qingshu Divine City, Tai Divine City, and so on, all conversed with each other. The number 1 divine city in the east, Ziwei Divine City, the number 1 divine city in the west, Hell Divine City, and the Darkness Divine City in the north were all in this region. Apart from the Ziwei Divine City in the east, there was still a gap when compared to the major divine cities in the central region. Among them, Radiance Divine City was the weakest. In Dijun Divine City, the commander was a young woman with a veil over her face. Her body was icy cold, and her figure was graceful. She was even more charming than Su Xilan. Different from the other divine cities, as the commander, she served beside Du. Little aunt, I want to talk to Sister Li, Du said. The young woman from Dijun Divine City asked, Is it the newly conferred Little Saint Lord of Darkness Divine City? Du nodded. I'll escort you there. The young woman waved her hand, and several mysterious experts appeared in the team, carefully escorting Du along the way towards Darkness Divine City. Du was already used to this kind of escort. He was still weak, so he didn't care. In Dijun Divine City's team, there were far more than just one leader. Not long later, Du arrived at Darkness Divine City's team. At this time, Radiance Divine City and Martial God Ancient City also began to clash. The leader of the Dark God City was also a beautiful woman. She wore a long black dress, and she looked elegant and dignified. She had a noble aura of darkness and was charming, but she didn't make others feel that she was coquettish. Her every frown and smile was just right. She seemed to be much more lively than the commander of the Dijun Divine City, Di Yu's aunt. Di Ling facing Di Yu and Di Ling, her attitude was much more humble. After all, one was the hope of the human race, and the other was a super expert that far surpassed her. The commander of Darkness Divine City was called Yi Yunshu. Yi Yunshu hurried forward and asked, "Little sister Di Ling, and our cute Di Yu, come over, do you have any instructions?" The commotion on both sides attracted the attention of many people. After all, the waiting process seemed to be a little long. Di Ling said, "Little Yu, come over, she wants to see your little Saint Lord." The people of Darkness Divine City rushed towards Di Yu. After hearing the name Little Saint Lord, they were first stunned, and then immediately dispersed, allowing a mysterious girl in black to appear in front of Di Yu. This girl's face was cold, and her eyes were elegant. She was like an ancient well without ripples. She rarely interacted with others, and although her status was high, no one dared to approach her. However, everyone knew that she seemed to be acquainted with Di Yu, and they were exceptionally jealous. But at this time, they could only watch obediently. "So you're looking for the little Saint Lord. Good, very good." Yi Yunshu laughed, and made way for the girl behind her, who was surrounded by the crowd, to rest. Di Yu's eyes were a little bright. When he waved his hand, the crowd very sensibly dispersed. Di Ling wanted to follow and protect him, but was stopped by him. Yi Yunshu's expression was a little strange, but she quickly recovered her smile, and chatted with Di Ling in a low voice. From time to time, she would laugh, and attract attention. Di Yu carefully walked in front of the girl in black, and said in a low voice, "Sister Li, I'm here for you. I'm Di Yu." The girl already knew that. She opened her eyes, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Then she became serious and said, "I heard what you said just now. It's very annoying." Di Yu was a little confused, and he said, "Why?" "That's what the elders wanted me to say, so that these young people will accept me and follow me." The girl in black said, "I don't care what you say. I respect that person, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and I won't allow you to slander him, especially when I'm here. Do you understand?" "Oh." Di Yu nodded, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Although he was young, he knew not to argue about things that shouldn't be argued, and that it was enough to keep his thoughts to himself. There was no need to reason with a girl. The girl came down from the rock, and looked at the raging divine ocean. "It's about time. There's only one day left." "Yes." Di Yu was very excited, and he said, "When the time comes, I'll be able to reach the tripartite Samsara realm. With my bloodline, even the commanders won't be a match for me. With so many commanders, I'm afraid only my little aunt will be able to compete with me. When that time comes, I won't have to be followed everywhere I go, and I'll be able to protect you, Sister Li." The girl in black shook her head, and said, "You're just a child, and I don't need your protection. Just do what you're supposed to do." "All right, I understand." Di Yu smiled, revealing his white teeth. He looked very innocent. Chapter 1825. What would come sooner or later. Long Chen, along with Lingxi, blended into the ancient city of martial gods team. This was a conflict between Su Xilan and them, and he could just ignore it. Su Xilan actually respected Su Zhan very much, and she would do whatever he ordered her to do, even if it meant her death. The two teams met. Shang Luan, along with the 5 commanders, was aggressive, and most people looked over curiously. At this time, Shang Luan had already arrived in front of Su Xilan, Pang Zhong, and Bing Qingxue. His eyes were cold, and he said to the crowd in a clear voice, "My fellow gods' descendants, during the incident in the ancient land of divine wilderness, my light divine city has formed a deep conflict with the 3 of you. At that time, the 3 of them joined forces to beat me back. Now, in front of my fellow gods' descendants at Twilight Divine Bay, I hope that the 3 of you can give me a clear explanation." After that, he told them all about the collusion between Long Chen and the demon race. As he spoke, everyone's eyes began to focus on Long Chen and Lingxi. Of these 2 young men, the man had a strange temperament, full of aggressiveness, and the woman's beauty was almost above everyone else's, leaving an incomparably deep impression on the crowd. The super divine dragon was not a cabbage, which made the crowd somewhat recognize his talent. Many people were looking at the 2 of them curiously. Shang Luan said in a majestic manner, pointing at Long Chen, This boy is arrogant and unruly, has no respect for the law, despises the rules, openly became brothers with the demon race, shielded the demon race, betrayed the human race, and even colluded with nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, he is only an adopted son, not a real god's descendant. This boy has committed such a crime, but Xueqi and the other two shielded him. The evidence is conclusive. I would like to ask you, the demon race is a great enemy of the human race, and we have a blood feud. How should we deal with this boy? Colluding with the demon race was an unforgivable crime. What Xueqi said attracted the crowd's attention. The crowd pondered for a moment. Although this boy seemed innocent, if he had committed such a crime, it was not too much to kill him on the spot. I think we should kill him on the spot. Does anyone have any objections? Saint Luan shouted. Although the Radiance Divine City was not as good as the few super divine cities in the central region, it was close to the top 10 among the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants. It had a strong rallying power, and he also had the support of 5 chief commanders. For a moment, no one dared to object, and most people felt that it was reasonable. It was a pity that it was not easy to obtain a super divine dragon, and it would be a pity to kill it on the spot. Since no one has any objections, it means they agree with me. Xueqi, tell us, do you want to use the power of martial god ancient city to publicly disobey the decisions of all the god cities? Saint Luan had brought great pressure to Xueqi. He had bound himself to all the god cities, and at the same time, excluded Pangzhong and Bing Qingxue. Xueqi was a person who had seen the world. She suddenly smiled and said, Your Excellency, Saint Luan's words are really pleasant to hear. Who doesn't know what your Radiance Divine City is planning? You may not know, but the person next to my nephew is his wife. She had once obtained the inheritance of the Misty Immortal Sect, and is the light goddess with a pure physique. Your Excellency Saint Luan has tried every possible means to kill my nephew because you want to obtain the light goddess. Then let me ask you, if you kill my nephew and swear not to touch my nephew's wife, can you do it, hypocrite? Saint Luan had put aside his true purpose, but Xueqi had said it. When the crowd heard this, they all pointed at Saint Luan. The word hypocrite was extremely suitable to be used on Saint Luan. He quibbled, the evidence of colluding with the demon race is irrefutable. Long Chen must die. As for the light goddess, she is a gift from my god. Although she doesn't want to join my Radiance Divine City now, my Radiance Divine City will certainly invite her to join us with the greatest sincerity. Xueqi smiled and said, It's nothing more than violence, even crushing our ancient city of martial god. Let me ask you, is there any woman who is willing to be the goddess of light, a machine to give birth to children for them? The Divine Lord of Light is the #1 city in the south, but his means are despicable. If you want to snatch the goddess of light, just say it. Don't target her husband. Don't make us look down on you. Her words infuriated Saint Luan. Xueqi was usually a man of few words, but when she spoke, Saint Luan was blocked. His previous righteous words had exposed his true purpose, which was simply slapping his own face. He said angrily, Don't talk nonsense. That's a different matter. I'm talking about colluding with the demon race. It has nothing to do with the light goddess. The other commanders who supported him also began to clamor. At this moment, Dong Huang Lufeng came over with a middle-aged man with a sage-like appearance. The man said, This child is young and lacks discipline. The so-called colluding with the demon race is nothing more than a young man who doesn't know how to distinguish between good and bad. He has become friends with the demon race. It's a bit too much to say that he has colluded with the demon race and betrayed the human race. I think this is just a small matter. Don't make things difficult for the child. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the people of the central Greater One Divine City would join in. Long Chen looked over and saw Dong Huang Lufeng waving happily at him. The commander of the Greater One Divine City was brought by him. It seemed that his status in the Greater One Divine City was relatively high. Sheng Luan didn't expect such a guy to appear out of nowhere. The Greater One Divine City was stronger than him, but he was unwilling. The anger in his heart was provoked by Xueqi, and the Greater One Divine City was only acting as a mediator. At most, it would damage his face, but the light goddess was extremely important to him. He felt that he had to give up, so he said, No, everyone, please look, that Long Chen is still unrepentant. With his proud personality, I'm afraid that if he meets the demon race again, he will call them brothers. I even suspect that he has a deep relationship with nine-tailed celestial fox. This time, he is probably a spy of the human race. This is not a small matter. It's normal that Brother Dong Huang didn't think it through. I don't think we can let this spy live. He didn't dare to offend the commander of the Greater One Divine City, so he only said that the other party didn't think it through. The others also began to discuss. That's right. This time, we suffered heavy losses in the demon race's attack. There must be a spy. Nine-tailed celestial fox once saved him. I think he is most likely the spy. It is because of him that our human race has suffered heavy losses. Such a lowly person is not qualified to become a descendant of the gods. I think he should be beheaded. That's right. Everything had to be done according to the rules. The people of the Greater One Divine City couldn't argue too much about this kind of thing. Otherwise, they would think that they only cared about personal relationships and didn't care about the overall situation. Although Dong Huang Lu Feng was very anxious to beg, the middle-aged man still shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not that I don't want to save him, but there's nothing I can do. He saved your life. The only thing I can do is to thank him in person. If he really colluded with the demon race and caused us great losses, this is a serious crime." Dong Huang Lu Feng cried. "No, Brother Long Chen is not such a person." His mournful cry attracted more people's attention. Sheng Luan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that the time had come, so he quickly informed the 5 commanders around him, saying, "The 5 of you will hold off the 3 of them. I will kill Long Chen. It's absolutely safe." They had already won the hearts of the people. At this time, it was useless for others to stop them. Saint Luan was even crazier than Su Xilan had imagined. Boom! This huge movement attracted everyone's attention. Saint Luan had made a good deal of it before. In reality, even if they really wanted to make a judgment, it would be done within the martial god ancient city, and it would not be up to him. However, in that case, the goddess of light would not fall into his hands. Hence, he had adopted a forceful approach. He would kill Long Chen first and capture Lingxi. This bold and crazy move made everyone feel disgusted. Although the commander of the Greater One Divine City said that it was not appropriate to make a move, he couldn't stand it anymore. The moment Saint Luan and the others moved, his speed was extremely fast. With a few buzzing sounds, a total of 4 shadows appeared in front of Long Chen, blocking Saint Luan's way. 4 symbol celestial emperors. Saint Luan was completely stunned. He was sent flying back by the 4 symbol celestial emperors. This sudden attack also ended because of his failure. Saint Luan's companions had not yet begun to restrain Su Xilan and the others, but their leader's action had already failed. They all looked at the commander of the Greater One Divine City in surprise and murmured, "I didn't expect you to have stepped into the 4 symbol samsara realm, far surpassing us." For them, this was an accident. It should be known that there were not many people in the ancestral worship team who could reach the 4 symbol samsara realm. Although Saint Luan was stronger than Su Xilan, he had not reached this level. The commander of the Greater One Divine City had completely suppressed him, making him lose the possibility of a barbaric attack. The commander of the Greater One Divine City said coldly, "This young man did make some mistakes, but Your Excellency acted rashly, breaking the rules. No matter how wrong he is, it is not Your Excellency's turn to act. Your Excellency's behavior seems a bit despicable." Everyone was originally on Saint Luan's side, because this time, his despicable nature was undoubtedly revealed. But this was not the most important thing. Long Chen suddenly felt a familiar gaze on him. It was so passionate and affectionate that he trembled with excitement. Even though they were separated by a long distance, he felt as if he could touch her existence. Long Chen could not control his excitement. He looked into the distance. His gaze passed through the crowd, followed the vague perception, and fell on the girl in black. Even the famous Du beside her was completely ignored by Long Chen. That girl was just like Long Chen. She was so excited and surprised that she burst into tears, lost her voice, and even wept bitterly. The vast sea of people was so vast, but they were able to meet in this place. It could only be said that it was fate. It was fate that had entangled them. Following Long Chen's almost frozen gaze, Lingxi looked over in puzzlement. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she whispered, That seems to be Sister Xuanji. Once again, I recommend The Strongest Sword God to everyone. The Fantasy channel is currently the 2nd largest channel. As one of the leaders, I hope that this channel can become unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 1826. Li Xuanji. Amidst the crowd, she, who was originally cold, unexpectedly showed excitement and surprise. The hot tears in her eyes revealed another side of her that no one knew about. When he saw the sudden reaction of Sister Li, Diyu, who was next to him, was stunned. In his impression, this cold woman had never behaved like this before. What on earth had caused such a huge change in her emotions? From the dragon sacrificial continent to the eternal god realm, they had crossed a great distance. They had thought that they would be separated from the crowd, but they accidentally saw each other. This was like a gift from the heavens, and they could hardly believe their eyes. However, the familiar feeling was unforgettable. Saint Luan, Su Xilan, the commander of Taiwan Divine City, these people had all disappeared from Long Chen's world, and even the thousands of people around him had disappeared. Only the girl in black, who was quiet and peaceful, stood in his own world and became the only focus. Yes, it was her. Lingxi also recognized her. The girl in black, who had also forgotten her identity, walked quickly towards Long Chen. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and her movements finally alarmed the people of Dark Divine City, causing them to look at her. Sister Li, where are you going? Diyu stretched out his hand to ask her to stay, but he didn't expect that she didn't see him at all. In the blink of an eye, she had already gone to Long Chen's side without hesitation. What's going on? She knows that person. Diyu felt very strange and followed. No matter where he was always the center of attention. When Diyu caught up, no one dared to move, especially Shang Luan. Their plan had failed, and now they had attracted Diyu's attention. Shang Luan was distraught and could only wait and see. Li Xuanji's long dress fluttered, like a black rose, cold and delicate. In the blink of an eye, she passed by the commanders of St. Luan and Taiwan Divine City, as if she had entered an uninhabited land, and walked to Long Chen. Only a meter away, Long Chen could smell the familiar fragrance on her body, a little cold, but nourishing and pleasant. Back in the 9 underworlds, in order to obtain the saint's fruit, Long Chen carried her on his back for a whole month. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she was still the same. Only in front of Long Chen would she tear off her cold appearance and become passionate. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with tears. They looked at each other without saying a word. There were thousands of things in their hearts that could be said with a single look. It was a blessing to be able to meet here. There was still some estrangement between the two of them, but Long Chen was much more straightforward. The other party had already walked in front of him, and he took advantage of the situation to open his arms and embrace her soft and cold delicate body. The other party's body trembled, and her rapid heartbeat was clearly transmitted to Long Chen's body. I thought we wouldn't meet again. She was such a calm woman. Perhaps it was because Lingxi was next to her. Although Long Chen hugged her, she did not reach out. She just closed her eyes and snuggled up to him. She also did not refuse. Lingxi pursed her lips, and there was only the joy of meeting again in her eyes. She knew that Li Xuanji was willing to leave in order to help her and Long Chen, so she did not mind this mere hug at all. Yes, I thought it would be very difficult for us to be so weak here, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Countless people witnessed this hug, especially the people from Dark Divine City. They were all very curious about what the little Saint Lord was going to do. Because of Diyu's actions, the guards from Dijun Divine City and Yi Yunshu from Dark Divine City had already followed them here. When they saw Long Chen and Li Xuanji hugging so intimately, many people were stunned. Diyu, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and revealed an uncomfortable expression, as if he had eaten shit. However, he quickly concealed it, and revealed an innocent smile that belonged to a child. In the depths of his eyes, a flame began to grow and burn. Long Chen had always felt apologetic towards her. Other than Ling Shi, she was the first woman that he could not bear to part with. She made him yearn for her even in his dreams. If he had not met Ling Shi first, he might have already been with her by now. Therefore, he cherished this hug very much. But in the end, someone still came back to cause trouble. The matter of colluding with the demon race had not been resolved yet. The group of people walked up to Li Xuanji. Yi Yunshu saw that the usually cold and aloof Li Xuanji was acting like a little woman, immersed in a man's embrace. This was an eye-opener for her. After all, this woman didn't even care about Diyu. The only explanation was that this was an old flame of hers. She pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. She smiled and walked forward, saying, "Little Saint Lord, this little brother is your old friend. Everyone's attention was on them, so Long Chen could only solve the problem first. Li Xuanji stood on his left out of habit. Her fair fingers were still linked with Long Chen's, but her expression had already turned indifferent. "This is my private matter. Don't interfere." Oh. Yi Yunshu seemed a little displeased. After all, she was the commander. She said in a strange tone, "Everyone knows that the little saint of darkness divine city is from the lower realms. Then this friend of yours must also be from the lower realms. For a lowly human from the lower realms to reach this level, it's really not bad." The people from Battle God City were the most shocked by these words. From Su Yuyao and Long Chen's encounter, they had learned that Long Chen's origins were mysterious. It was as if he had come from the deep mountains and forests. They were very curious, but they had no way of finding out. They hadn't expected him to be from the lower realms. The humans of the Eternal God realm didn't know much about the lower realms, but their impression of them was nothing more than weak, disgusting, and ants. In any case, it wasn't a good impression. Therefore, they hadn't thought that Long Chen was from the lower realms. But when they heard the truth, they were dumbfounded. How could someone from the lower realms be so talented and powerful? With Yi Yunshu's words, Long Chen had already been labeled as an equal to the lower realms. The crowd began to clamor. So it's her friend from the lower realms. Diyu pondered for a moment. Now was the time for silence, so he asked, "May I ask everyone, what exactly happened here?" Diyu seemed to be on good terms with Li Xuanji, and Li Xuanji was on good terms with Long Chen. Saint Luan quickly understood the relationship between them. It was impossible for them to succeed today, so they could only use other methods. As for now, they could do Diyu a favor. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "It's just a small matter. It's not worth getting so many people involved. Since Long Chen has some connection with the little Saint Lord of the Dark Divine City, I'll let this matter go for everyone's sake." Haha, after saying that, he walked over to Diyu and asked about his well-being. To the Radiance Divine City, fawning over this future god was more important than having a Radiance goddess. "Everyone, disperse." In the Dijun Divine City, Diling said. Only then did everyone disperse. Dong Huang Lu Feng and his elders bid farewell to Long Chen and returned to their own place. Diyu didn't care about Saint Luan's pleasing words. Instead, he led his guards and came in front of Long Chen. He smiled and said, "So it's Sister Li's friend. Why didn't Sister Li introduce him to me?" Long Chen didn't expect that Li Xuanji had a good relationship with him. However, Long Chen hated this child from the bottom of his heart. Li Xuanji also didn't seem to like him. She said, "He's called Long Chen. Little you go back first. It's not easy for me to meet him. I want to have a quiet chat with him." In the entire Dusk Divine Bay, only Li Xuanji dared to talk to Diyu like that. Long Chen could see that this child was very dependent on Li Xuanji. However, his temperament was also terrifying. After hearing Li Xuanji's words, he actually nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "All right, I'll go back and wait for you." After speaking, he turned around and left with the guards of the Dijun Divine City, giving Long Chen a private space. The others didn't go near him. This small incident finally calmed down. However, when the president of the Dijun Divine City, Di Ling, left, she glanced coldly at Long Chen. This made Long Chen understand that although Diyu seemed to be very polite, he wasn't as calm as he looked on the surface. Any child would make a scene when their toy was snatched away. Those who should leave had already left. Long Chen found a quiet corner and had a long talk with the two beauties who could topple nations. From time to time, people would look over with jealousy and curiosity. What kind of charm did this strange young man have to be able to win the favor of two beauties? What kind of story did he have? Why was he so strong even though he came from the lower worlds? He wasn't any weaker than the geniuses of the eternal life god realm. Two beauties. One was as pure as snow, cute, and refreshing. The other was cold and elegant, with an enchanting figure. Having two beauties like these in one's life was a blessing. Facing Li Xuanji, Long Chen felt a sense of peace. "I really want to know what happened in the past few years. How did you end up in the ancient city of martialism?" Li Xuanji asked. "I also want to know how you ended up in Darkness God City and how you became the Little Prime." Long Chen smiled. "Big Sister Xuanji, tell us about you first. We all want to hear it." Lingxi wasn't the least bit distant. "All right. Then I'll tell you first." Li Xuanji pondered for a moment, then said, "Do you remember the black needle you gave me in the City of Wrong Deaths?" Long Chen nodded. Chapter 1827. She's a real god. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged glances. They already knew that the black needle was a little strange, but they didn't expect it to be something left behind by a god. Li Xuanji nodded and said, "She's my master now. Due to the agreement I made with her, it's not convenient for me to talk about the details. This god is the dark goddess, and she's also the god that the remnants of darkness believe in. The reason why I came to Darkness Divine City and became the Little Lord was also her idea. When I left you in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, the City Lord of Darkness Divine City personally went to the 3 Emperor domains to fetch me and let me come to this Dragon God domain. She didn't have any problems during her journey." Long Chen relaxed a little when he heard that she didn't suffer because of it. Li Xuanji had her own secrets, and she even had a god as her master. She had great opportunities, and she had the support of Dark Divine City. Although her current achievements weren't as great as Long Chen and Lingxi, she was sure to have a bright future. Li Xuanji also had god blood in her, but he wasn't sure how much. It was definitely more than 10%, or maybe even more. Otherwise, Diyu wouldn't have valued her so much. With the protection of Dark Divine City's City Lord and her mysterious master, Li Xuanji's status in Dark Divine City was relatively high. Apart from the City Lord, almost no one could order her around. The position of a Little Lord was almost equivalent to a god's spokesperson. During this period of time that I've been in the Darkness Divine City, I've basically had nothing to do. Other than training, I've been training. They've all nurtured me and respected me. Master has also been very protective of me. Thus, you all don't have to worry about me. They didn't expect her to be the one who did the best after coming to the Eternal Sacred Domain. Long Chen and Lingxi smiled bitterly, then secretly told Li Xuanji everything that had happened. Long Chen trusted her just as much as Lingxi, including the matter of the martial devil seed. Li Xuanji frowned as she listened to all of this. From her gradually cold eyes, it could be seen that she was a little angry. To her, Long Chen was more like someone she had to protect, but now he was in danger. "I can tell our City Lord about this. Come to Darkness Divine City. I can protect you. Don't go to the spirit race," Li Xuanji said softly after thinking for a moment. Long Chen said, "I'm afraid this will bring you trouble. Moreover, I've never met your City Lord before, so I'm afraid I can't trust him. I have many secrets on me, and it's not good to get too close to that level of expert. Why don't we take a look at the situation first, and decide after a year?" Li Xuanji nodded. In fact, she did not have an absolute understanding of the City Lord of the Darkness Divine City. At this moment, she thought of something else and asked, "Are you saying that the spirit tribe will kill Diyu?" "You have a good relationship with him?" Long Chen asked. Ever since Diyu had insulted Long Qinglan, he had thoroughly hated this child. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, "This child is a little scheming. I don't like him, but he likes to stick to me. I don't know why, but one thing is for sure, and that is that he is indeed an unimaginably peerless genius. With the resources he has on him, he will definitely reach the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm in a year, and the spirit tribe may not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he has many hidden guards. In time, the Dragon God domain will definitely be his." Li Xuanji had been in the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants for a long time, so she had a better understanding of Diyu. "As long as you don't mind him dying, then there's no problem," Long Chen said, staring into her eyes. His previous words were a little overboard, but misunderstandings can't be erased in a day. "What do you plan to do?" Long Chen said, "I'll endure it for now. Everything will wait until I can truly enter the reincarnation tribulations realm. At that time, perhaps I will have the right to speak. I will fight to enter Eternal Dragon City. Before that, it doesn't matter where I go as long as I can survive." Li Xuanji was silent for a while. She gritted her teeth, looked at Lingxi, and then looked at Long Chen. She said, "No matter what you do, I will support you and do my best to help you. At least here, I won't let anyone hurt you. I promise." Her words were filled with deep emotion, causing Long Chen to almost suffocate for a moment. In front of him was a soul-stirringly beautiful face. She didn't want anything. She only wanted what was best for him, and her beauty only bloomed for him. From her pure white neck down, Long Chen saw a blue heart, the heart of the eternal protector. Okay. Long Chen nodded. It was a very short answer, but he wouldn't let down Li Xuanji's expectations. Lingxi didn't say much as she watched them talk. She knew that it was very difficult for Li Xuanji to travel the world with them all the time, so this time belonged to them. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was really enviable for these two beauties to fall in love with the same man. It would be fine if this man was Du, but it just had to be someone from the lower realm. If Long Chen didn't have some strength, he would probably be laughed at to death by these people. To them, the lower realm was a place where lowly humans gathered. It was a world that was collapsing. Half a day passed as they chatted. About half a day had passed, and there was only half a day left before the battlefield of the gods opened. Everyone was looking forward to it. Most people looked at the deity ocean where the gods were fighting. The deity ocean's aura was majestic and magnificent, and it was shocking. The rumbling sounds of battle lingered in the air. Long Chen had more or less explained everything he needed to. In the meantime, Xiao Lang used the star talisman to ask about the situation here. It was obvious that he was still very worried about Long Chen even after he left. One man and two women hugging each other, standing in front of the deity ocean was indeed enviable. Long Chen, there's one more thing. Li Xuanji suddenly remembered. Speak. She said in a low voice, when you reach the battlefield of the gods, don't bathe in the divine spirit rain. It's best not to absorb any of it. My master said that it's actually not a good thing. Long Chen's expression changed several times. From Li Xuanji's words, he seemed to hear something unusual. The divine spirit rain came from the spirits of the ancestors, and it was a gift bestowed to the descendants. Everyone scrambled for it, but Li Xuanji's master, the goddess of darkness, actually said not to bathe in the divine spirit rain. I don't know why either. It was my master's request. She only asked me to do it, Li Xuanji said. All right, I'll keep it in mind. Long Chen originally wanted to use the divine spirit rain to break through the gate of life and death, but it seemed that it wouldn't work. He didn't know why, but he trusted her unconditionally. This battlefield of the gods seemed to have many secrets. Perhaps he would be able to gain some insight when he went in. The divine spirit rain was the key for Long Chen to cross the gate of life and death and defeat Xueqi. He didn't want to avoid that battle, but if he didn't cross the gate of life and death, what could he use to fight Xueqi? Xueqi already knew that he killed his sister, and he had already accepted the challenge back then. Just when Long Chen was pondering, someone suddenly shouted, Xueqi, there's still half a day left. Let's settle the grudge between us. After enduring for so long, I can no longer endure it. Long Chen raised his head and saw a shirtless burly man. His tyrannical muscles looked like they were cast from steel, filled with a barbaric aura. His short red hair was burning like flames, and on his forehead, there was a crimson flame imprint. The imprint was currently rolling, emitting a shocking flame might. This small interlude quickly attracted everyone's attention. The shirtless burly man cupped his hands and said to everyone, fellow divine descendants and elders, I'm Qin Bao Lai, a disciple of the heavenly fire deity city's Zong family. I have some grudges with Xueqi, a disciple of the ancient martial god city's Zong family, but I haven't had a chance to spar with him. Seeing that there's still half a day left, why don't we let this brat settle the grudge with Xueqi? At the same time, it can be considered as finding entertainment for all the elders. He wasn't a brainless person. His words reassured everyone. Everyone loved to watch a show, especially a battle between juniors. So why not? Therefore, everyone who was bored from waiting looked over with interest. Seeing everyone's support, the red-haired man furiously looked at Xueqi, who was amongst the crowd. Xueqi, the seniors have already agreed to our battle. You have always been straightforward and courageous. You can't be that you don't have the guts to settle our grudges here, right? Although you're not at the reincarnation tribulation stage, you're still a super divine dragon, right? If Long Chen was Xueqi, he would go as well. He was also curious about Xueqi's true strength. Could he defeat this weird man if he encountered him? Intuition told Long Chen that Xueqi would be a great enemy. Although he was silent, the threat he brought was probably even more shocking than the Emperor Rain. Indeed, he squeezed through the crowd and walked towards Qin Bao Lai with an indifferent expression. He stretched his hand out and said, Brother Qin, please. Hearing this, everyone dispersed, leaving the battlefield for them to fight. Qin Bao Lai smiled. His face was ferocious, and his smile was extremely frightening. He licked his lips and said, "You crippled my brother, and you still call me brother. How interesting." Boom. The Heavenly Fire Divine City was inherited from the Heavenly Fire Divine Spirit. The Heavenly Fire Divine Spirit controlled the Heavenly Fire. He was born to be the Son of Fire and controlled the flames of anger of the four seas. Among the deity sea, the Heavenly Fire Divine Spirit was still quite eye-catching. A divine rune appeared on Qin Bao Lai's body, and in the end, it turned into a scarlet flame. A large number of arrays condensed on his body, devouring the energy of heaven and earth and turning it into his own attack power. He was a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior, and it hadn't been long since he stepped into it. "Take this." Qin Bao Lai spewed out heavenly fire in anger. The storm of battle was especially fierce, and he was now cultivating the Tao of battle. Boom. The fire struck. Chapter 1828. The 3,000 Samsara Soldiers was a classic Xiantian Dao art of the martial god ancient city. Even Su Yuji knew it, so Su Mukin could naturally execute it. However, his 3,000 Samsara Soldiers were too powerful. The pitch-black figure held onto the halberd as it charged towards Qin Bao Lai, causing the beast-like Samsara Tribulation Realm warrior to retreat. The victor was determined the moment they made their move. When Su Mukin suppressed his opponent, he unhurriedly flew towards Qin Honglia's direction. At the same time, a black vortex appeared on his hand. The vortex grew larger. In just a few breaths' time, it had already expanded to tens of thousands of meters. The violent energy in the vortex shocked everyone. As a 9th-grade Nirvana Tribulation Stage cultivator, it was too shocking that he could unleash such a terrifying power. Rumble! Su Mukin's voice was cold. Countless ghostly figures filled the massive black vortex. His expression did not change as he turned the black vortex around Qin Honglai. The earth trembled. Long Chen roughly knew that this should be the divine ability of the primordial demonic dragon. As the black vortex approached, a large portion of the dusk deity Bei's ground cracked. Qin Bao Lai let out a miserable shriek at the last moment and no longer moved. When Su Mu Chen slowly removed the black vortex, everyone saw that the tall and burly Qin Bao Lai had already fallen to the ground. His limbs were twitching and he was foaming at the mouth. He looked at Su Mu Chen in disbelief and immediately fainted. It was an instant kill. This battle started very quickly and ended even more quickly. Su Mu Chen only used 2 moves to deal with his opponent. If he wanted to kill Qin Bao Lai, the black vortex from before would have been enough to deal with him. At the sight of this scene, everyone went into an uproar. A battle between a 9th-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm and a Reincarnation Tribulation Realm ended in such an outcome. Su Mu Chen had always been silent, but his performance this time had startled everyone. This child from the martial god ancient city isn't famous, but his fighting strength is so powerful. He's a super divine dragon, and his fighting strength in his human form isn't his limit. If this child were to display his full combat power, I'm afraid he would even be able to fight against a late-stage 1 Yuan Reincarnation Tribulation Realm warrior. It's really too shocking. When he enters the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, won't he be able to fight against a Yin and Yang Reincarnation Realm expert immediately? Rumor has it that it is extremely difficult for a dragon warrior to survive the calamity. He is a super divine dragon, which is even more terrifying. This child is indeed a promising talent. When he reaches the Rebirth Tribulation Realm, I'm afraid he will enter the 5 great dragon cities to be groomed. Discussions about Su Mu Chen could be heard everywhere. He calmly returned to his original position. However, after defeating his opponent, he glanced over at Long Chen, presumably reminding Long Chen not to forget the duel he had promised. As for that Qin Bao Lai, he was carried back by the people of Heaven Fire Divine City. They were helpless to suddenly lose so much face. Of course, this was only a matter of the younger generation. Naturally, no one would escalate it to a conflict between the divine cities. It should be known that the 72 ancient cities of God's descendants were united against a common enemy, at least on the surface. This small interlude soon ended. After this battle, Long Chen clearly realized how terrifying Su Mu Chen was. He even suspected that the primordial demonic dragon was only a super divine dragon. Would it be even more shocking? Honestly speaking, it was almost impossible for Su Mu Chen's nirvana energy to reach this level. Was there any shocking secret on him? If he said that he could defeat 10 Su Tian Yuan, there was absolutely no problem. Now that Su Mu Chen had his eyes on him, he would probably have to go with him in the battlefield of the gods. He was afraid that it would be a huge problem. Sailing against the current, if I don't advance, I will fall back. I should bring my talent to its fullest state. Clenching his fist, Long Chen was filled with confidence for the future. After all, there were 2 girls who supported him without hesitation. Half a day passed. Thousands of people gathered at the edge of the Divine Sea, watching the gods fighting on the Divine Sea. The waves were monstrous. Everyone's heart was filled with admiration. These powerful gods were their ancestors. It was their greatest honor to be able to inherit the bloodline of these gods and become their descendants. The time was almost up. The various cities should be preparing their divine boats soon. Li Xuanji raised her head and whispered in Long Chen's ear. The divine boat was the only thing left by the gods that could cross the Divine Sea. It looked simple, but it was actually mysterious. As expected, all the divine cities were making preparations. On the side of the ancient city of Martial God, Su Xilan took out a golden divine boat from her divine kingdom. It was the ancient boat of the Martial God. The ancient boat of the Martial God was dark gold in color and had no luster. It even looked rusty and there were many sword marks on it. Long Chen did not notice anything special about the ancient boat of the Martial God. However, he thought that even his god-slaying sword wouldn't be able to cut through the things left by the gods. Just as the various god cities were preparing their divine boats, Diyu brought his guards and came before Li Xuanji. He said, "Sister Li, my Di Jun divine boat is the #1 divine boat. With the Di Jun divine boat's protection, even though the deity sea is calm, there are still dangers. Why don't you follow me onto the Di Jun divine boat and head to the battlefield of the gods?" He was of noble status and was a future god. Just his sincerity in inviting her personally made many envious of Li Xuanji. Diyu was right. The Di Jun divine boat was the largest and most majestic. Li Xuanji shook her head decisively. "It wasn't easy for me to meet him. When we reach the battlefield of the deities, we will have to separate. So, I wish to stay with him for a while longer. I won't board the Di Jun divine boat." Hearing her decisive rejection, the people of the Di Jun divine city were displeased. They whispered to each other. They felt that Li Xuanji didn't want the respect they gave her. However, Diyu didn't care. He said sincerely, "If that's the case, big brother Long Chen, come to my Di Jun divine boat too. I see that the Di Jun divine boat is so small, and I'm afraid that there will be casualties. Can the 2 of you give me face?" If he didn't belittle Long Qinglan, Long Chen would indeed give him face. As long as he said the word, Li Xuanji definitely wouldn't reject him. However, if Diyu only thought that Li Xuanji was hostile to Long Chen wouldn't dare to offend someone of his status. After all, he had already spoken. However, he said the most intolerable thing to Long Chen. He had destroyed Long Chen's pride, so Long Chen wouldn't compromise. He said, "There's no need. If you want to please her, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There's no need to care about this moment." In his eyes, it didn't matter how talented Diyu was. As long as Long Chen could defeat him now, he wasn't afraid that Diyu would catch up to him. He would always be afraid of those who were older than him, not those who had the same potential as him. His words were not loud, but those who should have heard it heard it. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The whole world was trying to curry favor with Diyu, but this guy didn't care about anything. He said such words without the slightest scruple. In their eyes, he was simply arrogant and had a mental problem. "How dare you!" The people of the Di Jun divine city shouted. "Stop!" Diyu raised his hand to stop them. His eyes were like stars, and he looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. He said with some grief and indignation, "It seems that big brother Long Chen has misunderstood me. Forget it. I'm just being kind. Sister Xuanji, I'm very happy that you can find an old friend, but I hope that you won't misunderstand me because of this. I really want to be your good friend. I'm too lonely, you know?" His sincerity was impeccable. Although Li Xuanji knew that Long Chen hated this child's unscrupulous words, she also knew that this person couldn't be provoked. So she said amiably, "I won't misunderstand you. Go back first. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to you in the future. Then I'll leave first. Goodbye." He left as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation. You can't blame this child. He grew up under the influence of his elders. He probably wouldn't have thought that he would offend you, Li Xuanji said softly. Long Chen chuckled and said, "How could you understand the ambition of a wolf?" Li Xuanji shook her head helplessly. "You've always seen through people better than me. I'll believe you for now, but I have to advise you not to go against him. The power behind him is too terrifying. The Dijun Divine City is the leader of the 72 ancient cities of the ancient city of demonic descendants. With the help of the 5 great dragon cities, he is the hope of the human race. I understand." Long Chen naturally did not want to disappoint her painstaking efforts. Since she had spoken, those intolerable insults to Long Chen would temporarily be forgotten. But Long Chen understood that because of Li Xuanji's existence, Diyu's enmity towards him couldn't be erased. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At some point in time, a portion of the boundless blood-colored divine sea finally calmed down. This portion formed a passageway to the battlefield of the deities. The disciples of the various divine cities had already boarded their respective divine boats. What awaited them was a grand gift, the reign of divinities. However, crossing the divine sea wasn't necessarily safe. Only a portion of the divine sea was resting in peace, while the rest was still fluctuating violently. Once they deviated from the route or accidentally fell into the water, they would basically die. They were like legends in the battlefield of the deities. Long Chen brought the 2 beauties onto the ancient god of martial gods Arkansas. He was always the center of attention for the disciples of the ancient god of martial god city. They had no idea when this young man from the lower realm had become so dazzling. "Get ready. Don't throw your lives away." Su Xilan's cold voice came from the front of the ancient god of martial gods Arkansas. Yes. The disciples hid in the cabins of the ancient god of martial god city, not daring to breathe loudly. The ancient god of martial gods Ark was huge. It could easily accommodate 100 people. "If you don't want to die, don't let the water of the divine sea touch you," Su Xilan reminded them again. At this moment, the Supreme June Divine Boat, the Dipankara Divine Boat, and the others that were in the front row started to move. On top of the Supreme June Divine Boat, a young man stood facing the wind. He had the demeanor of a king. This show-off. When Long Chen saw him, he lowered his head and cursed. Chapter 1829. After a passageway appeared in the deity sea that was no longer turbulent, dozens of divine boats from the ancestors started to enter. When the ancient boat of the martial god landed in the vast blood-colored deity sea, it started to shake. In this vast sea, there were still a large number of gods fighting fiercely, covering the sky and the sun. The blood-colored seawater surged everywhere, even hitting the ancient boat of the martial god. It made people feel endless fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the deity sea, sharp winds blew wildly. The ancient boat of the martial god moved forward shakily, as if it would collapse at any time. Everyone stood on the ancient boat of the martial god, as if they were standing on a deadly beast. Most of the young people pretended to be calm, but no matter what they did, they could not hide the fear and worry in their hearts. They did not know what kind of secrets were hidden in this surging deity sea. Is this the blood left behind by the ancient gods after the battle? Long Chen had seen many strange things. The descendants of the gods respected the gods, but he did not. He was more curious. The Golden Fleet shuttled back and forth. It was a daunting experience, but not a mishap. They completely entered the deity sea, and the sunset divine bay behind them had already disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Seawater surged into the sky, but this passageway was peaceful. In the depths of the sea, there were loud songs and chants, as well as mournful screams, which made people's scalps go numb. Below them, blood was rolling. Most of the disciples did not dare to go near the side of the ship, afraid that they would be stained by the blood. This place was a mystery. No one knew what was going on, and no one knew if the gods had really fought here. Just like that, surrounded by the terrifying deity sea, the fleet traveled for an hour. Apart from this peaceful passageway, the entire deity sea was still in a terrible turmoil. When they raised their heads, they could see the shadows of gods flying over their heads. They were fighting fiercely, causing the waves in the deity sea to surge. Boom, boom, boom. In the surging seawater, the ancient boat of the martial god shook even more. Everyone, pay attention. After passing through the deity sea storm, we will reach the battlefield of the gods, which is surrounded by the 9-colored fog. Sue's island's cold voice came. I'll try my best to prevent the martial god's ancient ship from flying away. I won't help you. You should know that this is also a test for you. Hearing this, almost all the disciples became nervous. They used various methods to bind themselves to the martial god ancient Arkansas. Some even took out Tao weapons inside ropes to bind themselves to the martial god ancient Arkansas divine sea storm. On one hand, Long Chen steadied himself and the two beauties on his left and right. On the other hand, he raised his head and looked ahead. Sure enough, the end of the peaceful passage appeared in front of him. As expected, they had arrived at the battlefield of the gods. The problem was that there was a tornado blocking the battlefield of the gods. It was this tornado that isolated the battlefield of the gods from the outside world. It was a terrifying blood-red tornado. It was so huge that it was like a super beast that connected the heavens and the earth. It enveloped the entire battlefield of the gods. The deity sea storm was spinning rapidly, causing the surrounding seawater to crash into the surroundings, forming huge waves that soared into the sky. The entire deity sea storm was probably related to the deity sea storm. Oh my God, seeing the raging deity sea storm, all the disciples were stunned. If they were to be blown away by the deity sea storm, they would definitely die. If they fell into the deity sea and let the blood of the gods infect them, they would definitely die. Activate the Divine Spirit Guardian. Before the deity sea storm, there was a huge change. For example, the divine boat of the Xianbing Divine City was actually surrounded by a huge ice mountain. The people inside were completely protected. For example, the divine boat of the Heaven Fire Divine City was burning with inextinguishable heaven fire, protecting everyone. As for the ancient boat of the martial god, a golden shield extended and enveloped the ancient boat of the martial god. It looked simple, but in fact, its defense was not weak. There is a risk of the Divine Spirit Guardian being destroyed. Be prepared. Hearing this, everyone was even more flustered. It was as though death was inevitable. Long Chen looked at the two girls on his left and right and chuckled. I will protect you. With that, he ignored their objections and carried them in his arms. With his physical strength, he was absolutely stable on the ancient boat of the martial god. By the time he was ready, the divine boat of the Emperor June divine boat had already rushed into the deity sea storm. Buzz! The massive divine boat of the Emperor June divine boat disappeared in the deity sea storm. More and more divine boats entered the storm. Soon, it would be the ancient boat of the martial god's turn. Rumble! When the ancient boat of the martial god charged into the deity sea storm, everyone felt the world spinning. It was as though the entire ancient boat of the martial god had been swept up and was spinning rapidly. A large number of disciples crashed into the golden shield and were nearly flung away. In an instant, miserable shrieks could be heard, as though it was the end of the world. So terrifying. Long Chen was fine. He hugged the two girls tightly. Li Xuanji's body was especially cold. In the chaos, he lowered his head and saw her gently leaning in his arms. Her face was a little red, and she looked extremely charming. But very quickly, under the power of the deity sea storm, the entire ancient boat of the martial god became even more chaotic. Long Chen was almost at his limit protecting the two girls. Some disciples even cried out and crashed into Long Chen, bringing great trouble to him. Not far away, Sumu Chen quietly sat, completely fine. Boom. Finally, roughly 15 minutes later, the ancient boat of the martial god finally stabilized. However, the disciples of the Su clan were all lying on the ground. Their faces were swollen and they were screaming in pain. Only a few of them could still stand. Long Chen realized that the martial god's ancient boat was currently passing through a ball of 9-colored mist. The divine sense sea had already disappeared, and they were currently walking in midair. The 9-colored mist was as soft as cotton candy, and it looked extremely beautiful. Don't blame me for not warning you. This 9-colored mist is even more terrifying than the blood of the deity sea. If you touch it, you will die without a doubt. Sue's Island's words woke everyone up. This seemingly beautiful thing had become one of their nightmares. The beauties in Long Chen's arms lightly flashed, and the two girls very tacitly glanced at Long Chen in disdain, and stood together to chat. Who told Long Chen to take advantage of both of them just now? After passing through the 9-colored mist, we will arrive at the battlefield of the gods soon. Someone at the side whispered. Only now did Long Chen realize that the worry on the faces of the Su family's disciples had completely disappeared. At present, they were already safe. Moreover, They were about to worship the ancestors and receive the blessing of the ancestors. This was an extremely good thing. Most people had been looking forward to this day since hundreds of years ago. This was a very good opportunity for those who wanted to break through to the reincarnation tribulation realm. We are here. Su Xilan heaved a sigh of relief. So far, there had been no accidents. Once, a divine boat of a certain divine city had suddenly lost its deity spirit protection in a storm of the deity sea. Dozens of people on the divine boat had been thrown out. Apart from the leader, everyone else had died. As she finished speaking, the ancient boat of the martial god had already passed through the nine-colored mist. A pale plain appeared in front of them. The entire plain was still surrounded by the nine-colored mist. However, the nine-colored mist around the plain was thinner. Rumble! Dozens of divine boats began to land on the pale plain. When they arrived, they realized that this place was so huge that it was not a problem to accommodate so many divine boats. The deity spirit protection on the divine boats had disappeared. However, there was no nine-colored mist at least 100 meters above the plain. The commanders had already put away all the divine boats. More than 70 teams gathered on this pale plain. This was a very ancient ground. It was very mottled and full of traces of time. When they gathered, they all looked at the large door in front of them. That was the entrance to the battlefield of the gods. Similarly, the battlefield of the gods was completely surrounded by the nine-colored mist. All right, you can enter the battlefield of the gods now. Remember the things that I have said before. You cannot fight on the golden ancient road. You cannot blaspheme the ancestors. Focus on absorbing the divine spirit rain. Come out after a year. The commanders started to give their instructions. The battlefield of the gods could only be entered once in a lifetime. Therefore, the commanders and deputy commanders could not enter. They would wait on this plain. As for the disciples of the various divine cities, as long as they passed through the door of doomsday, they would see the 72 divine paths. Each divine path would lead to a deity's tomb. All the disciples just had to take their respective seats. At this moment, everyone's hearts were burning with curiosity and anticipation. As usual, Su Jiuyo, Su Tianyuan, and Su Myukan led the team in the ancient battle god city. It was time to part. Li Xuanji stared into Long Chen's eyes and said, I have something to do at the dark god-goddess tomb. I can only bid farewell for now. If you have any problems, you must tell me through the star talisman. I can help. Long Chen knew that she was concerned about him. That was enough. He said, take care of your safety. Look for me if you have any problems. All right. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen with reluctance. She reminded Lingxi to take good care of him and return to her team in the Darkness Divine City. It seemed that Yi Yunshu was a little dissatisfied with her and mocked her. All the teams were ready to set off. Everyone approached the door of doomsday. What made Long Chen curious was that this door was built purely with the bones of a divine dragon. Perhaps because it had been a long time, tens of millions of years, the dragon bones had already decayed. A fatal gray aura lingered around it like a venomous snake. No one dared to approach it. The disciples of the various divine cities carefully passed through the door of doomsday. When Long Chen approached, he took a closer look. He discovered that there were many strange beasts carved on the door of doomsday made of dragon bones. They were in strange shapes and didn't even look like beasts. He felt that it was very strange. Chapter 1830. On Doomsday's Gate. Some beasts had the body of a beast, but had the head of a fish. Some had several human heads, but only one body, a pair of arms, and the body of a tiger. Some were clearly birds, but had the wings of a bat. On Doomsday's Gate, there were a total of thousands of such strange beasts. Because of the passage of time, most of them could no longer be seen clearly. This Doomsday's Gate definitely had a history of tens of millions of years. After all, it was something left behind from the primordial era. Then, these strange beasts should have existed in that era. However, why were they carved here? It was a little strange. This is, when Long Chen passed through the Doomsday's Gate, he found a familiar beast carving in a corner of the Doomsday's Gate. The beast carving's appearance made him instinctively feel fear in his bloodline. After thinking about it carefully, his heart trembled and he cried out involuntarily, "Dragon-devouring beast." That's right. There was a relief of a dragon-devouring beast among the thousands of strange beasts. The original body of the Desolation Emperor of the three imperial regions was a dragon-devouring beast. Long Chen had once controlled this dragon-devouring beast, so he was very familiar with it. However, it was a relatively low-level existence in the three imperial regions. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon-devouring beast on this Doomsday's Gate. That was strange. It really is a dragon-devouring beast. And there are so many strange beasts. They all feel similar to dragon-devouring beasts. Are they all from the same era as the divine dragon? Lingxi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Maybe. The ancient battle god cities team began to move further away. Long Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed the ancient battle god cities team forward. Thousands of people walked into Doomsday's Gate, and a wide golden ancient road appeared in front of them. It could accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. The entire area outside of the golden ancient road was still shrouded in layers of 9-colored fog, making it impossible to see the situation outside. In front of the golden road, there were 72 forks, representing the 72 gods. The 72 roads were called the 72 Divine Das. Every descendant of the gods could easily distinguish which divine Tao they belonged to. And at this time, the teams from the various divine cities had already started to excitedly enter their divine paths. They were about to bathe in the divine rain and increase their cultivation and comprehension. This was extremely beneficial to them, and at the same time they could get closer to their ancestors. It could be said that almost everyone was unable to conceal their excitement. Li Xuanji bade farewell to Long Chen from afar and entered the divine path belonging to the Dark God City. Very soon, Long Chen followed the group from the ancient city of War God and entered one of the divine paths that led to the War God's mausoleum. Long Chen was not interested in the War God's mausoleum. What he was interested in was that the divine path beneath his feet was still densely packed with relief sculptures. The relief sculptures were also those of strange beasts. They did not have regular shapes, and were even stranger than the Nian beasts. However, Long Chen discovered a similarity, and that was that their mouths were all unique and especially frightening. Just like the dragon-devouring beast's mouth, it was incomparably huge and could swallow the divine dragon. Battlefield of the Gods. Battle God Tomb. There are such strange beast relief sculptures everywhere. Clearly it has a history of tens of millions of years. Why is that? Long Chen was puzzled. Chen, look, there's a wolf. It looks like Xiao Lang. Suddenly, he heard Lingxi's surprised voice. Following her instructions, Long Chen found a wolf-shaped relief sculpture on the divine path under his feet. It could be said that among the thousands of strange beasts, this majestic wolf was the only one that looked normal. Long Chen observed carefully and found that this beast was indeed similar to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It had a disdainful demeanor that could swallow the heavens and earth. He pondered for a moment and said, "This wolf clearly belongs to the same race as these strange beasts, or the dragon-devouring beast as well. However, it might not be a sun-devouring demonic wolf. If you look carefully, there are still some differences." Although it was just a relief sculpture, Long Chen could find that this wolf was too ferocious, and there were many details that were not similar to Mo Xiaolang. Although Mo Xiaolang was a sun-devouring demonic wolf, there were too many wolf-type demonic beasts like him. His appearance could be said to have no special characteristics. No matter if it was the dragon-devouring beast or this complete wolf, they both gave Long Chen a lot of doubts. Just as he was pondering, the divine path came to an end. The Su family disciples in front of him were already jumping in joy. Looking up, there really was a magnificent mausoleum in front of them. It was enveloped in golden light, revealing the heaviness and mysteriousness that belonged to ancient gods. The divine path expanded, forming a rather vast bluestone plaza. At the end of the plaza was a mausoleum. The mausoleum was completely golden, and it was covered in dense runes. The runes were swimming about, gathering towards the center. In the center of the mausoleum, there was a dome. At the center of the dome, there was a golden mist rising into the sky, which then turned into golden rain that fell. The majestic falling rain had already enveloped half of the bluestone plaza. Every single drop of golden rain was like a fine nectar, emitting a refreshing fragrance. When they fell onto the ground, they would disappear. However, no one would feel heartache because this divine spiritual rain would last for a full year, until they finished worshipping their ancestors. Every single divine spiritual rain in the divine mausoleum was suitable for their descendants. Therefore, this trip to the battlefield of the gods was a gift from their ancestors. Basically, if they returned alive from the battlefield of the gods, their fighting strength would greatly increase, along with their status. Divine spiritual rain. Seeing the boundless golden rain, all the disciples of the Su clan went crazy. They didn't care about their lives as they fought to be the first to charge towards the area covered by the golden rain. Even Su Mu Chen wasn't an exception. He just wasn't anxious, but in his heart, he was extremely thirsty for the divine spiritual rain. That's because it was a guarantee for him to step into the reincarnation tribulation realm. He had waited for so many years for this moment. The moment he stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm, he would be qualified to enter the 5 great dragon cities. Of course, if he stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm, then the battle between him and Long Chen would basically be hopeless. Up until now, he had never displayed his true strength, not to mention that once he reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, no one under the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm would be his opponent. After a true dragon martial artist became powerful, they would be quite terrifying, far surpassing the descendants of gods. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Su clan were fighting to be the first to bathe in the golden divine spiritual rain. They faced the martial god's mausoleum in front of them and knelt on the ground with incomparable sincerity. Then, they prostrated themselves and allowed the golden divine spiritual rain to fall on their bodies. Long Chen discovered that they didn't need to absorb it. The golden divine spiritual rain would squeeze into their bodies and form mysterious runes on the surface of their bodies. Only Long Chen and Lingxi were still standing in the same place. At this moment, everyone was kneeling with sincerity. Naturally, no one paid attention to them. After the divine spiritual rain entered their bodies, they felt extremely comfortable. Many of them even moaned in comfort. Their bodies trembled as if they had fallen into an atmosphere of revelry. They were extremely excited. Ancestor, please bless me. Bestow me with endless power. Ancestor, please bless me. Bestow me with the primordial Tao artifact. Ancestor, please bless me. Bestow me with the 100 reincarnations. Let me experience the various forms of life and enter the reincarnation tribulation realm. All the disciples made their wishes in front of the divine spiritual ancestor. In the face of faith, there were too few people who could still maintain their rationality. A large amount of golden divine spiritual rain squeezed into their bodies. Every drop of divine spiritual rain was like a living worm, twisting, rolling, tearing apart their flesh and burying themselves in it, waiting for them to take root and sprout. Among them, Su Mu Chen trembled the most. A black aura surrounded him and prevented the divine spiritual rain from entering. However, Su Mu Chen gritted his teeth and withdrew the black aura. He made a wish and said, "Ancestor, please cleanse the body of this junior with the divine spiritual rain. Bestow me with the comprehension of martial Tao, and let me step into the reincarnation realm." Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and watched everything quietly. Once every 1,000 years, the most powerful group of people in each ancient city would bathe in the divine spiritual rain. The divine spiritual rain was full of energy and was indeed a good nourishment. It was like grinding the immortal essence. Why did Li Xuanji remind him not to bathe in the divine spiritual rain? "Chen, if we don't go in, are we going to stay like this for a year?" Lingxi said with a frown. She didn't like the crazy looks of the Su family's disciples. "They'll do their own things, while we'll do ours. I still have an appointment with Su Mukin, and if he steps into the reincarnation tribulation stage, I'll be finished. From today onwards, we'll cultivate here for a year. We can spend some time to sort out and ponder what we've learned. The inheritance of your ethereal immortal sect and the usage of the 8 great heavenly swords have yet to be fully displayed." Lingxi nodded and said, "I've already controlled the boiling divine blood. Now, it's not a problem for me to defeat someone at Su Yuyao's level." Long Chen smiled evilly and said, "It's still early. We've improved so much recently. I have to nourish you well so that we can balance Yin and Yang and go through the Mount Wu rain together." "Haha," Lingxi blushed and said, "I'll work hard on my own. I don't need your help." After Goddess Su's blood increased to 80%, it seemed that she hadn't been intimate for a long time. However, it wasn't easy to do it in front of so many people. Long Chen was just teasing her. Of course, if there was a chance, she would definitely use Goddess Su's blood to the fullest. After all, it was also very beneficial to Long Chen. It would be even more helpful to Lingxi. She had an abundance of divine blood, and it was easy for her to pass the tribulation. Although Long Chen was in the lead now, it wasn't impossible for her to surpass him in the future. The days finally calmed down. Long Chen was facing the most important problem, the gate of life and death. Chapter 1831. While Long Chen was cultivating in the martial god's tomb, Mo Xiaolang and Ruoxi had already followed the nine-tailed celestial fox Ruoxi from the dragon god domain to the demon god domain. They had been traveling carefully these few days. Because they were in the human race's territory, Ruoxi did not dare to be too ostentatious. It was only when they reached the demon god domain that she became unbridled. She was like a happy angel, swaying in the air. Her slender pink foxtail fluttered in the wind, full of dreamy beauty. "She's so beautiful." Xueqi hid behind Mo Xiaolang and said softly, "Oh, she's not even half as beautiful as Yan Er." Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. He was not deliberately praising Xueqi, but he was saying this from the bottom of his heart. He was a very serious person. Hearing their soft discussion, Ruoxi almost fell from the sky. She angrily ran back and stared at Mo Xiaolang with a pair of bewitching pink eyes. She said, "Stinking brat, how dare you say that about your grand aunt? All right, don't casually compare a woman's appearance. Do you know that if you anger me, I'll leave you here?" Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi looked at each other and nodded helplessly. It had to be said that if the two of them wanted to survive in the demon god domain, they had to temporarily rely on Ruoxi until Mo Xiaolang became stronger. This kind of day would not be far off. As they continued on their way, Ruoxi said, "This is your first time coming to the demon race, so let me give you a brief introduction. The human race has 72 gods, and we have 108 primordial divine beasts. The human race has established 72 ancient cities according to the divine beast's bloodline, each controlling a large territory. We, the demon race, also use the 108 primordial divine beasts as the standard, dividing them into 108 divine residences. In each divine residence, there is a descendant of a primordial divine beast. For example, we, nine-tailed celestial fox, and many other fox races all come from the same ancestor, the primordial divine beast Dream Fox. So we all gather in the Dream Fox divine residence. Of course, you don't have to worry. Even in the Dream Fox divine residence, there are many brothers and sisters from other demon races. So it's not strange that you, a wolf, are in our Dream Fox divine residence." Then she smiled proudly and said, "The human race only has 72 ancient cities, while we have 108 divine beast residences. Obviously, we are much stronger than them." Mo Xiaolang said, "Don't the human race still have the 5 great dragon cities? That's their real core." Ruoxi's eyes flickered as she looked at Mo Xiaolang with disdain and said, "Kid, haven't you heard that the demon race also has 4 demonic forefathers?" Mo Xiaolang shook his head honestly. Ruoxi was speechless. She smiled charmingly and said, "The 108 immemorial divine beasts are divine beasts from the immemorial era. Our current demon race basically has the bloodline of these divine beasts, and we are their descendants. But in fact, the history of our demon race can be traced back to an even more ancient era. That is the absolute beginning era, the era when the dragon sacrificial continent was still the world of the divine dragons. Rumor has it that our monster clan is also the descendant of the primeval divine dragon. Actually, it's not true. Our monster clan is the same as the human clan. We only started to flourish after the divine dragon was extinct. However, before the divine dragon was extinct, our monster clan's ancestors had already appeared. Among them, the 4 most powerful divine beasts were our 4 great demonic forefathers. Rumor has it that these 4 great demonic forefathers used to fight against the most powerful existence among the gods, the ancestral dragon. Although they weren't as powerful as the ancestral dragon, they were quite close. Although the human clan has 5 great dragon cities, our monster clan also has the top forces, which are the 4 great demonic forefathers. Is that so? Mo Xiaolang and Luoxi hurriedly nodded their heads. No wonder the human race viewed the demon race as a great enemy. It turned out that the demon race also had forces at the level of the 5 great dragon cities. Ruoxi said, "You 2 little fellows are really ignorant. Not only does our demon race have our ancestors from the absolute beginning era, the witch race, sea race, and spirit race can also be considered as one of the 5 great clans. They also have the power to contend against the 5 great dragon cities. It's just that they aren't as powerful as our demon race. In this world, the only forces that can contend against our 4 great demonic forefathers are the 5 great dragon cities." As the purest member of the demon race, Xueqi naturally had her own pride as a member of the demon race. But Mo Xiaolang didn't have such pride. Just like Long Chen, he came from the draconic sacrificial continent. Whether it was the dragon god domain or the demon god domain, it was hard for them to feel safe. After about 3 days, Xueqi turned around and said in a sweet voice, "You two little fellows, Zhang Lanqing is right in front of us. I have to go in and report the mission of this trip. After that, I'll bring you to the Dream Fox Divine Palace. Wait here for a while. Xiaolang, you're my baby. I can't let Zhang Lanqing and the others snatch you away." After saying that, she turned into a pink ray of light and disappeared in an instant. Zhang Lanqing was a heavyweight fortress at the demon race's border. It blocked the path of the human race. The plan for their operation this time was made here. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi landed in the middle of a wasteland. Mo Xiaolang was fine, but Xueqi was a little afraid in this unfamiliar place. She leaned on Mo Xiaolang and didn't dare to move. Her eyes were trembling slightly. "Big brother Xiaolang," she said, "that I'm a half-demon and will be despised by the demon race. Will you protect me?" Mo Xiaolang placed his hands on her shoulders and said solemnly, You must always remember one thing. You are a human and so am I. We are not from the demon race, nor are we half-demons. Do you understand?" "That's right, they were originally from the human race. I understand. We will change back." Soyeon smiled with tears in her eyes. In reality, arriving at the desolate Emperor domain was a terrifying memory for Soyeon. She had no relatives and was turned into the so-called snake race saintess by the Dark North snake race. This was a very cruel method. If not for Mo Xiaolang rescuing her in the end, she would definitely live in a nightmare. It was also at that time that the two of them depended on each other and gradually developed feelings for each other. Hazy and immature. Don't worry about anything. Come to the demon race. This is my world. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and cheered her on. At this time, a gale surged and the ground in the distance trembled. The two of them looked up and saw a huge green snake that was almost 1,000 meters long slithering forward at a terrifying speed. Everywhere it went, rocks were sent flying as if there was an earthquake. Behind the green snake was a huge black hound that reeked of blood. It was also rushing towards Zhang Lanqing. Rumble! When passing by Mo Xiaolang, the green snake inadvertently saw them and suddenly stopped. It turned into a green-haired demonic youth and stood in front of Mo Xiaolang. The black hound also turned into a black-haired girl and stood beside the green-haired youth. The two of them were fearless and looked at Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi with great interest. They were two young demons who were passing by. The black-haired girl was skinny and had good skin. However, she looked too much like a dog and looked too ferocious. She stared at Mo Xiaolang and said with a sharp voice, "It's actually a werewolf. I thought it was a warrior of my dog race." "Heya, this girl is a half-demon." The green-haired youth initially thought that Xueqi was a snake, but after a closer look, she actually had the aura of a human. There was no doubt that she was a half-demon. After realizing this, the two demons' expressions greatly changed. The green-haired youth spat on the ground and said, "Bah! I actually encountered a half-demon. How unlucky. My great demon race and that dirty human actually gave birth to a creature. Moreover, it's still alive. This is a disgrace to my race. Damned half-demon, you dirted my eyes. Why don't you die earlier? What are you still alive for? You actually have the blood of my snake race flowing in your veins. This is intolerable. This is intolerable." The black-haired girl also gritted her teeth, revealing her sharp canines. She sharply scolded, "Half-demons are not qualified to live. Being alive is also a disgrace to my race. Brother werewolf, you are actually together with a demon. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your race?" The demon race was innately ferocious. The two's vicious words frightened Soyeon. She was still not strong enough to protect herself and could only hide behind Mo Xiaolang. Shut up. No one could tolerate others insulting the person they loved. Although Mo Xiaolang was usually amiable, he was much more terrifying than others when he was angry and persistent. Just like now, he had already clenched his fists, his eyes were covered with blood, and his killing intent was burning. He said word by word, "If you don't want to die, get out of here right now." Scram. The green-haired young man laughed. "You want me to scram? What a joke. It seems like your brain is clouded by lust. You like this half-demon because he's good-looking, huh? You even want a half-demon? What a special taste. You've really gained face for your wolf tribe. The black-haired girl said, the werewolf race and my dog race have a good relationship. I will not sit by and watch you be together with this half-demon. I will tear this half-demon apart and eat it. Let's see if you still dare to be shameless then. Having said that, she actually attacked first. Big brother Xiao Lang. Soyun grabbed his hand. Stand still, I will kill them. Mo Xiaolang gently pushed her hand away and turned into a wild beast. He was faster than the other. Rip. In a split second, the two powerful youths of the monster clan were drenched in blood and sent flying. They had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Mo Xiaolang. Big brother Xiaolang, just punish them. Soyun worriedly said. Punishment? Hee. Is punishment enough? Their crimes can only be repaid with their lives. A strange smile appeared on Mo Xiaolang's face. He muttered to himself, not only did you humiliate me, but you also bullied Yan Er. No one is allowed to speak ill of her, or you will pay the heaviest price. You must die. Everyone related to you must die. If all living beings are like you, they should all die. A bunch of ignorant ants. Mo Xiaolang rushed forward and the 9 devil ancestral flames swept over. 2 ice statues were formed amidst the screams. Big brother Xiaolang. Soyun hugged him from behind. The huge force almost tore her apart. I am Yan Er. She mournfully shouted. Only then did Mo Xiaolang stop. He helped Su Yan up and stared blankly at the 2 ice sculptures. He said with a headache, I was a little too excited just now. I'm really sorry. Yan Er, are you scared? No, it's just that big brother Xiaolang. You were a little strange just now. Chapter 1832. In less than a quarter of an hour, Rahi, who was shrouded in pink mist, arrived on a cloud. She could smell the stench of blood from afar. When she got closer, the corpses had already turned into black ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike. What happened? Ruashi landed on the ground and stared at Mo Xiaolang with her pink eyes. Mo Xiaolang said, they're chasing after us. They want to kill us. Oh. Ruashi suddenly smiled. It's fine. I can kill as many of these demons as I want. As she spoke, she approached Mo Xiaolang. Her seductive face and figure were filled with endless temptation. She leaned against Mo Xiaolang and placed her arms on his shoulders. She whispered, Xiaolang, they hate half-demons. So you killed them when they angered you? Can't I? Mo Xiaolang asked. Sure, of course you can. But I'm afraid you'll have to kill a lot of people in the future. It's really touching. In order to protect the woman you love from being bullied and discriminated against, you'll go on a killing spree and shake the entire demon immortal region. What a wonderful story. At this point, the smile on her face disappeared and she said coldly, I just hope that this story doesn't die prematurely. After she left, the fragrance in the surroundings also disappeared. Come, let's go back to my dream fox palace. I'll show you a real great demon. This journey was filled with endless killing intent. Together, they bravely charged to the end of the world. 1 day passed. 10 days passed. It was naturally beneficial for him to organize what he had learned in peace. But if that was the case, he would need at least a few months to break through the gate of life and death. By that time, when Su Mu Chen reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, the gap between them would be unbridgeable. These days, Long Chen increasingly felt that this person would be his greatest enemy. Though they didn't intend to be enemies, there was still the grudge of his sister's death. Plus, when geniuses meet, there would always be sparks. The weak would eventually be eliminated. 10 days passed and the divine spirit rain continued. Long Chen had no idea where all the divine spirit rain had gone to after entering their bodies. 10 days had passed and everyone had absorbed at least 1 million drops. However, it had been an entire year. It was true. With the help of the godly spiritual rain, their cultivation level increased at a much faster rate than if they cultivated alone. Martial God Tomb. Raising his head, Long Chen looked at the martial god tomb where the divine rain had fallen. The martial god ancient city forbade disciples from approaching the martial god tomb. This was a rule set by their ancestors, and no one had ever dared to violate it. However, when Long Chen thought of those strange beast carvings everywhere, He always felt a knot in his heart. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't even be able to cultivate in peace. Xueqi, come to theocracy. Long Chen gently woke her up while she was working hard. Okay. Lingxi smiled and obediently obeyed Long Chen. The descendants of the Su clan were immersed in the great benefits brought by the rain. No one paid attention to Long Chen. Long Chen walked along the edge of the Bluestone Plaza, avoiding the rain to prevent it from splashing on him and getting closer to the martial god tomb. After getting closer, he realized that the martial god tomb was really huge. Countless buildings were arranged in rows. They didn't look like a tomb, but more like palaces. The only difference was that these palaces didn't have doors. Each palace was covered with divine runes. These divine runes gave Long Chen a great threat. Long Chen didn't dare to get closer. This place doesn't seem to have those strange sculptures. In a few days, he walked around the huge building complex. Because he didn't find any doors, he couldn't enter the palaces to see what was inside. Moreover, this was a place left behind by the ancient gods. Even without looking, Long Chen knew that he couldn't force his way in. In the end, he found a small pitch-black door in a corner. Behind the door, there was a long flight of stairs leading underground. In the theocracy, the spiritual snowhound smelled the smell underground. At first, it was very greedy and showed a yearning expression, barking non-stop. But after a while, it shrank back, as if it sensed something terrifying and didn't dare to move. The spiritual snowhound's perception of treasures was like a mission. It could make it forget all the dangers. But this time it shrank back. Clearly, there was something terrifying inside. Long Chen was a daring person. He had 2 ancestral dragon blood essences and the mysterious dragon jade to protect him. If it was something left behind by the gods, it might not be able to hurt him. After thinking for a while, he walked toward the small door. In the theocracy, Lingxi was on tenterhooks. She looked ahead nervously. It was very dark in front of him, but Long Chen could see everything clearly with his eyesight. He walked down the ancient stairs step by step. Because this place was very spacious, the echoes of his footsteps sounded as if there was something following him, causing his hair to stand on end. There were a total of 99 steps. After taking the last step, a wide tunnel appeared in front of him. The walls of the tunnel were inlaid with green gems that emitted a green light. It looked eerie and strange. The tunnel was also very long, and it was impossible to see where it ended. This was the battlefield of the gods, the battle god tomb. That is, on the walls on both sides of the tunnel, something that interested Long Chen appeared again. That's right, it was those sculptures of strange beasts. The relief carvings here were much clearer than the ones outside. Long Chen approached one of the walls and swept his eyes across the relief carvings. He strode forward and headed deeper into the tunnel. He saw many strange things. There was a very small mouse that opened its mouth to bite and devour a fierce tiger that was dozens of times its size. There were also many strange creatures that were randomly put together. There were also creatures that looked like humans, but they were also very strange. They had 6 ears and 8 arms, and there were countless of them. The eyes of these creatures flickered with astonishing greed. Although it was just a mural, the will contained within it caused Long Chen to feel fear. He was sure that if these creatures existed in the relief sculptures, it would definitely be a terrifying thing. In the next moment, Long Chen saw a sculpture that made him furious. The sculpture was of a dragon-devouring beast. It had no limbs and was just a ball of flesh with a huge mouth. What made Long Chen furious was that there were actually a few divine dragons hanging on its mouth. Half of those divine dragons had already been swallowed, and the remaining half was struggling outside. According to the legends of the 3 great emperor domains, the dragon devourer beast is an ancient creature that can devour young dragons and convert them into the divine dragon's divine ability. However, if it angered the divine dragon, it would be killed by the divine dragon. It has long gone extinct. But why is it that the dragon devourer beast is actually together with so many strange beasts in the battlefield of the gods? What do these strange beasts have to do with the 72 gods? Although Long Chen's mind was clear, he was still confused. He had been observing these sculptures all this time. He had roughly reached the end of the tunnel. The tunnel was still very long, but there were no more sculptures here. At the end of the sculpture, Long Chen saw the largest ancient beast. That ancient beast looked like a huge cocoon, and it also looked like the queen of the insect race like ants or bees. The sculpture was simple and couldn't express the charm of this ancient beast. However, Long Chen was sure that this was something similar. The strangest thing was that he found a few real humanoid creatures under the abdomen of the ancient beast. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be humans. This scene made Long Chen slightly stunned for a moment. This is the largest beast, and a human. The human's body shone with golden light. It was obviously very strong. At this moment, something that Long Chen couldn't have predicted happened. The eyes of the largest ancient beast suddenly lit up. This was an extremely fast process, but to Long Chen, it was extremely slow. He could clearly see the pair of eyes go from silent to bright, and in the next instant, he could smell the scent of death. Boom! The sky and earth changed. At that moment, Long Chen seemed to have moved the stars, traversing hundreds of millions of meters, traversing endless space-time, and arriving at an incomparably distant starry sky. This was an incomparably ancient starry sky, and all the stars and star fields were in the most chaotic state. Dense air filled the entire field of vision. At this moment, Long Chen was simply stunned. He saw that this world was actually so big. He saw endless continents, and he also saw a giant beast that was comparable to a huge continent in front of him. That's right, it was the giant beast on the relief. Who are you, Ant? How dare you barge into the forbidden land of the sky-swallowing clan? I will grant you eternal death. The sound that sounded like stars colliding and exploding resounded in Long Chen's ears. Every time it rang out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stagnated in front of his eyes, blurring his vision. In his field of vision, the gigantic beast that was shrouded in clouds and mist became more and more indistinct. It was so huge that it seemed to exceed the eternal God domain. Our Tao is everlasting. Just before he was completely destroyed, countless old voices rang in Long Chen's ears. He felt a surge of heat, and something rushed out of his Yuan Shen. It was the dragon jade seal. For the first time, it blocked Long Chen's eyes, releasing a psychedelic color. Long Chen felt that time was flowing back on his body, and his injuries were completely healed in an instant. In the next instant, he once again traversed the endless starry sky, shifting billions of miles of space. He swore that this was the most terrifying thing he had ever encountered in his life. In the end, he stood in front of the relief in a daze, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Nothing had changed in the tunnel, and the ancient beast relief did not show any signs of awakening. Long Chen sat on the ground in a panic. What did I see? His forehead was covered in cold sweat. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon jade seal was still there, and nothing had changed. Chen, what's wrong? Lingxi asked anxiously. Long Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Little Shi, did you see that? Giant star beast? What? I didn't see anything. Haven't we been standing here all this time? There's no beast. Chapter 1833. What Sky Devourer Clan? I didn't hear anything. Lingxi had a strange expression on her face. Is that so? Only then did Long Chen calm down. He carefully examined the ancient beast on the wall. The ancient beast didn't move, but the ancient primal chaos star realm millions and millions of miles away, the giant cocoon that floated in space like a continent, the terrifying pressure, the will that stood at the pinnacle of all life, and of course, the awe-inspiring sound of the mysterious dragon jade protecting him. All of this only lasted for an instant. Moreover, Lingxi didn't see anything. If this was a real encounter, then it was impossible for Lingxi not to feel anything. He had just moved billions of miles of starry sky. Then, was this all an illusion? The dragon sacrifice continent is endless, so it shouldn't be. All of this exceeded Long Chen's understanding. He reached out and touched the ancient beast carving. It was cold to the touch, and he didn't find anything special. Chen, you might be hallucinating. This place is very strange. Should we continue? Lingxi asked softly. In the primordial spirit of the great void universe dragon, the dragon jade Dao seal still existed as if nothing had happened. Even if this matter exists, it's too far away from me. With my current strength, it's difficult to clear my father's name. It's better to do what's in front of us. He pondered and looked deeper into the tunnel. He suddenly recalled that Emperor Rain had said that his father, Long Qinglan, had wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, but had been stopped. Perhaps this was one of the things he had done to betray the human race and bring disaster to the human race. This was the tomb of the human race's ancestors. If there was something good here, why would Long Qinglan destroy it? Why didn't the dark goddess let Li Xuanji absorb the divine spirit rain? The fog was thick, and it was getting more and more inconceivable. Let's go ahead and take a look. Then we'll go out. Long Chen made up his mind and continued into the depths of the dark tunnel. There were no more carvings on the walls, but after the small incident just now, the two were still frightened and cautious. This place was filled with too many strange things. After advancing for about the same distance, the tunnel finally came to an end. When Long Chen reached the end, the entire tunnel suddenly lit up. The gray bricks turned golden and shone with a dazzling light. In front of Long Chen, at the end of the tunnel, was a golden vortex about 2 meters in diameter. The golden vortex was very peaceful as it slowly rotated around the center. There should be other spaces in here. This is a door. Long Chen observed for a while and came to a conclusion. Do you want to go in? Lingxi asked. Give it a try. The Lingxi sword and the deity slaying sword appeared in his hands. The two swords shone with a dim light and became more and more powerful. Long Chen gently touched the deity slaying sword towards the golden vortex. In the beginning, there was no movement at all. However, when the deity slaying sword was only 1 meter away from the golden vortex's spinning speed suddenly increased by 1,000 times. The vortex caved in, forming an extremely terrifying suction force that was almost impossible to resist. This sudden change was not out of Long Chen's expectations. Before this, he had already prepared himself and used his body to withstand it. However, the power of the vortex was too great. Long Chen used brute force to resist for a while before he was swallowed by the golden vortex. He wanted to see what was inside the golden vortex, so he decided not to resist. However, he still carefully protected himself with his two swords. He even used the time-roaming dragon and escaped into the long river of time. Under that terrifying force, Long Chen realized that he was traveling through a golden curved tunnel. This golden tunnel looked a little like the esophagus of some creature. There was a lot of disgusting fur and mucus on it. There were even parasites in the fur. Some kind of creature is swallowing me into its stomach. After Long Chen understood this, he was already prepared. At this moment, with a splash, he entered an extremely vast space. This was the stomach of this creature. Monstrous digestive fluids swept everywhere. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that this place was familiar. This was the stomach of the dragon-devouring beast. There's a dragon-devouring beast here too? Long Chen sneered. Apart from the digestive fluids, he also saw a sky full of ghostly beasts. There were hundreds of thousands and millions of them. These little beasts with strong hallucinogenic effects were frolicking around. This was simply their heaven. However, under the conditions of the time-roaming dragon, they could not detect Long Chen. The dragon-devouring beast seemed to have forgotten about Long Chen. Even its intestines were no longer wriggling. Damned thing. Long Chen did not stand on ceremony with the dragon-devouring beast. Since it could not detect him, then it was easy. In that instant, he transformed into a huge divine dragon that was 500 meters long. He was still in the time-roaming dragon state. This huge divine dragon almost filled the dragon-devouring beast's stomach, but it did not attract its attention. Sharp dragon claws, tough body, primordial blood spirit dragon form. He was a complete killing machine. Just as the dragon-devouring beast was at ease, Long Chen used the eternal instant to control it, making it unable to move. Then, the slender and ferocious dragon tail swung violently. The outline of a 1,000-meter-long blood-red sword was formed. Countless primordial slaughter runes were contained within, releasing shocking power. As Long Chen's realm increased, the power of his various mystiques also increased. In the divine dragon state, the Sky Slaughter Blood Sword was still his absolute killing move. A sword to tear apart the sky. The Sky Slaughter Blood Sword was activated and slashed into the dragon-devouring beast's stomach. Blood immediately gushed out. Long Chen used the Sky Slaughter Blood Sword to tear open the dragon-devouring beast's body and rushed out. He was very careful. The moment he rushed out, he transformed back into his human form. Then, he used the time-roaming dragon to escape into the long river of time. He swam around secretly to avoid being hit by external attacks. After all, who knew what was outside the dragon-devouring beast? The dragon-devouring beast was directly cut in half by Long Chen. Clearly, there was no hope for it to survive. However, the way it died was a little strange. It directly transformed into a golden aura and quickly dissipated in the air, as if it had never appeared. In a short instant, the dragon-devouring beast disappeared. Long Chen had no time to understand what was going on with the dragon-devouring beast. When he stabilized his body and looked around, even he revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was because he saw something that was definitely out of the ordinary. This was a dazzling, rainbow-colored world. Behind Long Chen was a door. On the other side of the door was the deep tunnel. When Long Chen entered through the door, he saw a shocking scene. Before his eyes was a huge ocean. This was not an ordinary ocean. This was because it was not made of water, but densely packed Tao treasures and immortal essences. There was no end in sight. Middle ancient Tao treasures, from 1 Tao pattern to 99 Tao patterns. It could be said that there was everything here. In fact, one could not exclude the existence of primeval Tao treasures. Middle ancient immortal essences, and endless fragrance wafted over. Of course, there were also countless other rare treasures. For example, there was a type of crystal that had transformed Nirvana spiritual chi into a solid state. For example, there were many flaming crystals that did not have Tao patterns but emitted shocking heat. These would definitely be of great use to Mo Xiaolang. And this world full of rare treasures could be said to be endless. There was no end in sight. They were piled up together, and no one knew how deep they were. In any case, the existence of these Tao treasures and immortal essences filled the entire space with immense pressure. Sharp sword chi, saber chi, and the like were wreaking havoc everywhere. It was quite a terrifying sight. In the distance, there seemed to be immortals fighting fiercely amidst the dense chi. Countless Tao treasures danced in the air, releasing monstrous power. Anyone would go crazy if they could get their hands on the billions of Tao treasures here. Long Chen was purely frightened. He felt that the total inventory of Tao treasures and immortal essences in the 72 ancient cities of gods could not compare to this place. The most important thing now was to make these things his own. After a brief moment of shock, Long Chen hurried to the side of these Tao treasures and immortal essences. With a casual flip of his hand, he absorbed a large number of Tao treasures and immortal essences into his divine kingdom. Although the Tao treasures around him were not particularly high level and were far inferior to Lingxi's 8 great heaven swords, they could still help the god-slaying sword evolve. Rip. When Long Chen first gathered a large number of Tao treasures and immortal essences, something unforeseen happened. In front of him, a large number of Tao treasures and immortal essences shook and exploded with earth-shattering momentum. It was as though there were giant beasts buried under these Tao treasures. In that instant, 2 giant objects rushed out from the pile of Tao treasures and hovered in mid-air. Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he sensed boundless murderous intent. They were not giant beasts, but 2 Tao treasures. One was a golden stone that shone with a blinding light. It was covered with dense Tao patterns. There were at least 100 of them. Around the golden stone, countless phantoms of immortal generals appeared. Each of the immortal generals had unparalleled combat strength, which made Long Chen feel immense pressure. The other was a huge pagoda that soared into the clouds. It was filled with dense chi and surrounded by immortal music. The entire pagoda was covered with densely packed divine runes. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. The pagoda had a total of 11 levels, and each level had 10 Tao patterns. It was awe-inspiring. Primordial Tao treasures. Long Chen took a deep breath. Obviously, these 2 Tao treasures had more than 100 Tao patterns. They were super divine weapons from the era of gods tens of millions of years ago. They had the power to suppress heaven and earth. Both the golden stone and the pagoda were extremely precious. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.